Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was the god of magic who rebuilt Valyria and forced the Seven Kingdoms to kneel. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Smoking Sea. The first breath hurt. Not the physical sensation. Harry had moved beyond bodies that could be damaged, but the shock of being again after so long in the spaces between. Air-filled lungs he'd crafted moments ago. A heart he'd shaped from memory began to beat. Somewhere, nerve endings he'd almost forgotten how to create sent signals to a brain still settling into existence. He opened eyes that had once been green and found himself standing on nothing. Below him, clouds of ash and poison churned across a sea that glowed with volcanic light. Through gaps in the toxic murk, he glimpsed water that boiled and steamed, islands of jagged black rock jutting up like broken teeth. The air itself seemed to burn, thick with sulfur and something else, something that made the magic in his blood recoil. Corruption, he thought. Deep and old and very, very wrong. Harry let himself fall. The descent took seconds, but he stretched those seconds, studying the land that had called him across the void between worlds. He'd felt its pull in the liminal spaces, a wound in reality, bleeding magic, screaming silently for someone to answer. He hadn't meant to answer. Hadn't meant to do anything at all, really. After the first few thousand years of learning to control power that could unmake stars, he'd settled into a kind of peaceful observation. But the wound had kept bleeding. And Harry had never been good at ignoring things that needed help. His feet touched the surface of the poisoned water, and it parted around him like a loyal pet greeting its master. The toxins in the air bent away from his skin. The crushing pressure of volcanic heat became nothing more than mild warmth. He walked across the sea toward the largest island, the one that had once been the heart of an empire. Valyria. The name surfaced from somewhere. Memories of this world that had bled into the spaces between, fragments of knowledge that drifted through the void like smoke. Dragon lords. Magic woven into stone and steel. Slaves by the million. And then fire, and doom, and 400 years of nothing but death. The island's shore was glass where sand should have been, black and sharp, fused by heat that must have been unimaginable. Harry stepped onto it and felt the glass smooth beneath his feet, responding to his presence like a dog rolling onto its back. The land remembered magic. Had been so saturated with it that even 4 centuries of corruption couldn't erase the connection entirely. Right then, Harry said aloud, and his voice sounded strange after so long in silence. "Let's see what we're working with." He walked inland. The ruins began almost immediately. Towers that had once scraped the sky lay toppled across each other, their surfaces carved with runes that still flickered with dying light. Streets wide enough for dragons to walk side by side were cracked and heaving, split by earthquakes that still rumbled beneath the earth. Everywhere, the architecture spoke of arrogance, soaring heights, impossible angles, beauty that demanded attention and submission in equal measure. Everywhere, the corpses spoke of consequence. They weren't truly corpses anymore. The bodies had long since turned to ash or stone or something in between. But Harry could see them, echoes of the moment of death, burned into reality by the sheer magical force of the doom. A woman clutching a child, both frozen mid-scream. A man reaching toward a door he would never reach. Soldiers in dragon-scale armor, still gripping swords that had melted in their hands. Harry stopped walking. He hadn't thought about death in a long time. Hadn't needed to. He was beyond it now, had been since he'd claimed the throne in the void. But standing here, surrounded by the ghosts of a civilization that had thought itself eternal, he remembered what it felt like to be mortal. To know that everything ended. To walk into a forest and offer himself to death because the alternative was letting everyone else die instead. "You didn't deserve this," he said to no one. Or to everyone. "No one deserves this." The echoes didn't answer. They couldn't. They were just impressions, magical photographs of agony that would take millennia to fade. Harry kept walking. The deeper he went into the city, the worse the corruption became. The magic here wasn't just corrupted, it was wrong, twisted into shapes that shouldn't exist, feeding on itself in loops that generated more wrongness with every cycle. He felt things watching him from the shadows. Things that had been spawned by the magical runoff, creatures of ash and malice that had spent 4 centuries hunting anything stupid enough to enter the smoking sea. The first one attacked as he crossed a bridge over a river of molten stone. It came from above, a thing like a bat with too many wings and mouths where eyes should be, screaming in frequencies that would have shattered mortal eardrums. Its claws were designed to pierce dragon scales. Its teeth dripped venom that could dissolve steel. Harry caught it by what passed for its throat and looked at it with something like pity. "You didn't ask to be born like this either, did you?" The creature thrashed, desperate and mindless, every instinct screaming at it to kill and consume and survive. There was nothing in it capable of communication. Nothing that could choose to be anything other than what corruption had made it. Harry unmade it. Not killed, unmade. He reached into the thing's essence and untangled the corruption, letting the twisted magic flow back into the world as something clean. The creature didn't die so much as it simply stopped existing, and the magic that had formed it sighed with something like relief. A dozen more of the things emerged from the ruins. Then 100. Then more. Harry kept walking, and they kept dissolving around him, and he felt nothing but sad. The heart of Valyria had been a tower. Not just any tower, the Tower of the 14 Flames, built directly over the volcanic vents that had powered the Freehold's magic. It had been the seat of their god-kings, the symbol of their dominion, the place where dragons were hatched and armies were commanded and slaves were sacrificed by the thousand to fuel rituals that should never have been attempted. It was also completely destroyed. Where it had stood, there was now a crater filled with fire that burned in colors Harry had never seen. The heat was enough to melt stone 100 feet away. The magical radiation was so intense that reality itself seemed to blur at the edges, uncertain of its own existence. And at the center of it all, something moved. Harry stopped at the crater's edge and looked down. The thing in the fire was big, dragon-sized, maybe larger, and wrong in ways that made the bat creatures look natural by comparison. It had been a dragon once, he thought. Or maybe several dragons, fused together in the moment of the doom, unable to die and unable to live. It existed in perpetual agony, burning and regenerating and burning again, its minds, plural, screaming into the void with every moment. "I'm sorry," Harry said, and meant it. He stepped into the fire. The flames parted around him like curtains, and he walked down into the crater, toward the thing that had been dragons. It saw him coming, all its eyes saw him, and for a moment the screaming stopped, replaced by something that might have been confusion. Harry reached out and touched its nearest head. "It's all right," he said. "You can stop now. You can rest." The magic poured out of him like water from a broken dam, not destroying, but healing, untangling 4 centuries of corruption and agony and wrongness. The dragon thing shuddered. Its many heads turned toward him, and in their eyes he saw understanding dawn. And gratitude. And peace. The creature dissolved into light, and the light rose up through the poisoned air and scattered across the sky like stars, and somewhere in the void between worlds, something ancient and terrible and beautiful was finally allowed to die. Harry stood alone in the crater, the fire dying around him, and felt the weight of what he'd just done settle onto his shoulders. This was why he'd come. Not conquest. Not empire. Not because he wanted worshippers or power or any of the things gods were supposed to want. He'd come because something was broken, and he knew how to fix it. "Well," he said to the empty crater, "I suppose I should get to work." The first week was the hardest. Not physically, physical difficulty had become a somewhat abstract concept, but mentally. Emotionally. Harry had spent so long in the spaces between that he'd forgotten what it felt like to be present, to exist in a single moment rather than observing all moments simultaneously. He had to remember how to be human again. Not that he was human, exactly. His body was a construct, something he'd built from memory and magic because having a body made it easier to interact with physical reality. But the mind inside that body was still Harry Potter, still the boy who'd grown up in a cupboard and the man who'd died in a forest and the god who'd woken in the void. All of those people had to learn to coexist. He started small. Cleaning a single building, a warehouse, he thought, based on the layout. The corruption had turned its contents to ash, but the stone itself was salvageable. Harry touched the walls and let his magic flow through them, burning away the wrongness, restoring the original structure. When he finished, the building looked like it might have just been built. Clean lines. Solid foundations. Ready for use. Harry stared at it for a long time. One down, he said. Only about 10,000 to go. He laughed, and the sound echoed off the clean stone, and for the first time in longer than he could measure, Harry felt something that might have been hope. The work became a rhythm. Wake at dawn, he'd rediscovered sleep, though he didn't need it, because sleeping helped his mind process existence in a way that eternal consciousness couldn't. Clean buildings. Purify land. Unmake the creatures that attacked him. Eat, not because he needed food, but because the act of eating helped ground him in physical reality. By the end of the first week, he'd cleared a square mile of the city. The air was still poisoned, but within that square mile, the corruption was gone. Plants could theoretically grow there now. Water could flow without dissolving flesh. It was a start. The man appeared on the 8th day. Harry was working on a bridge, a beautiful thing, or it had been, its arches carved with dragons in flight, when he heard the sound. Stumbling footsteps. Ragged breathing. And muttering, constant muttering, words in a language he didn't recognize mixing with words he did. Told them all, but no one listens, no one ever listens, and now they're dead and I'm dead and everyone's dead but I'm still walking. Harry turned. The man was a ruin. His clothes had been fine once, rich fabrics, good cut, but they were torn and stained with things Harry didn't want to identify. His hair had gone completely white, though his face suggested he wasn't more than 40. His eyes were the worst part, wide and staring and seeing things that weren't there. He was also bleeding from a dozen wounds and looked about 5 minutes from death. "Hello," Harry said. The man screamed and fell over backward, scrambling away across the clean stone. No. No more illusions, no more tricks, you won't take me like you took the others, I'm not an illusion. That's what an illusion would say. Fair point, Harry thought. He held up his hands, showing them empty. I'm not going to hurt you. My name is Harry. What's yours? The man stopped scrambling. He stared at Harry with those two wide eyes, and something that might have been sanity flickered in their depths. You're not a demon. No. Not a ghost. Definitely not. Not one of the things. I've been killing the things, Harry said. They don't like me very much. The man laughed. It was a horrible sound, raw and broken, and it turned into sobbing about halfway through. He collapsed onto the stone and lay there shaking, and Harry approached slowly, the way you'd approach a frightened animal. I'm going to heal you, Harry said. It's going to feel strange, but it won't hurt. All right? No response. The man just lay there, shaking. Harry knelt beside him and placed a hand on his chest. The damage was extensive. Infected wounds. Internal bleeding. Organ damage from exposure to the poisoned air. Malnutrition. Dehydration. And the mind was worse than the body. Trauma layered on trauma, horrors witnessed that no mortal should have survived, and yet somehow he had. Harry got to work. Healing had been one of the first skills he'd mastered in the void. It was surprisingly similar to repair work, identifying what was broken, understanding what it should be, and guiding the pieces back together. The body was easy. The mind was harder. He didn't erase the memories. That would have been a violation, a theft of experience even if the experience was horrific. Instead, he built walls around the worst of it, not blocking access, but providing distance. The man would remember what he'd seen, but the memories would be over there, behind glass, unable to reach out and claw at his sanity. It wasn't a perfect solution. It wasn't even a good one. But it was what Harry could do without violating the man's fundamental self. The shaking stopped. The breathing steadied. The wounds closed, leaving only faint scars. "There," Harry said. "That should," the man's fist caught him in the jaw. It didn't hurt, nothing could hurt Harry physically anymore, but the surprise of it made him rock backward. The man was on his feet, trembling but standing, his eyes wide with something other than madness. "What did you do to me?" he demanded. "What? How? I was dying. I've been dying for weeks. And you just, who are you?" "I told you. My name is Harry." "That's not what I meant." The man's voice cracked. "People don't just heal people. Not like that. Not without Maester's tools or milk of the poppy or months of recovery. You touched me and I'm whole. What are you?" Harry considered the question. What was he? A god, technically, though the word felt wrong. A wizard, once, though that was a universe away. A dead man. A living thing. A construct of magic wearing a human face because it helped him remember who he used to be. "Complicated," Harry said finally. "I'm something complicated." The man stared at him. Then, impossibly, he laughed, not the broken laugh from before, but something genuine, surprised. "Complicated," he repeated. "I sail into the cursed ruins of Valyria, watch my crew die one by one to demons and poison and madness, spend gods know how long wandering through hell waiting to die, and the person who saves me describes himself as complicated. Would you prefer, mysterious stranger? I've always thought that sounded more dramatic." Another laugh. The man sat down heavily, running his hands through his white hair. "I think I've gone mad. I think I died weeks ago and this is some sort of afterlife vision." "You're not dead," Harry said. "And I don't think you're mad, though I'll admit the evidence could support either conclusion." "How comforting." The man looked around at the cleaned buildings, the clear air, the distinct lack of demons. "You did all this?" "I've been busy." "Busy." The man shook his head. "Right. Just. Busy." He extended a hand, a reflex, Harry thought, social training so deep it survived madness. "Geryon Lannister. Of Casterly Rock. Though I suppose I'm of nowhere now, since everyone probably thinks I'm dead." Harry clasped his hand. "Harry. Of nowhere in particular. Though I'm trying to change that." "You're trying to change that?" Geryon looked around again. "You're, what?" "Settling down. Building a summer home in the demon-haunted ruins of the most cursed place in the known world." "Something like that." "You're absolutely mad." "Probably," Harry agreed. "Would you like some water?" "I've got a spring running now. Took me 3 days to purify the water table, but the results are quite good." Geryon stared at him. Harry could watch the thoughts moving behind his eyes, confusion, disbelief, something that might have been hope fighting against the certainty that hope was impossible here. "Yes," Geryon said finally. "I think I'd like some water very much." They sat by the spring as the sun set, painting the ash clouds in shades of orange and red that were almost beautiful if you didn't think about what was causing them. Harry had conjured cups, simple clay, nothing elaborate, and Geryon drank 4 in succession before finally slowing down. "So," Geryon said. "You're not going to explain yourself at all, are you? What would you like to know?" "Everything. But let's start with how you're surviving here. The air alone should have killed you. I watched good men choke to death on nothing but breath. The poison doesn't affect me. Obviously. Why doesn't it affect you? Harry considered how to answer. In the spaces between, he'd had no one to explain himself to. The concepts that defined his existence had become as natural as breathing, as unremarkable as gravity. But Geryon was the first person he'd spoken to in, how long, actually? Time moved differently in the void. It might have been centuries. It might have been moments. He'd stopped counting after the first 1,000,000 years or so. Do you believe in magic? Harry asked. Geryon laughed, but it was a tired sound. I've just survived weeks in a place that shouldn't exist, surrounded by creatures that definitely shouldn't exist, and you're asking me about magic? I believe in whatever I have to believe in at this point. Good answer. Harry set down his cup. I'm a god, I suppose. Of magic. The position was vacant when I found it, and I was apparently qualified. Silence. Geryon's cup stopped halfway to his mouth. A god, he said flatly. Yes. Of magic. That's the one. More silence. Geryon set down his cup very carefully, as if he was worried about spilling. Right, he said. Right. I mean, that explains the... He gestured vaguely at everything. But also, what the fuck? That's a reasonable response. Is it? Because I feel like the reasonable response would be running away screaming, and I'm just sitting here like an idiot. Geryon rubbed his face with both hands. A god. An actual god. Sitting in the ruins of Valyria making small talk with me. Would you prefer large talk? I'm not sure what that would involve, but I'm willing to try. Geryon laughed again, still tired, still disbelieving, but warming now. You're very strange for a god. I've been told. By whom? Other gods. Just myself, actually. But I'm very reliable. They sat in silence for a while. The sun finished setting, and the darkness that replaced it wasn't complete. Fires still burned in the distance, and the volcanic vents cast an orange glow across the underside of the ash clouds. It was almost peaceful, if you could ignore everything else. Why Valyria? Geryon asked eventually. If you're a god, you could go anywhere. Why here? Harry didn't answer immediately. The truth was complicated, too complicated for easy explanation. But Geryon had survived weeks in hell and still managed to punch a god in the jaw, which suggested he could handle complicated. Because it's broken, Harry said. And I know how to fix broken things. And nobody else was going to do it. That's it. You came to fix a place that's been ruined for 400 years because nobody else would? That's it. Geryon stared at him. Something shifted in his expression, skepticism fading, replaced by something harder to name. When I was a boy, Geryon said slowly, my sister Jenna told me a story. About a knight who threw himself on a dragon to save a village. Everyone thought he was mad. The dragon should have killed him. But he survived, and the dragon died, and the village was saved. He paused. I asked her why he did it. Why risk everything for people he didn't know? She said some people are born knowing that the world needs them, and they can't rest until they've done what they were made to do. Harry said nothing. I thought she was being dramatic, Geryon continued. I thought the knight in the story was an idiot who got lucky. But looking at you, looking at all this. He gestured at the cleaned buildings, the purified spring. You're not doing this for power or glory. You're doing it because you can't not do it. Is that a problem? I don't know yet. Geryon picked up his cup again. Ask me in a week, assuming I survive that long. You'll survive, Harry said. I'm not going to let you die after all the work I put into healing you. How romantic. I prefer practical. Dead people are much harder to have conversations with. The laugh this time was real, full and surprised and alive in a way that made something in Harry's chest a knot. He hadn't realized how lonely he'd become until he'd found someone to laugh with. "All right," Jerian said. "I'll stay. Help you with your, whatever this is. Rebuilding project. Suicidal architectural endeavor. The enthusiasm is overwhelming. It's the best I can offer right now." Jerian raised his cup in a mock toast. "To New Valyria, or whatever we're calling it. May it be slightly less cursed than the old one." Harry raised his own cup. "I'll drink to that." Jerian was, as it turned out, excellent company. The madness had left scars, nightmares that woke him screaming, moments where his eyes would go distant and he'd mutter things that made no sense, but his core personality was intact. He was funny, in a dark and self-deprecating way. He was observant, noticing things about the ruins that Harry had missed. And he was completely unimpressed by Harry's godhood, which was refreshing. "So this tower," Jerian said, examining a partially collapsed structure on their 9th day of working together. "What did it do? Before everything caught fire, I mean." "I'm not sure. The magical signatures suggest something to do with communication. Long-distance messages, maybe. Like ravens? Faster than ravens. Instantaneous, if I'm reading these runes correctly." Harry traced the carved symbols with his fingers. They built it into the stone itself. Send magic through the tower, and the recipient's tower would vibrate in response. You could spell out words that way. That's, actually brilliant. Jerian sounded surprised. "I always thought of the Valyrians as brutal tyrants with dragons." "They were brutal tyrants with dragons. But brutal tyrants can also be clever." Harry stepped back, assessing the damage. "I think I can restore this. The core structure is intact." "You can restore a magical communication tower." "Probably. I'll need to rebuild the resonance chambers and recalibrate the runework, but the principles are sound." Jerian was staring at him with an expression that had become familiar over the past few days, the look of someone who was still adjusting to reality. "You know," Jerian said, "I came here looking for a Valyrian steel sword. That's what this whole expedition was about. My family used to have one, and I thought I'd find a replacement in the ruins." "Did you find one?" "No. I found demons, poison, and my crew dying one by one." Jerian shook his head. "But now I'm watching a god casually discuss rebuilding ancient magical infrastructure, and I'm thinking maybe swords are a bit mundane." "I could make you a sword," Harry offered. "It wouldn't take long." "Could you?" "Magic is just energy and intention. Valyrian steel is steel that's been saturated with magical energy and shaped with precise intention. The process isn't complicated." Jerian was quiet for a long moment. "You're not joking." "I don't joke about swords. They're very serious weapons. A god who makes bad jokes." Jerian started laughing, and the sound echoed off the ruined walls. "My family is going to be furious they're not here for this." Can you imagine Tywin's face? "Yes, Lord Father, I found a god in Valyria and he offered to make me a magic sword between rebuilding ancient towers." "Your father is the famous one?" "Tywin Lannister." "Famous is one word for it. Terrifying is more accurate." Jerian's laughter faded. "He'll have declared me dead by now. Probably burned an effigy and everything. Very efficient, my father. Do you want to go back?" The question hung in the air. Jerian's expression shifted through several emotions: longing, fear, resignation. "Eventually," he said. "Not yet. I'm not ready to explain any of this, and I'm definitely not ready to face Tywin with 'I found a god' as my only excuse for being gone so long." He looked at Harry. "Besides, someone needs to keep you company. You're clearly hopeless at conversation." "I thought my conversation was excellent. You spent half an hour yesterday explaining the metaphysical structure of corrupted mana." "Half an hour, Harry. I fell asleep twice." You asked how I was purifying the water. I expected magic as an answer. Maybe God things. Not a detailed lecture on the crystalline structure of magical corruption and its relationship to geological fault lines. Harry smiled. It still felt strange, smiling, expressing emotion through facial muscles instead of simply experiencing emotion as a state of being. But it was getting easier. Fine, he said. No more lectures on crystalline structures. Thank you. My sanity appreciates it. They worked together through the morning, Harry restoring structures and Jerian cataloging what he found. The man had a surprisingly good memory for details. He could describe the exact position of artifacts, note which buildings connected to which, and identify architectural styles that gave clues about former usage. This was a market, he announced, standing in the center of a large open space. You can tell by the layout. Regular stalls, central fountain, clear sightlines from every entrance. How do you know so much about markets? Lannisters. We're traders before we're anything else, no matter what Tywin wants the world to believe. Jerian walked between the ruined stalls, kicking at ash. Gold doesn't dig itself out of the ground, and it certainly doesn't turn itself into power. Someone has to buy and sell. You managed the family trading operations. Gods, no. I avoided responsibility at every opportunity. But you pick things up. He paused, staring at a collapsed section of stalls. There's something under here. What kind of something? Metal. Shining. Definitely not rusted, which means it's either magic or... Harry was beside him instantly. A gesture cleared the debris, stone and ash flowing aside like water, revealing what lay beneath. Eggs. Dragon eggs, 3 of them, nestled in what remained of a merchant's strongbox. They were smaller than he'd expected from the legends, maybe the size of a person's head, and covered in scales that still shimmered with color despite 4 centuries of burial. One was deep red, almost black. Another was pale gold. The third was green like summer leaves. Well, Jerian said faintly. That's not a sword. Harry knelt beside the eggs. His magic reached out instinctively, and he felt them respond, not dead, not truly alive, but waiting. They'd been in stasis, protected by their own magical nature, preserved against all odds in the heart of catastrophe. They're viable, he said. Viable as in, they could hatch. With the right conditions. Yes. Jerian sat down heavily. Dragons. You're going to hatch dragons. I might. Harry touched the red-black egg, and it pulsed with warmth. I don't think I should decide that right now. It's not a decision to make lightly. The doom was caused by dragons. Or by the people who controlled dragons. Or, something with dragons. Jerian's voice was strained. Everyone agrees on that. Bringing them back would be dangerous. I know. Harry stood. But everything is dangerous. The question is always whether the danger is worth the possibility. And what's the possibility here? Harry looked at the eggs, 3 small things, waiting in the ash, holding the potential for wonder or catastrophe. I don't know yet, he admitted. But I'm going to find out. The ship arrived on the 16th day. Harry felt it first, a vessel entering the boundaries of the corruption, its crew protected by charms and prayers that would have been useless against the things that lived here. He was in the middle of clearing a residential district, convincing the tortured spirits of former residents that they could finally rest, when the sensation pulled at his attention. Company, he said to Jerian. The man looked up from his cataloging. He'd started keeping a journal, documenting everything they found with meticulous detail. What kind of company? A ship. Human crew. They're not fleeing, so they came here intentionally. Treasure hunters? Probably. Or slavers looking for surviving artifacts. Harry's expression hardened. The Valyrians used slaves for everything. Some of their magical tools were keyed to slave labor. There's a market for that in certain places. Gerion's face twisted. Tell me you're not going to let them take anything. I'm not going to let them take anything. Good. He set down his journal. Want company? Harry considered. The smart thing would be to leave Gerion here, safe behind the protections Harry had established around their claimed territory. The ship's crew was almost certainly dangerous, and putting Gerion in danger would be foolish. But Gerion was already reaching for the sword Harry had made him, Valyrian steel, as promised, balanced perfectly for his hand, and his expression suggested he wouldn't accept being left behind. Stay behind me, Harry said. If fighting starts, stay very behind me. Behind the literal god. Yes, I think I can manage that. They walked toward the coast. The ship was anchored just beyond the worst of the toxic waters, a sleek vessel built for speed rather than combat. Its crew was already ashore, a dozen men picking their way across the glass sand beaches with practiced caution. They wore masks against the poison air and carried weapons that gleamed with magical protections. Professional. Experienced. Very definitely not friendly. That's a Valentine design, Gerion murmured. Slaver colors on the flag. You can tell all that from here. Lannisters. We know ships. The crew spotted them as they approached. There was a moment of confusion, nobody was supposed to be alive in Valyria, and then weapons were raised and orders were shouted. Harry kept walking. Stop. The man in front, Captain, probably, based on his slightly less practical clothing, pointed a crossbow at Harry's chest. Identify yourselves. How are you surviving out here? My name is Harry, Harry said pleasantly. This is my friend Gerion. We live here now. Silence. The captain's crossbow wavered. You live here? Yes. We're doing some renovation work. You may have noticed the cleaner sections near the center of the island. That's not possible. The doom was 400 years ago. Time to move on, don't you think? Harry smiled. Now, why don't you tell me why you're here, and we can figure out if we have a problem. The captain's eyes were doing complex calculations behind his mask. Harry could almost watch the thoughts forming, these two look unarmed except for one sword. Doesn't matter how they survived. Kill them, take anything valuable, leave no witnesses. We're here for salvage, the captain said carefully. Ancient artifacts. There's good money in Valyrian relics. I'm sure there is. Unfortunately, this island and everything on it belongs to me. You'll have to find another source for your merchandise. Belongs to, the captain laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound. Listen, friend. I don't know who you think you are, but nobody owns Valyria. It's cursed land, free for the taking. Not anymore. The crossbow steadied. I think we're done talking. Probably, Harry agreed. The bolt fired. Harry caught it out of the air, a casual motion, barely even thinking about it, and let it drop to the glass sand. The silence that followed was profound. As I said, Harry continued into that silence, you'll have to find another source. However, since you've come all this way, I'll make you an offer. Leave now, peacefully, and you can spread the word. Valyria is claimed. Anyone who comes here with hostile intentions will not leave. And if we don't accept your offer? Harry considered the question. These men were slavers. They bought and sold human beings as merchandise. They'd probably killed people for less than the treasures they hoped to find here. But they were also people. Complex, flawed, capable of change. The captain might have a family waiting for him. The crew might have come to this work through desperation rather than choice. Then I'll stop you, Harry said. I prefer not to kill anyone, but I won't let you take what isn't yours. Won't let us, the captain sputtered, then laughed again. There's 12 of us and 2 of you. Your friend's got 1 sword and you've got nothing. What exactly do you think you're going to do? Harry raised his hand. The glass sand beneath the slavers' feet turned to water. They fell, shouting, into suddenly liquid ground that swallowed them to their waists before solidifying again, trapping them in place, helpless, their weapons falling from shocked fingers. That, Harry said. I'm going to do that. The captain stared at him. His face had gone pale behind his mask. What are you? Something complicated. Harry walked among the trapped men, collecting their weapons with casual gestures. I'm going to let you go. You're going to return to your ship and sail away. You're going to tell everyone you meet that Valyria is no longer abandoned. And you're going to seriously reconsider your career choices. You can't, I can do anything I want. That's the point I'm trying to make. Harry knelt in front of the captain, meeting his eyes. I don't want to be your enemy. I don't want to be anyone's enemy. But I will not tolerate slavers on my land. Do you understand? The captain nodded. He couldn't seem to find words. Good. Harry stood. Jerian, please escort these gentlemen back to their ship. With pleasure. Jerian's smile was sharp and entirely unhelpful for de-escalating the situation. Come along, boys. Mind the demon fish in the shallows, they like to nibble. Harry released the solidified glass, and the slavers scrambled free, practically falling over each other in their haste to reach their boat. Within minutes, they were rowing desperately back to their ship. That was dramatic, Jerian observed. Was it too much? Oh, definitely. But I enjoyed it immensely. He watched the slavers flee. You realize they're going to tell everyone about this. The story will spread across Essos in weeks. I know. And then other people will come. Curious people, greedy people, people who want to test whether the god of Valyria is real or just a story. I know. Jerian looked at him. You planned this. Not exactly. But I knew it would happen eventually. Harry watched the ship raise anchor, already turning toward the open sea. I can't rebuild Valyria in secret. The work is too visible. The magic is too loud. Eventually, someone was going to notice. So you let them notice on your terms. Better than the alternative. Harry started walking back toward the city. Come on. We've got work to do before the next visitors arrive. The spring became a pool. The pool became a fountain. Around the fountain, buildings rose, homes first, then workshops, then a structure that might eventually become a market. Harry worked, and Jerian organized, and the days blurred together in a rhythm of creation. You need people, Jerian said one evening. They were eating dinner, actual food, conjured from memory and will because Harry found the act of eating grounding, while watching the stars emerge through gaps in the ash clouds. Not just me. Actual people. Workers, settlers, citizens. I know. So what's your plan? Wait for them to arrive? Something like that. Harry set down his plate. I've been thinking about it. If I actively recruit, I'll attract people who want to follow a god, zealots, opportunists, the desperate. But if I just wait, I'll attract people who want to build something. The second group is better. In my experience, yes. Harry had lived through enough hero worship in his first life to know its dangers. I want partners, not followers. People who stay because they believe in what we're building, not because they're afraid of what I might do. That's surprisingly thoughtful. I've had a lot of time to think. How much time, exactly? Jerian's tone was careful, probing. You've mentioned that a void and spaces between, but you've never actually said how long you were there. Harry was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he admitted. Time doesn't work the same there. It might have been centuries. It might have been millions of years. I stopped counting after a while. Millions of, Jerian set down his own plate. Harry. Are you serious? Time is strange when you're not bound to a physical universe. Days, years, eons, they're all just different ways of measuring experience. Harry smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. I learned a lot. Forgot a lot too, probably. By the end, I wasn't sure if I'd ever been human at all. But you chose to be human again. I chose to be something again. Human seemed familiar. Jerian was staring at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Pity, maybe, or wonder, or something in between. That sounds incredibly lonely, Jerian said finally. It was. Harry picked up his plate again, though he wasn't hungry anymore. But I'm not alone now, am I? No. Jerian's voice was soft. I suppose you're not. They finished dinner in companionable silence, and Harry thought maybe, just maybe, he'd found the first real friend of his new life. The merchant arrived 3 weeks after the slavers fled. Unlike the slavers, she came alone, navigating a small boat through the outer waters with a skill that suggested long experience. She was old, 70 at least, with hair like white wire and a face carved from brown leather, and she carried no weapons Harry could detect. She also wasn't afraid. Harry met her at the beach, Jerian hanging back but watchful. She beached her boat with practiced ease, jumped out despite her age, and walked directly toward him without hesitation. You're the god, then, she said. Her accent was complex, Valentine bass, but layered with something older. The one who sent those slavers crying home. I sent some slavers away, Harry agreed. I'm not sure about the crying part. Oh, they cried. Trust me. She grinned, showing teeth that were surprisingly white. Best entertainment I've had in years. They came into port babbling about demons and sorcery and a man who turned the ground to water. Nobody believed them at first, but then others started talking. Fishermen who'd seen lights in the smoking sea. Traders who'd noticed the ash clouds clearing over the eastern islands. And you came to investigate. I came to see. She looked past him, taking in the cleared buildings, the fountain, the impossible signs of life in a place that should have been dead. 40 years I've sailed these waters. 40 years I've traded stories about the doom of Valyria, sold fake artifacts to gullible tourists, warned fools away from the smoking sea. And now someone's rebuilding. Is that a problem? Depends. She met his eyes, and Harry saw something sharp and old and very intelligent looking back at him. Depends on what you're building, and why, and what it'll mean for people like me. People like you. Survivors. Wanderers. People who don't fit anywhere else. She spread her hands. I've got no home, God. No nation, no family, no loyalty to anyone but myself. If you're building an empire, I'll sail away and never come back. But if you're building something else. A sanctuary, Harry said. That's what I'm building. A place where people can start over. The old woman considered this. And what do you want in return? Nothing. Nothing. Her skepticism was palpable. Nobody wants nothing. I want people to be free, Harry said. I want magic to heal instead of destroy. I want to build something that will outlast me, something good, something that proves the universe doesn't have to be cruel. He smiled. Is that enough of a something? She studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled back. My name is Malora. I've been a merchant for 40 years, a smuggler for 20, and a pirate for 5 very exciting months in my youth. She extended a weathered hand. I think I'd like to see what you're building. Harry clasped her hand. Welcome to New Valyria, Malora. Malora's arrival changed things. Not immediately, she spent the first few days just observing, asking questions, poking around in the restored buildings with naked curiosity. But she had contacts. She had networks. She had access to the complex web of trade and information that connected the free cities. Word is spreading, she reported 2 weeks later. They were sitting in what had become an informal council space, a restored meeting hall with a fountain at its center and windows that let in actual sunlight now that Harry had cleared the ash clouds overhead. The slaver's story was just the beginning. Now people are talking about the merchant who sailed to Valyria and came back with fantastic tales. What kind of tales? Geryon asked. Clean streets. Running water. A god who makes food from nothing and heals wounds with a touch. Malora shrugged. Some of it's exaggerated, but not by much. And how are people reacting? Mixed. The slave cities are afraid, they're calling you a demon, an abomination, the doom returned. She smiled grimly. But the slaves themselves, they're whispering different things. They're whispering about freedom. Harry leaned back in his chair. I didn't intend to become a symbol. Symbols don't need intention. They just need existence. Melora's eyes were sharp. You've scared the most powerful people in Essos just by being here. What you do next will determine whether they try to destroy you or try to contain you. Let them try, Geryon muttered. That's easy to say when you've got a god backing you up. Malora turned to Harry. The Triarchy is already meeting. Volantis has sent messages to Lys, Mir, and Tyrosh. They're talking about forming a coalition. To attack me? To investigate, officially. But yes, probably to attack you. She paused. I'd estimate you have 2 months before they move. Maybe 3, if their bureaucrats are as slow as usual. Harry considered this. He'd known conflict was inevitable. You didn't restore a dead empire in the heart of slave territory without making enemies, but he'd hoped to have more time. More buildings. More people. More reasons for the world to leave him alone. Then we have 2 months to prepare, he said. Prepare how? Build walls. Recruit an army. Geryon shook his head. We have 3 people, Harry. For if you count yourself, which I'm honestly not sure about. We'll have more. People like Malora will keep coming, curious people, desperate people, people who've heard the whispers and want to see if they're true. Harry stood, moving to the window. Outside, the sun was setting over his impossible city, painting the clean stone in shades of gold and rose. And walls won't help anyway. I'm not going to fight a war against the slave cities. Then what are you going to fight? Nothing, if I can help it. Harry turned back to face them. I'm going to make it so expensive to attack us that no one will try. And then I'm going to keep building until they realize there's more profit in trading with us than fighting us. Malora laughed. You're planning to outcompete the greatest trading powers in Essos. I'm planning to offer them something they can't get anywhere else. Harry smiled. Magic. Real magic, not the weak echoes they've been scraping together since the doom. I can make Valyrian steel. I can enchant objects. I can purify corruption, heal diseases, create wonders that haven't been seen in 4 centuries. And you'll sell these things? Trade them. For supplies, for recognition, for time. Harry's smile faded. I don't want to be a conqueror, Malora. I've seen what conquest does, it creates resentment, resistance, endless cycles of violence. I want to be something else. Something the world has never seen before. What's that? Useful, Harry said simply. I want to be so useful that destroying me becomes unthinkable. Geryon and Malora exchanged glances. That's. Geryon began. Brilliant, Malora finished. Completely insane, but brilliant. I've had a lot of time to think about strategy, Harry said. Now, let's talk about what we need to do in the next 2 months. He was knee-deep in the corrupted remains of what had been a library when he felt it. Something wrong. Something deep. Something that made every magical sense he possessed scream in warning. Harry stopped moving. The library had been one of his highest priorities, the accumulated knowledge of Valyria, lost for centuries, potentially recoverable if he was careful. He'd been clearing it section by section, purifying the corruption, preserving what could be preserved. But this was different. He descended, following the wrongness. Down through basements he hadn't known existed. Down through tunnels carved into living rock. Down to where the darkness was absolute and even his enhanced senses struggled to make sense of what he found. A chamber. Massive. Built to contain something. And in the center of that chamber, a presence. It wasn't awake, not fully, but it was aware. Harry could feel it dreaming, ancient thoughts moving through spaces that predated human understanding. It was magic made manifest, older than Valyria, older than dragons, older maybe than the world itself. And it was trapped. The Valyrians had found it, Harry realized. Found it and used it, drawing power from its sleeping form, building their empire on the back of something they didn't understand. The doom hadn't been an accident. It had been the inevitable consequence of chaining a god. Harry stood in the darkness for a long time, feeling the presence dream, understanding for the first time just how broken this place truly was. "I see you," he said finally. "I don't know what you are, but I see you." No response. Just that slow, dreaming awareness, waiting for something that might never come. Harry turned and walked back toward the surface. He had work to do. More work than he'd imagined. The weirwood tree had grown. When Harry had planted it, it had been a sapling, barely more than a stick with leaves, conjured from memory and will. Now, 3 weeks later, it was 20 feet tall, its white bark gleaming in the perpetual twilight, its red leaves rustling in a wind that wasn't quite natural. Harry sat beneath it, letting the tree's presence wash over him. Weirwoods were strange things, connected to something larger, part of a network that spanned continents. He'd felt that network when he planted this one, felt it reach out and connect, becoming part of something ancient and vast. "You're worried." Jerian's voice came from behind him. Harry didn't turn. "I found something," Harry said. "Under the city. Something old. Old like the ruins, or old like you. Older than me. Older than everything here." Harry finally looked at his friend. The Valyrians didn't create their power. They stole it. They found something sleeping and chained it, and they built their entire civilization on its back. Jerian sat down beside him. "And this something, it's still there. Still sleeping. Still waiting." Harry picked up a fallen leaf, turning it in his fingers. "I don't know what it wants. I don't know what it will do when it wakes. I don't even know if it's conscious in any way I'd recognize. But you're going to wake it anyway. Eventually. Not now, I'm not ready, and neither is it, but eventually." Harry let the leaf fall. "I can't build something lasting on top of chains. Whatever new Valyria becomes, it has to be clean. No slavery, no stolen power, no foundations built on suffering. That's noble. It's practical. Suffering has consequences. Chains breed resentment. The doom happened because the Valyrians forgot that everything they'd built was borrowed." Harry looked up at the weirwood's branches. "I won't make that mistake." They sat in silence as the tree rustled above them. "I dreamed last night," Jerian said eventually. "About the doom. I saw it happening, the mountains breaking open, the fires consuming everything, and I saw something else too. Something watching from the flames. Watching. Like it was satisfied. Like everything was going according to plan." Jerian shook his head. "I don't know what it means. Probably nothing. My mind's not exactly reliable these days." Harry considered this. Dreams in Valyria might not be just dreams, the land was saturated with magic, and magic had a way of communicating through symbols and visions. "If you dream again," he said, "tell me what you see. It might be important." "I was afraid you'd say that." Jerian stood, brushing ash from his clothes. Malora wants to talk about trade routes. Something about a shipment of food she's arranged. I'll be there in a moment. Geryon left, and Harry sat alone beneath the weirwood, thinking about chains and gods and the weight of building something new. The tree rustled again, and for just a moment, he could have sworn he heard voices in the leaves, distant, watching, waiting. He wasn't alone here. He'd never been alone. The question was whether that was comfort or warning. The first refugees arrived on the 53rd day. A fishing boat, barely seaworthy, carrying 12 people who'd fled Meereen after the masters discovered they'd been planning escape. 3 adults, 9 children, all of them bearing the brands that marked them as slaves. Harry met them at the shore. We heard, the oldest of them, a woman with scars covering half her face, stumbled over her words. We heard there was a place. A place where, you're safe now, Harry said. Come on. Let's get you something to eat. The woman burst into tears. It was the first time Harry had seen someone cry from hope rather than despair. He'd thought, in the void, that he'd forgotten what hope looked like. But watching this scarred woman weep because she'd finally found safety, he remembered. The children were wary, too young to trust but old enough to know danger. Harry didn't push. He gave them space, gave them food, gave them the cleaned rooms near the fountain where they could rest without fear. Geryon watched them with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. This is what you're building for, Geryon said quietly. Yes. Then I think I understand. Geryon smiled, a real smile, warm and wondering. You're not building an empire at all. You're building a home. Is there a difference? All the difference in the world. Harry looked at the children, huddled together in the first safe place they'd ever known, and felt something shift in his chest. Home. Yes. That was exactly what he was building. The sun rose over New Valyria, truly rose, visible through clear skies for the first time in 4 centuries, and Harry stood on the highest tower of his growing city, watching light return to a land that had known only darkness. Below him, Geryon was showing the refugee children how to play a game he'd learned as a boy. Malora was arguing with a trader who'd arrived yesterday, negotiating for supplies with the ferocity she brought to everything. The scarred woman, her name was Senna, he'd learned, was sitting by the fountain, just watching the water flow. Somewhere deep beneath his feet, something ancient dreamed. Far to the north, beyond oceans and continents, something cold was watching. And across the sea, powers older than nations were stirring, preparing to respond to the impossibility of Valyria reborn. But for now, for this single moment, there was peace. There was progress. There was hope. Harry had been many things in his existence. A boy in a cupboard. A wizard fighting a war. A sacrifice walking to his death. A god waking in the void. Now he was something new, a builder, a healer, a man trying to create something that had never existed before. It was, he thought, a good way to spend eternity. He descended from the tower to join his people, and the first day of New Valyria's future began. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the word spread 6 months changed everything. Harry stood at the edge of New Valyria's central plaza, watching the morning market come alive. Stalls lined the clean streets, actual stalls, with actual merchants, selling actual goods to actual customers. The sound of haggling filled the air, mixing with laughter, arguments, and the cries of children playing between the adults' legs. 6 months ago, this had been ash and silence. Now it was alive. 93, Geryon said, appearing at his shoulder with a cup of something that smelled like coffee but almost certainly wasn't. That's the current count. 93 permanent residents, not including the 40-odd traders who come and go. And the applications? 200 more waiting. Melora's been filtering them, she's got a sense for the ones who actually want to build versus the ones who just want to exploit. Geryon took a sip of his not coffee. We're going to need more housing. I'll add it to the list. The list had grown considerably since those first weeks. Housing. Sanitation. Food storage. A proper harbor. Schools for the children, 23 of them now, ranging from toddlers to teenagers, all former slaves who looked at Harry with eyes that still expected cruelty. Medical facilities, though Harry handled most healing personally. Administrative buildings, because even utopias needed paperwork. And defenses. Always, inevitably, defenses. The Valentine delegation arrives today, Jerian continued. Malora thinks they're finally ready to negotiate rather than threaten. Only took them 4 months. Well, you did sink their entire fleet. These things take time to process. Harry smiled despite himself. The battle against Volantis felt like a lifetime ago, though it had only been weeks after Jerian's rescue. 300 ships, 40,000 soldiers, come to crush the impossible threat in its cradle. They hadn't expected a god. Harry had walked across the water to meet them. He'd spoken words that made the waves rise and the winds obey. He'd given their commanders visions of what would happen if they attacked, not threats, just truth, shown directly to their minds. Most had fled. The ones who'd insisted on fighting anyway had found their weapons turning to flowers, their armor becoming cloth, their ships sprouting gardens on their decks. Not a single person had died, but the message had been unmistakable. Valyria is claimed. Those who come in peace will be welcomed. Those who come with chains will be broken. What do you think they want? Harry asked. Trade agreements, probably. Recognition of your sovereignty in exchange for access to Valyrian goods. Jerian shrugged. The usual political dance. They'll pretend they're doing you a favor by acknowledging your existence, and you'll pretend you need their acknowledgement. Everyone saves face, business continues. You sound cynical. I'm a Lannister. Cynicism is in the blood. But Jerian was smiling. Though I'll admit, watching you negotiate should be entertaining. You're terrible at pretending to care about things you don't care about. I'll try to behave. Please don't. The entertainment value would suffer. The market's morning rhythm continued around them, fishermen hawking catches from waters that were finally safe to sail, craftsmen displaying goods made from materials Harry had purified, cooks selling breakfast from stalls that used magical heating stones instead of fire. It was small, Harry knew. Fragile. 100 people in a city built for millions, surrounded by powers that wanted them destroyed. But it was real. And it was growing. I should prepare for the delegation, Harry said. Make sure the meeting hall is, already done. Jerian waved a hand. Malora handled the arrangements. Senna's organized the kitchen staff. Melis has prepared briefing documents on Valentine politics that would make my father weep with envy. Melis is 15. Melis is terrifying. I'm fairly certain he doesn't sleep. Jerian finished his drink. The point is, you have people now. You don't have to do everything yourself. Harry blinked. It was such a simple observation, but it hit him harder than expected. For so long, centuries in the void, years in his first life, he'd carried everything alone. The weight of prophecy, the burden of power, the responsibility of being the one who could save everyone. Now he had help. You're right, he said slowly. I do have people. Don't sound so surprised. It's almost insulting. Harry laughed, and the sound echoed across the plaza, and several nearby merchants looked up with startled smiles. He'd forgotten that gods could laugh. It was nice to remember. The Valentine delegation arrived at noon, their ship flying diplomatic colors that hadn't been seen in these waters for 4 centuries. Harry watched them approach from the restored harbor master's tower, noting the excessive ornamentation of their vessel, the formal robes of the diplomats, the barely concealed nervousness of the guards. 3 magisters, 12 advisors, 40 guards, and what appears to be a small army of servants, Melis reported, his stylus never stopping as he catalogued everything. They've brought gifts, I can see crates being unloaded. Probably wine, silk, and whatever artifacts they think will impress you. Will any of them impress me? Unlikely. They're treating this as an embassy to a barbarian king. They'll offer trinkets and expect gratitude. Harry looked at the boy. Young man, really, though it was hard to remember that sometimes. Melis had arrived 3 months ago, half-starved and fully determined, having stowed away on a trading vessel after hearing rumors of a god who freed slaves. He'd walked up to Harry, declared that he intended to be useful, and demanded a job. He'd gotten one. And he was, indeed, terrifying. What would you recommend? Harry asked. Melis considered. Accept their gifts graciously. Let them underestimate you. They'll reveal their true intentions faster if they think they're dealing with a naive idealist rather than a genuine threat. You're suggesting I play dumb. I'm suggesting you let them think you're playing their game while actually playing your own. Melis finally looked up from his notes. They want to establish a relationship that benefits them. You want them to leave believing that opposing you would be catastrophic. Both goals can coexist, if handled correctly. When did you become a political strategist? When I realized that surviving slavery required understanding how power works. Melis' expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. The masters always underestimated us. They thought chains made us stupid. They were wrong. Harry was quiet for a moment. All right, he said finally. I'll play dumb. But only a little. That's all I ask. The delegation reached the harbor, and Harry went to meet them. The lead magister was a woman named Nyessa Mager, old enough to remember when Valentine power was unquestioned and young enough to resent its decline. She wore robes of deep purple, the color of old Valyria, a political statement wrapped in fabric, and carried herself with the absolute confidence of someone who'd never been seriously challenged. She was about to be Lord Harry, she began, using a title he'd never claimed. The Triarchy of Volantis greets you in the name of commerce, peace, and mutual, just Harry, he said. No titles necessary. A flicker of something crossed her face. Surprise, maybe. Or annoyance at being interrupted. Harry, then. The Triarchy extends its welcome to New Valyria. The name seemed to pain her. We come bearing gifts and propositions for lasting cooperation between our peoples. Wonderful. Let's go somewhere comfortable to discuss them. He led them through the city, deliberately choosing a route that showcased the recovery. Clean streets. Running water. The market plaza with its bustle of activity. The fountain at the city's heart, where children played in water that had been poisoned 6 months ago. Nyessa's expression remained carefully neutral, but her advisors weren't as disciplined. Harry caught wide eyes, whispered conversations, the unmistakable signs of people seeing something impossible. Good. The meeting hall had been prepared exactly as Jerian promised, elegant but not ostentatious, comfortable but not soft. The kind of room that suggested quiet competence rather than aggressive display. Please, sit, Harry said. Refreshments will be provided shortly. They sat. Harry took the head of the table, not because he cared about dominance displays, but because Melis had insisted it would make the Valentines more comfortable. They expected hierarchy. He'd give them one. Now, he said, what does Volantis want? The directness threw them. Nyessa's prepared speech faltered, her advisors shuffled papers, and for a moment Harry saw behind the diplomatic masks to the uncertain people beneath. We, that is to say. Nyessa gathered herself. The Triarchy wishes to establish formal relations with your settlement. Trade agreements, mutual defense provisions, recognition of sovereignty, in exchange for. I'm sorry. What does Volantis want in exchange? There's always an exchange. Silence. The advisors exchanged glances. Nyessa's composure cracked slightly. We had hoped, she said carefully, to discuss terms that would benefit both parties. Perhaps access to certain resources that New Valyria might possess. Artifacts. Knowledge. Magical assistance. Magic, Harry said flatly. You want me to be Volantis's personal sorcerer? Nothing so crude. We simply thought that a mutually beneficial arrangement. Let me be clear about something. Harry leaned forward, and something in the air changed, a pressure, subtle but unmistakable, that made everyone in the room suddenly very aware of what they were dealing with. I am not interested in becoming anyone's tool. I am not interested in selling magical services to prop up slave empires. And I am especially not interested in pretending that your mutual benefit proposals are anything other than attempts to control something you're afraid of. Nyessa had gone pale. I meant no offense, I'm not offended. I'm just being honest. Harry relaxed, and the pressure faded. I know what Volantis is. I know what you do to the people you call property. And I know that my existence threatens everything you've built. If you know all that, Nyessa said quietly, why receive us at all? Because I don't want war. Harry spread his hands. I could destroy Volantis. You know that. After what happened to your fleet, everyone knows that. But destruction solves nothing. It just creates more suffering, more resentment, more cycles of violence. Then what do you want? I want to trade. Fairly. I want to be left alone to build what I'm building. And I want to give you a reason to believe that leaving me alone is in your best interest. Nyessa was studying him now with new eyes. You're offering us a deal. I'm offering you a choice. You can keep treating me as a threat to be contained, and eventually that containment will fail, and people will die. Or you can treat me as a neighbor who happens to be very powerful, and we can all benefit from the arrangement. And the slaves? Harry smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. What about them? You've been freeing them. Everyone who reaches your shores with chains around their necks leaves without them. Do you expect Volantis to accept that? I expect Volantis to make its own decisions. But I'll tell you this, anyone who comes to New Valyria seeking freedom will find it. Anyone who brings slaves here will lose them. I won't compromise on that. Silence stretched. The advisors were looking at Nyessa with expressions ranging from alarm to calculation. This wasn't going the way they'd planned. We'll need to discuss your proposal with the Triarchy, Nyessa said finally. Of course. Take your time. Harry stood. In the meantime, you're welcome to stay in New Valyria as guests. See what we're building. Talk to the people who live here. Make your own judgments about what we are. You're not worried we'll spy? Spy on what? Everything we're doing is visible. There are no hidden weapons, no secret armies, no plots to destroy your city. Harry walked toward the door. I have exactly one advantage over every power in Essos, I can't be beaten by force. Everything else, trade, diplomacy, trust, I have to earn just like anyone else. Spy all you want. It might help you understand that I'm telling the truth. He left them sitting in bewildered silence. That was either brilliant or catastrophic, Jerian said, falling into step beside Harry as he walked through the market. I genuinely can't tell which. It was honest. Yes, that's what worries me. Harry stopped at a fruit stall, examining produce that hadn't existed on these shores 6 months ago. The vendor, a former slave from Lys named Turos, gave him a quick nod of recognition but didn't make a fuss. Harry appreciated that. They expected a tyrant, Harry said, picking up something that looked like a purple apple. A mad god demanding worship and tribute. Someone they could manipulate with flattery and contain with politics. And instead they got you. Instead they got someone who told them exactly what he wants and exactly what he'll do. Harry bit into the fruit. It was good, sweet with a hint of tartness. They don't know how to respond to that. Neither do I, most days. Jerian bought his own fruit, tossing a coin to Turos. But I suppose that's part of your charm. They walked through the market in comfortable silence. Around them, New Valyria lived and breathed, merchants calling out prices, children running between stalls, the smell of cooking food mixing with sea salt and something that might have been magic. "The Red Priestess arrives tomorrow," Jerian said eventually. "Kinvara, her name is. The Temple of R'hllor sent her to determine what you are. They sent someone 6 months ago." He ran away screaming. "This one's supposed to be different. Higher ranking. More composed." Jerian hesitated. "Malora thinks she's dangerous." "Malora thinks everyone's dangerous. Melora's usually right." Harry considered this. The Temple of R'hllor had been circling his existence since the first rumors reached their ears. They worshipped fire and prophecy, believed in a god of light who would one day save the world from darkness. A god appearing in their sacred homeland, because Valyria had been their homeland, before Volantis, before the Doom, would naturally draw their attention. "I'll meet with her," Harry said. "See what she wants. And if she wants to worship you, then I'll explain why that's a terrible idea." Harry finished his fruit and tossed the core toward a waste bin. It landed perfectly. "I'm not interested in being anyone's god. You are a god. Being something and being worshipped for it are different things." Harry started walking again. Worship creates distance. It turns people into supplicants instead of partners. "I'd rather have friends who argue with me than followers who kneel." Strange philosophy for a deity. "I'm a strange deity." Harry smiled. "Or so I've been told." They reached the edge of the market, where the clean streets gave way to restoration work still in progress. Harry had been pushing the boundary outward steadily, another few blocks claimed from corruption each week, another section of the ancient city returning to life. "There's something else," Jerian said, his tone shifting. "Something I probably should have mentioned before the Valentine meeting." "Oh. The slavers are organizing. Not just Volantis, all of them. Astapor, Yunkai, Myrene, the free cities that still practice the trade." Jerian's face had gone serious. "They're calling it a defensive coalition, but Melora's contacts say they're planning something more aggressive." "How aggressive?" "Armies. Sorcerers. Things they've hired from as high." Jerian met Harry's eyes. "They're scared of you, Harry. Scared enough to set aside centuries of rivalry and work together. That kind of fear makes people do stupid things." Harry was quiet for a moment. "How long?" he asked. "Months, maybe. They're still organizing, still arguing about who pays for what. But it's coming. Then we'll be ready." "Ready how?" "We have 100 people. They'll bring hundreds of thousands. Then we'll need more people." Harry turned to face the city, his city, impossible and growing. "And we'll need to give them something worth fighting for." The dream started that night. Harry didn't need to sleep, not really, not anymore, but he'd maintained the habit because it helped his mind process existence. Dreams had become a sort of meditation, his consciousness drifting through memories and possibilities while his body rested. Tonight was different. He dreamed of ice. Vast plains of it, stretching to horizons that didn't exist, gleaming under skies that held no sun. The cold was absolute, not temperature but concept, the fundamental absence of warmth and life and hope. And in the center of that frozen wasteland, something sat on a throne of black ice and watched him with eyes like blue stars. "You've come to my attention," something said. Not words, impressions, ancient concepts forced into patterns that almost resembled language. "The one who claims to be magic made flesh." Harry tried to respond, but his dream self had no voice here. He was a visitor, an intrusion, an unwelcome warmth in the kingdom of cold. "I was here first," the presence continued. "Before your dragons, before your cities, before your pathetic human fires. I was waiting when the first men came, and I will be waiting when the last of them freezes." Images flooded Harry's mind. Armies of the dead, endless ranks of corpses animated by cold malice. Walls of ice crumbling before an avalanche of frozen death. Cities burning not with fire but with frost, their inhabitants becoming weapons against their own kind. You think you're building something, the presence said. You're building a tomb. Everything ends in ice. Everything ends in me. Harry woke with frost crystallizing on his breath and the certain knowledge that he'd just met the real enemy. Morning came gray and cold, unseasonal cold, wrong cold, the kind that made people shiver and look over their shoulders without knowing why. Harry stood on his tower, watching the sunrise struggle against clouds that hadn't been there yesterday. You felt it too, a voice said behind him. Harry turned. Standing in the doorway was a woman in red robes, her eyes the color of flame, her smile knowing and dangerous. You must be Kinvara, he said. And you must be the god who doesn't want to be worshipped. She stepped onto the tower's observation platform, her robes billowing in the cold wind. An interesting position to take. I find it practical. Do you? Kinvara joined him at the railing, looking out over the city. The flames showed me something last night. Cold and darkness and death walking. It showed me you standing against it. Your flames show you a lot of things. They show me truth. She turned to face him, and her eyes seemed to glow with inner fire. You're not Lawler, I know that now. You're something else. Something older. But you serve the same purpose. I don't serve any purpose. Then why are you here? Why build a city in the ashes of one that burned? Why free slaves and heal the broken and purify corruption? Kinvara's smile widened. You can deny service all you want, but your actions speak louder than your protests. Harry was silent for a long moment. What do you want, Kinvara? To help you. And to understand you. And perhaps, her voice softened, to follow you, though I know you'll hate that. I don't need followers. No. But you need allies. She gestured toward the city below. You're building something beautiful here. Something that threatens everything the slave cities stand for. They will come for you, sooner than you think, with armies and sorcery and all the darkness they can summon. I know. And beyond them, beyond the petty conflicts of men, something else is watching. Something that sees your light and wants to extinguish it. Kinvara's eyes met his. The great other. The enemy of all life. He's noticed you, Harry. He considers you a threat. Good, Harry said quietly. Kinvara blinked. Good. If something that evil considers me a threat, I must be doing something right. For a moment, the priestess looked genuinely surprised. Then she laughed, a warm sound, rich and real, nothing like the theatrical laughter Harry had expected from a religious fanatic. You know, she said, I think I'm going to like you. Against all my better judgment. Most people do. Eventually. The arrogance of gods. But she was smiling. Very well. I'll stay in your city, not to worship, not to preach, but to observe. And when the darkness comes, I'll stand with you against it. And in return, you let me see your flames. Kinvara's expression turned serious. I've devoted my life to understanding fire and prophecy. You are both made manifest. Let me learn from you, and I'll give you everything I know. Harry considered the offer. Kinvara was dangerous, Malora was right about that. She had her own agenda, her own beliefs, her own idea of what Harry should be. Letting her stay was a risk. But she was also powerful. Knowledgeable. Connected to a network of priests and believers across Essos who might prove useful. And she was honest about what she wanted. That was worth something. All right, Harry said. But there are rules. I expected no less. No preaching. No trying to convert people. No burning anyone at stakes for religious purposes. Harry ticked points off on his fingers. If you want to talk about your God, fine. But this city welcomes all faiths or none, and I won't have you making anyone feel unwelcome. Reasonable. And one more thing. Harry met her eyes. I'm not your chosen one. I'm not anyone's chosen one. If I fight the darkness, it's because I choose to, not because some prophecy demands it. Understand? Kinvara was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I understand, she said. Though I wonder if you do. Before Harry could ask what that meant, she swept off the tower platform, her red robes trailing behind her like banners. Complicated, Harry thought. Everyone around him was getting very complicated. But then again, so was everything else. The afternoon brought the Valentine delegation again, this time with what Melis called adjusted expectations. Nyessa Mager had apparently spent the night talking with actual residents of New Valyria, hearing their stories, seeing their lives. The experience had changed something in her, not her fundamental loyalties, but her understanding of what she was dealing with. We can't offer what you want, she said bluntly, all pretense of diplomatic maneuvering abandoned. The Triarchy would never accept terms that undermine slavery. It's the foundation of our economy. I know. But we can offer tolerance. Nyessa's expression was pained, like she was swallowing something bitter. A formal agreement of non-aggression. Trade rights for goods that don't involve human cargo. Recognition of your sovereignty within the Smoking Sea. In exchange for your promise not to interfere with our operations outside your territory. No more freeing slave ships in international waters. No more, she hesitated, miraculous rescues from our holdings. Harry leaned back in his chair. He'd been doing exactly what she described. Ships that passed too close to New Valyria with human cargo had a tendency to lose that cargo, slaves simply vanishing from their chains, appearing days later on the shores of Harry's city. It was technically not his doing, if you squinted hard enough, he'd simply created conditions that made escape possible. But everyone knew it was him. Counter-offer, Harry said. I'll stop interfering with ships in international waters. But anyone who makes it to my shores under their own power, any slave who escapes and reaches New Valyria, stays free. That's not, non-negotiable. Harry's voice was mild, but something in his eyes made Nyessa stop mid-objection. I will not return people to chains. Ever. If your masters can't secure their property, that's their problem. Silence. The advisors were scribbling notes, calculating implications, trying to figure out what this would mean in practice. You're creating an incentive for runaways, Nyessa said finally. Yes. Every slave in Essos will hear about this. They'll know there's a place where freedom is guaranteed. That's the point. Nyessa stared at him. You're trying to destroy us without firing a shot. I'm trying to build something better. If that destroys you, maybe you deserve to be destroyed. Harry stood. Take the deal back to your Triarchy. They can accept it or reject it, but those are my terms. Anyone who makes it here is free. Everything else is negotiable. He left the hall before she could respond. You just threatened the most powerful city in Essos, Geryon observed, falling into step beside Harry as he stalked through the streets. Again. I made them an offer. An offer they can't refuse without looking weak and can't accept without undermining their entire social system. Geryon shook his head. That's not diplomacy, Harry. That's war by other means. Maybe. Harry slowed, looking around at the city he'd built. The streets were full of people now, not just the freed slaves and refugees, but traders, craftsmen, adventurers drawn by rumor and opportunity. But what's the alternative? Accept their slavery as the price of peace? Pretend that human beings as property is something I can tolerate? No. But maybe, slower. More gradual. Give them time to adapt. Time. Harry's voice was flat. While they adapt, how many people die in chains? How many children are born into slavery because I was patient? Geryon had no answer. I understand politics, Harry continued. I understand that change takes time and compromise is sometimes necessary. But there are lines I won't cross. Principles I won't abandon. He turned to face his friend. If that makes me a poor diplomat, so be it. They stood in silence as the market bustled around them. You know what you remind me of? Geryon said finally. What? My brother Jamie. When he was young, before everything. A distant look crossed Geryon's face. He had that same fire. That same absolute conviction that some things were wrong and had to be stopped, no matter the cost. What happened to him? He learned that the world is more complicated than he thought. That saving people isn't simple. That sometimes doing the right thing costs more than you're willing to pay. Geryon's expression darkened. He killed a king to save a city, and everyone called him Oathbreaker ever after. The cost of conviction. Harry was quiet for a moment. I'm not 17, he said finally. And I'm not human. The costs that would break a person, they won't break me. You're sure about that? No. Harry smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. But I'm sure that the alternative is worse. I'd rather die fighting for something than live accepting nothing. Geryon looked at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled back. You know, sometimes I forget you're actually ancient. You talk like a young idealist. Maybe I am. Maybe becoming a god let me be young again. Harry started walking. Come on. I need to check on the harbor expansion. And someone should probably make sure Kinvara isn't setting anything on fire. She's been remarkably well behaved so far. It's suspicious. Everything's suspicious these days. Fair point. They walked together through the city, and for a moment, despite everything, the politics, the threats, the cold presence he'd felt in his dreams, Harry felt something like peace. It wouldn't last. It never did. But that made it more precious, not less. The Slavers' coalition made its move 3 weeks later. Not with armies, not yet, but with something arguably more dangerous, sorcerers. 100 of them, Harry learned later, recruited from every dark corner of Essos. Blood mages from Qohor. Shadowbinders from Ashai. Priests of the Black Goat. Warlocks from Karth. They appeared at midnight, their ships cloaked in spells that should have hidden them from any mortal watch. They came with a single purpose, to bind the god of Valyria in chains of magic and will, to prove that even gods could be controlled. They failed. Harry felt them coming the moment they entered his waters. The corruption of their magic, twisted, hungry things built on sacrifice and suffering, screamed against the purified essence of his domain. He was waiting for them when they landed. You shouldn't have come here, he said. They attacked. The battle lasted 17 minutes. Later, when people asked what happened, the survivors could only describe fragments. Fire that burned without heat. Shadows that dissolved in light they couldn't see. Words spoken in languages that had never existed, unmake the spells they'd spent decades learning. One by one, the sorcerers fell. Not dead, Harry didn't kill if he could avoid it, but emptied. Their magic stripped away like clothes, their connections to dark powers severed with surgical precision. They collapsed as ordinary men, all their terrible abilities reduced to memory. By the end, only one remained standing. He was old, this sorcerer. Older than he looked, his life extended by arts Harry didn't want to examine too closely. His eyes held intelligence and calculation and, beneath it all, fear. You cannot stand against all of us, he said. This was only the first wave. More will come. Armies will come. The entire world will come. Let them. You'll fall. Everything falls eventually. Maybe. Harry walked toward him, and the old sorcerer flinched back despite himself. But not today. And probably not tomorrow. And when I do fall, if I ever do, it won't be to slavers and dark magic and men who think power is measured by how much suffering they can cause. He reached out and touched the sorcerer's forehead. The magic drained away like water down a drain, centuries of accumulated power, sacrifices made in darkness, souls consumed for strength. All of it, gone in an instant, leaving behind only a very old man who suddenly felt every year of his unnatural life. "Go home," Harry said. "Tell your masters what happened here. Tell them that New Valyria is not afraid. And tell them," his voice hardened, "that the next time they send assassins instead of ambassadors, I won't be as merciful." The old man fled. Dawn found Harry sitting by the harbor, watching the sun rise over waters that were finally, fully clean. The battle's echoes still resonated in his mind, not trauma, exactly, but awareness. He'd used more power in those 17 minutes than in the entire 6 months of rebuilding. It had felt good. That was the dangerous part. The part he had to watch. "You didn't sleep." Kinvara settled beside him, her red robes vivid against the gray stone of the pier. She'd watched the battle from a distance, flames dancing in her eyes, but hadn't intervened. Didn't need to. Need and should are different things. She studied him. "You're troubled. 100 dark sorcerers just tried to bind me in chains. Of course I'm troubled. That's not what I meant, and you know it." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "I enjoyed it," he said finally. "The battle. Not the violence, I don't enjoy hurting people. But the release. Using my power without restraint, without worry about consequences. It felt right. And you're afraid of what that means." "I'm afraid of becoming something I'd hate. Power corrupts, that's not just a saying. I've seen it happen. Gods who started with good intentions, who ended as tyrants because they convinced themselves their judgment was infallible." Kinvara nodded slowly. "The flames show me your past sometimes. Fragments, glimpses. You weren't always this careful." "No. I wasn't." Harry stared at the sunrise. "I've made terrible choices. Choices that cost people their lives. I'd like to think I've learned from them. Have you? Ask me in a century." They sat in comfortable silence as the city woke around them. Somewhere, Jerian was probably organizing breakfast. Melis was certainly already working, preparing reports and analyzing the night's events. Malora was likely interrogating the disabled sorcerers for information about the coalition's plans. Life continued. That was the miracle of it. Life always continued. "I spoke with Nyessa before she left," Kinvara said eventually. "She's taking your deal to the Triarchy. I think they'll accept." "Because of last night?" "Because of everything." Kinvara gestured at the city. "You've built something they can't destroy and can't ignore. Trading with you is more profitable than fighting you. Self-interest is the most reliable motivation. That's a cynical view for a priestess. The Lord of Light uses all tools." Kinvara smiled. "Even cynicism." Harry laughed despite himself. "Come," Kinvara said, rising. "There's breakfast to eat and a city to run and almost certainly some disaster that requires your attention. Almost certainly. The burden of godhood. The burden of life." Harry stood, stretching muscles that didn't technically need stretching. Gods who don't engage with the world aren't really alive. They're just existing. I tried that once. It wasn't worth it. Is this worth it? He looked at the city. His city. Full of people he'd saved, people he'd healed, people who were building something new in the ashes of something terrible. "Yes," he said. "This is worth it." They walked together toward the sound of voices and laughter and life. The next month brought changes rapid and profound. Word of the battle spread across Essos like fire through dry grass. 100 sorcerers, defeated in minutes. Dark magic, unmade with a gesture. A god who showed mercy when he had every reason to show none. The coalition's unity fractured almost immediately. Astapor and Yun Kai, already nervous about the cost of their contributions, withdrew support for further attacks. Mirine's masters argued among themselves about the wisdom of continuing aggression. Only the Carthene continued to plot, and their warlocks had lost their best practitioners in the failed assault. Meanwhile, New Valyria grew. The population doubled, then tripled. Escaped slaves arrived by the dozen, drawn by rumors of freedom and sanctuary. Traders came seeking goods they couldn't get anywhere else: Valyrian steel, magical artifacts, medicines that cured diseases thought incurable. Scholars appeared, desperate to study the restored libraries and recovered texts. And others came too. People who didn't fit in their homelands. People with magic in their blood and no place to use it safely. People who'd heard of a god who didn't demand worship, only offered protection. Harry welcomed them all. "This is unsustainable," Melis reported during one of their morning meetings. "We're growing faster than our infrastructure can support. Housing is adequate, but food production needs to scale dramatically. We're importing nearly everything. What do you recommend?" "Agricultural expansion. The purified lands around the city are incredibly fertile, we should be using them for farming, not just ruins exploration." Melis consulted his notes. "We also need to establish formal trade agreements with multiple partners, so we're not dependent on any single source. And," he hesitated, "we need to think about governance." "Governance? You can't make every decision yourself. The population is too large, and growing. People need systems, institutions, predictable structures." Melis' expression was determined. "You need a government." Harry absorbed this. It made sense, logically. But something in him resisted the idea. "I don't want to be a king." "Then don't be. Be whatever you want to be. But create something that can function without your constant attention." Melis leaned forward. "What happens when you need to leave? What happens when a crisis demands your full attention? The city can't stop functioning just because you're occupied elsewhere." "When did you get so wise?" "When I started actually running things while you were off purifying corruption and having prophetic dreams." There was no rancor in Melis' voice, just fact. "I've been doing administrative work for 3 months. Most people don't even know you're the one in charge. They think New Valyria is run by a council of advisors. Is that a problem?" "Not for them. Maybe for you." Melis set down his papers. "You want to build something lasting. Lasting things need foundations that don't depend on any single person, even a god. Figure out what kind of foundation you want, and I'll help you build it." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "All right," he said finally. "Draft a proposal. Something simple: elected representatives, basic laws, clear processes. We'll review it together and then present it to the people." "You want them to approve it?" "I want them to help create it. It's their city too." Harry smiled. "That's the point, isn't it? Building something that belongs to everyone, not just me." Melis' answering smile was small but genuine. "I'll have something ready by week's end." 3 days later, Harry found Jerian drunk in one of the city's new taverns, a converted warehouse that had become popular with traders and adventurers. "You're not usually a daylight drinker," Harry observed, sliding into the seat across from him. "I'm not usually a lot of things." Jerian's voice was thick, his eyes unfocused. "Did you know it's been 8 months? 8 months since I sailed into this hellhole looking for a sword and found a god instead." "I'm aware. 8 months, and I haven't sent word to my family." Jerian stared into his cup. "They think I'm dead. My brother, Tyrion, he's probably the only one who mourned, and I've let him think I'm dead for 8 months. You could send word now." "And say what?" Hello family, I'm alive, I've been helping a god rebuild an ancient empire, please send wine. Geryon laughed bitterly. They'd think I'd gone mad. Tywin would probably send assassins to protect the family reputation. Harry was quiet for a moment. You're not trapped here, Geryon. You can leave whenever you want. I know. The words came out rough. That's the problem. I don't want to leave. This place, this impossible, ridiculous, wonderful place, it's more home than Casterly Rock ever was. Then stay. For how long? Forever. Geryon finally looked at Harry directly. You're immortal. I'm not. In 50 years, 60 if I'm lucky, I'll be dead, and you'll still be here, building and creating and living. What does a friendship mean when one person exists forever and the other doesn't? Harry felt the weight of the question settle on his shoulders. It was something he'd been avoiding, buried beneath the work and the crises and the constant demands. I don't know, he admitted. I've never had to think about it before. In my first life, everyone was mortal. We didn't expect to outlive each other by centuries. Your first life. I was human once. Completely human. I died at 17, saving people I loved. Harry's voice was soft. Everything after that, the void, the godhood, this, I never expected any of it. Geryon absorbed this. You actually died. It was oddly peaceful. I'd accepted it by then. Made my peace with ending. Harry smiled, though there was old pain behind it. Then I woke up in the void, and ending became a rather more complicated concept. How do you stand it? Knowing that everyone you care about will die and you won't? I don't know yet. Harry reached across the table and gripped Geryon's shoulder. But I do know this, 50 years of real friendship is worth more than 50,000 years of acquaintances. The time we have matters because it ends, not despite it. Geryon stared at him. That's either very wise or very drunk, he said finally. Maybe both. Harry stood. Come on. The sun's setting, and Senna's making fish stew. You shouldn't be drinking on an empty stomach. Fish stew. Geryon let himself be pulled to his feet. The ancient god of magic is dragging me to dinner like a worried mother. Someone has to look after you. I'm 42 years old. And yet you still need looking after. Geryon laughed, a real laugh this time, warm and surprised. You're insufferable. So I've been told. They walked out of the tavern together, into the golden light of a Valyrian sunset, and Harry thought that maybe this was what he'd been building all along. Not a city. Not a sanctuary. A home. The night the dragon eggs hatched, Harry was 3 miles away, arguing with a merchant about the ethics of profit margins. He felt it happen, a pulse of magic that resonated through the entire island, ancient life awakening after centuries of sleep. The merchant stopped mid-sentence, mouth hanging open, as somewhere in the city, 3 dragons took their first breaths. Harry ran. When he reached the incubation chamber, a converted temple he'd purified specifically for this purpose, Kinvara was already there, her eyes wide with tears and firelight. They're beautiful, she whispered. Harry looked past her, and his breath caught. 3 dragons, each no larger than a cat, huddled together in the remains of their shells. The red-black one was already trying to climb out, its wings spreading experimentally. The gold one was chirping softly, testing its voice. The green one had curled around its siblings, watching Harry with eyes that held intelligence far beyond its moments of life. Hello, Harry said softly. The green dragon chirped. Harry knelt, extending his hands slowly, giving them time to sense him. The magic between them hummed with recognition, not master and servant, but family. Something in him had called to something in them, and they had answered. The red-black dragon launched itself at his hand, tiny claws gripping his fingers, its warmth spreading through his skin. Enthusiastic one, aren't you? Harry murmured. A chirp that sounded almost offended. I'll take that as agreement. The gold and green followed more cautiously, climbing up his arms and settling on his shoulders. They were lighter than he expected, their scales smooth and warm, their presence filling gaps he hadn't known existed. Names, Kinvara said. They need names. Harry looked at the three dragons. They looked back with eyes that reflected firelight and something older. Not yet, he said. Let them show me who they are first. The red-black dragon snorted small flames and tried to eat his sleeve. Although I have some preliminary ideas. Word of the dragon spread faster than anything else had. Dragons. Living dragons, born in New Valyria, raised by a god who refused to call himself king. The symbolism was inescapable, the power of old Valyria, restored and transformed. The slaver's greatest fear, made flesh. The reactions were predictable. Volantis's triarchy accepted Harry's terms within a week, all pretense of negotiating from strength abandoned. The coalition of slave cities collapsed entirely, its members rushing to establish independent treaties before their rivals could. Trade delegations arrived from places Harry had never heard of, offering everything from silk to swords to marriage alliances. Harry ignored most of them. He had dragons to raise. They're growing too fast, Jerian observed, watching the red-black dragon, now the size of a large dog, chase seagulls along the harbor. At this rate, they'll be horse-sized by month's end. Dragons always grew fast. It's the magic. Harry was repairing a fishing net, a deliberately mundane task that helped ground him. The question is what to do with them when they're full-grown. What do you mean? Dragons are weapons. That's how they've always been used, tools of conquest and destruction. Harry's hand stilled on the net. I didn't hatch them to conquer. I hatched them because they were alive and deserved the chance to live. But others will see them as weapons. Others will see them however they want to. What matters is what they actually become. The gold dragon swooped overhead, trilling happily. It had taken to flying before its siblings, spending hours riding air currents and startling birds. The green one preferred to stay close to Harry, watching everything with those two intelligent eyes. Have you decided on names yet? The red one is Vala. Harry smiled at Jerian's expression. It's Old Valyrian. Means all men in certain contexts, but also mortal things. Seemed fitting for a dragon who's determined to prove everything can be bitten. And the others? The gold one is Ilex, it's a word for promise or oath. And the green? Harry looked at the dragon perched on his shoulder. She's still deciding what she wants to be called. Deciding? Dragons can decide their own names. These dragons can. They're more aware than the legend suggested. I think the old Dragon Lord suppressed that awareness, kept them controllable. Harry's expression darkened briefly. I won't make that mistake. Jerian was quiet for a moment. You know, he said eventually, when I sailed into Valyria 8 months ago, I expected to die. That was the most likely outcome, die horribly, become a cautionary tale for future treasure hunters. And instead? Instead I'm watching baby dragons play in the harbor of an impossible city, while a god mends fishing nets beside me. Jerian shook his head. Life is very strange. It usually is. Harry finished the net and set it aside. Want to help me feed them? They're developing preferences, and Vala has decided he only eats fish that have been lightly toasted. Of course he has. But Jerian was smiling. Lead the way. The message arrived at midnight, carried by a raven that had flown farther than any raven should have been able to. Harry was awake, as he often was, walking the city streets in the quiet hours when most people slept. The raven found him near the great fountain, landed on his shoulder, and offered its leg with an air of exhausted importance. The message was short: the wall weakens. The dead walk. The long night approaches. Come north. Please. Bryn Den Rivers. Harry stared at the words for a long time. Bryn Den Rivers. The name surfaced from memories he'd absorbed along with knowledge of this world, a Targaryen bastard, legendary in his time, who'd supposedly disappeared beyond the wall decades ago. The three-eyed raven, some called him. A seer. A manipulator. Someone who'd been playing games with the fate of kingdoms for longer than most people had been alive. And now he was asking for help. Harry looked north, toward horizons he couldn't see, toward cold he could feel even at this distance. The presence from his dream, the thing on the throne of ice, was moving. He'd known that. He'd been pretending he could ignore it, hoping his work here was enough, hoping the threat was still distant. Hope was a wonderful thing. It was also, frequently, wrong. Kinvara, he said softly, knowing she was nearby. She always seemed to know when something important was happening. The priestess stepped out of shadows that shouldn't have been able to conceal her. You felt it too. The message or the cold? Both. Her expression was serious. The Lord of Light shows me visions every night now. Fire and ice. Death and rebirth. You, standing at the center of it all. I told you, I'm not anyone's chosen one. The cosmos doesn't seem to care about your preferences. Kinvara's voice was gentle. You can fight your destiny all you want, but destiny will find you anyway. Destiny. Harry laughed, though there was no humor in it. I've had destinies before. Prophecies that said I had to die, that everything depended on my sacrifice. You know what I learned? What? Prophecies are starting points, not endings. They tell you what might happen, not what must. He folded the message carefully. I'll go north. Not because some ancient seer asked me to, but because people are in danger and I can help. And if the visions are right? If you're meant to stand against the darkness? Then I'll stand against it. Harry smiled, and there was something fierce in the expression. But I'll do it my way. On my terms. Because I choose to, not because fate decreed it. Kinvara studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I think, she said, that's exactly why you're going to win. Harry hoped she was right. The dragons were growing. The city was thriving. His people, his family, were building something unprecedented in the history of this world. And far to the north, an ancient evil was stirring, preparing for a war that would determine the fate of everything. Harry stood on the highest tower of New Valyria, watching the sun rise over the impossible city he'd built from ashes and conviction. Below him, the streets were coming alive, merchants and craftsmen, former slaves and free people, all of them working towards something better. He would go north. He would face whatever waited there. He would do what needed to be done. But first, he would make sure this place was protected. Make sure the home he'd built could survive without him. Make sure his people had the tools and the courage to keep going, no matter what happened. Geryon, he said, not turning around. The Lannister appeared beside him, as he always seemed to these days. You're leaving. I have to. I know. Geryon leaned against the railing. The cold dreams have been getting worse. Everyone feels it, even if they don't know what they're feeling. I need you to run things while I'm gone. You and Meleys and Kinvara, the three of you can handle whatever comes. You're putting a lot of faith in us. I'm putting faith in people who've earned it. Harry finally looked at his friend. This city isn't mine, Geryon. It belongs to everyone who lives here. I'm just the gardener. I plant seeds and help them grow. But the plants have to live on their own eventually. Geryon was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled, that same warm, surprised smile Harry had learned to treasure. A god who thinks of himself as a gardener. Only you. Only me. They stood together as the sun continued to rise, and Harry thought about all the things he'd built, all the things he'd learned, all the things that still needed to be done. The world was vast and broken and beautiful, full of people who deserved better than they'd gotten. He couldn't fix everything, even gods had limits, but he could try. He could keep trying, keep building, keep hoping. And when the darkness came, he would be ready. "Send word to the Stark boy," Harry said. "What's his name, the one who's supposed to be running Winterfell?" "Eddard Stark." "Ned. Tell him I'm coming." "Tell him," Harry paused, considering. "Tell him Valyria remembers what it means to face the cold. And we're ready to fight." Geryon nodded and left to deliver the message. Harry stayed on the tower, watching his city wake, holding the warmth of it in his heart against the cold that waited in the north. The word was spreading. New Valyria was real. Dragons flew again. And a god who refused to be worshipped was building something that had never existed before, not an empire, but a hope. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. But it was a start. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, A Game of Gods. The ship from Dorne arrived on a morning so clear that Harry could see the distant shapes of birds hunting fish 3 miles out. He was teaching Vala not to eat the fishing boats, a work in progress, when Meleys appeared at his elbow with the particular expression that meant politics. "Oberyn Martell," Meleys said. "Prince of Dorne. He's brought his daughter Nymeria as an assistant, but she's almost certainly here to spy." "Everyone who comes here is probably here to spy." "Yes, but she's better at it than most." Meleys consulted his notes. "House Martell has been quietly supportive of New Valyria since you humiliated Volantis. They hate the Iron Throne, they hate the Lannisters, and they've been looking for allies against both. An alliance with you would give them considerable leverage. And what do they offer in return? Legitimacy, mostly. Dorne is the only kingdom that never bent to Aegon's dragons. If they recognize New Valyria as a sovereign nation, it carries weight that Volantine treaties don't." Harry watched Vala circle overhead, the young dragon's scales catching sunlight like scattered rubies. "What do you think I should do?" Meleys was quiet for a moment. "Meet with him. Oberyn Martell has a reputation for being unconventional. He might actually be worth talking to." "Unconventional how?" "He's killed men in duels for insulting his sister. He's traveled the world studying poisons and fighting techniques. He's fathered 8 daughters with 4 different women and acknowledges all of them openly." Meleys' expression was carefully neutral. "He's also one of the most dangerous fighters in Westeros, and his intelligence network rivals Varys's. Sounds like my kind of person. That's what worries me." Harry laughed and called Vala down from the sky. The dragon landed on his shoulder with a grunt. He was getting too big for that, really, and chirped inquiringly at Meleys. "No, you can't eat the Dornish prince," Harry said. "That would be rude." Vala's chirp sounded distinctly disappointed. Oberyn Martell was exactly what Harry had expected and nothing like what Harry had expected, all at once. He was tall, dark-haired, and moved with the easy grace of someone who'd spent decades training his body to kill. His smile was charming and slightly dangerous. His eyes missed nothing. But there was something else underneath, a coiled rage, old and patient, that colored everything he did. Harry recognized it immediately. He'd carried that same rage himself, once. Before the void had burned it out of him. "So you're the god," Oberyn said, sprawling into a chair in Harry's study with the casual arrogance of a man who'd never been afraid of anything. "You don't look like much." "I get that a lot." "Do you?" Oberyn's smile widened. "The stories say you unmade 100 sorcerers with a gesture. That you walk on water and command dragons. That you've built an impossible city in the ruins of hell itself." He gestured at the window, where New Valyria's skyline was visible against the afternoon sky. "And yet here you are, looking like a tired young man who needs a good meal." "The tired part is accurate. The young part is complicated. Everything about you seems complicated." Oberyn accepted a cup of wine from a servant, one of New Valyria's citizens, not a slave, and Harry watched him notice the difference. My contacts in Volantis say you've destabilized the entire slave trade. The coalition of masters has collapsed. Astapor and Yunkai are already negotiating new agreements that don't involve human cargo. That was the idea. Was it? Most people who gain power use it to acquire more power. You seem to be using yours to help people. Oberyn's tone made it a question. Is that so strange? In my experience, yes. Oberyn set down his cup. I've met powerful men all my life. Princes, kings, lords, warriors. They all wanted the same things: wealth, influence, legacy. You could have all of that. Instead, you're building houses for escaped slaves and teaching children to read. Someone should. That's not an answer. Harry was quiet for a moment, considering how much to reveal. Oberyn was clever, dangerous, and clearly here with his own agenda. But he was also honest. His skepticism was real, not a diplomatic mask. I died once, Harry said finally. A long time ago, in another world. I walked to my death willingly because it was the only way to save the people I loved. Oberyn's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. When I woke up, somewhere else, something else, I had time to think about what mattered. What I actually wanted, stripped of all the expectations and obligations and prophecies that had controlled my first life. Harry met Oberyn's gaze. I wanted to build something good. Something that would help people instead of hurting them. Something that would last. And New Valyria is that something. It's a start. Silence stretched between them. Oberyn studied Harry with the intensity of a man trying to solve a puzzle. My sister Elia was murdered, Oberyn said abruptly. By the mountain, Gregor Clegane, on Tywin Lannister's orders. She was raped and killed, along with her children. My nephew and niece, babies both. Harry said nothing. There was nothing to say. I've spent 20 years dreaming of vengeance. 20 years planning, scheming, preparing for the day I can drive a spear through Gregor Clegane's heart and watch the light leave his eyes. Oberyn's voice was steady, but that coiled rage burned beneath every word. That's what powerful men do. They avenge their families. They punish their enemies. They make the world pay for its cruelties. And you think I should be doing the same? I think I don't understand you. Oberyn leaned forward. You have power that makes Tywin Lannister look like a child playing at war. You could march into King's Landing and execute everyone who's ever profited from slavery, everyone who's ever ordered an atrocity, everyone who's ever hurt the innocent. Why don't you? Because that would make me a tyrant. You'd be a righteous tyrant. There's no such thing. Harry stood, moving to the window. Below, the city lived and breathed, children playing, merchants trading, free people building lives they'd chosen. Justice imposed at the point of a sword isn't justice. It's just another form of tyranny. The people being punished might deserve it, but the people watching learn that might makes right, that whoever has the most power gets to decide what's moral. So you let evil go unpunished. I let people make their own choices. Harry turned back to face Oberyn. Including the choice to be better. Including the choice to change. And if they don't choose to change, then they face consequences. Natural consequences, isolation, lost trade, the slow erosion of support. Not my lightning bolt from the sky. Harry's voice hardened slightly. I'm not saying I won't fight. When the slavers sent sorcerers to bind me, I stopped them. When Euron Greyjoy killed my dragon, I burned his fleet. But there's a difference between defending what I've built and imposing my will on the world. Oberyn was quiet for a long moment. You're either the wisest man I've ever met, he said finally, or the most naive. Probably both. That surprised a laugh out of the prince, a real laugh, warm and startled. I think I like you, God of Valyria. Against my better judgment. Most people say that eventually. I'm sure they do. Oberyn stood, extending his hand. Dorne will recognize New Valyria's sovereignty. We'll establish formal trade relations, exchange ambassadors, present a united front against anyone who threatens either nation. Harry clasped his hand. And in return? In return, when I finally kill Gregor Clegane, you don't interfere. Oberyn's smile was sharp. Some justice requires a personal touch. That's between you and him. Good. Oberyn released his grip. Now, I believe you promised to show me these dragons everyone's talking about. My daughter Nymeria is particularly eager, she's been asking about them since we entered your harbor. Ah yes. You're persistent. She's a skilled spy. I'd hate for her talents to go to waste. I appreciate the honesty. I find it saves time. Oberyn's grin was infectious. Shall we? Nymeria Sand was 23 years old, sharp as her father's spear, and utterly unprepared for New Valyria. Harry watched her struggle to maintain her composure as they walked through the city's central district. She'd been trained to observe, to catalogue, to find weaknesses, but there were no weaknesses here. Just people living freely, building something new, looking at the god in their midst with affection rather than fear. This isn't what I expected, she admitted finally, as they approached the dragon roost. What did you expect? I don't know. Something more, godly. Temples. Worship. Slaves dressed in fine robes pretending they're not slaves. Nymeria gestured at the street around them. This looks like a normal city. Better than normal, actually. That's the idea. But you're a god. So I've been told. Gods don't, she stopped, visibly reorganizing her thoughts. The seven. R'hllor. The drowned god. They all demand worship. They all have priests and rituals and rules about how to please them. You have, fish markets. Fish markets are important. People need to eat. Nymeria stared at him. Harry could see her trying to reconcile her expectations with reality, and reality was winning. My father says you're either brilliant or mad, she said. Your father is probably right. Which one? Ask me in a century. Before she could respond, Vala announced his presence with a shriek that made several nearby merchants drop their goods. The red-black dragon descended from the sky in a spiral of wings and flame, landing on Harry's shoulder with a force that would have knocked a normal man flat. Oof. You're getting too big for that. Vala chirped smugly. Show off. Harry scratched under the dragon's chin. Vala, these are guests. No eating them. Another chirp, this one clearly offended at the implication. Nymeria had gone very still. Her hand hadn't moved toward her weapons, she was too well trained for that, but Harry could see the tension in her shoulders, the careful way she was controlling her breathing. He won't hurt you, Harry said. Unless you try to hurt me, which I don't recommend. I wasn't planning to. Good. Would you like to pet him? Nymeria's composure cracked slightly. Pet. The dragon. He enjoys it. Don't you, Vala? The dragon stretched out his neck, presenting it for scratching with the air of a cat demanding tribute. Slowly, carefully, Nymeria extended her hand. Her fingers brushed Vala's scales, warm and smooth, nothing like the cold leather she'd probably expected, and the dragon made a sound almost like purring. He's beautiful, Nymeria breathed. He knows. It's made him insufferably vain. Vala snorted smoke at Harry's face. See what I mean? Oberyn had been watching the interaction with sharp eyes. The legends say Valyrians controlled their dragons through blood magic and binding rituals. That the beasts were weapons, nothing more. The legends are wrong. Harry met the prince's gaze. Dragons are intelligent. More intelligent than most humans, actually. The old Valyrians suppressed that intelligence, kept them controllable. I'd rather have partners than slaves. Even when those partners can burn cities? Especially then. Harry smiled as Ilex and the green dragon, still unnamed, still deciding, emerged from the roost to investigate the visitors. Power without consent is just tyranny wearing different clothes. That's true for people, and it's true for dragons. Ilex landed near Oberyn and gave him a long, considering look. The gold dragon was the most social of the three, curious about new people in a way that had made the security team nervous initially. "She's assessing you," Harry said. "Deciding if you're interesting. And if I'm not? She'll ignore you completely. Dragons are like cats that way." Oberyn extended his hand carefully, the way one might approach a nervous horse. Ilex sniffed his fingers, huffed warm air across his palm, and then dismissed him entirely, turning to investigate Nymeria instead. "I think she likes your daughter more. Most women do." But Oberyn was smiling. "This is remarkable. The three-headed dragon of Targaryen legend, reborn in the hands of someone who treats them like family pets. Not pets. Family." Harry watched the dragons interact with their visitors. There's a difference. That night, Harry dreamed of ice again. The frozen wasteland stretched before him, vast and empty and wrong. But this time, he wasn't alone. Other shapes moved through the darkness, figures of ice and cold malice, an army that stretched beyond counting. "You've grown stronger," the voice said. Not the Night King, something else. Something that spoke through him but wasn't him. "It will not be enough." Harry tried to respond, but his dream self had no voice here. "We have waited for so long. Watching. Planning. The wall weakens. The living grow complacent. And soon, we will come south, and nothing will stop us." Images flooded his mind. Cities burning with cold fire. Armies rising from their own dead. The wall crumbling, its magic failing, as endless legions poured through. "Join us," the voice whispered. "You could rule at our side. The god of magic, embracing the god of death. Together, we would be unstoppable." Harry found his voice. No. The dream shattered around him. He woke to find Kinvara sitting beside his bed, her eyes reflecting firelight that wasn't there. "You saw them," she said. "I saw something." Harry sat up, running his hands through his hair. "They're recruiting. Trying to convince me to join their side. Will you?" That's a stupid question. It needed to be asked. Kinvara's expression was unreadable. "The Great Other offers power beyond imagining. Many have fallen to his whispers. I didn't survive eternity in the void to become Death's servant." Harry stood, moving to the window. Outside, New Valyria slept peacefully, unaware of the cold that waited in the north. "How long do we have?" "I don't know. The flames show possibilities, not certainties." Kinvara joined him at the window. "But soon. The Night King moves faster than he has in centuries. Something has changed. I changed it." Harry's voice was bitter. "My presence here, it accelerated whatever was supposed to happen. The Night King sees me as a threat, so he's moving before I can prepare. That's not your fault. Isn't it?" Harry turned to face her. "I came here to build something. To help people. Instead, I might have doomed them. You came here to heal a wound in reality. That wound was bleeding magic, attracting attention, destabilizing the entire world." Kinvara's voice was firm. "The threat from the north would have come eventually. Your presence means they'll face it with a god on their side instead of alone. A god who might not be enough. Any god is better than none." Harry laughed despite himself. "That's not as comforting as you think it is." "I wasn't trying to be comforting." Kinvara smiled slightly. "I was trying to be honest." They stood in silence, watching the city lights flicker in the darkness below. "I need to go north soon," Harry said. Sooner than I planned. I know. Can you hold things together here while I'm gone? Jerian, Melis, and I will manage. Kinvara's smile widened. We've been preparing for this. You're not the only one who knows how to build. When did you become essential to my operation? The moment I arrived and started actually helping instead of worshipping. Kinvara's tone was light, but her eyes were serious. You needed someone who understood what you are without being overwhelmed by it. I needed something to believe in that wasn't just fire and prophecy. And now? Now I believe in New Valyria. In what you're building. In the possibility that the world can be better than it is. She met his gaze. That's worth more than worship. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Thank you, he said finally. Don't thank me yet. We haven't won anything. No. But we haven't lost either. Harry looked north, toward the cold he could feel even at this distance. And we won't. Not while I have anything to say about it. The morning brought unexpected visitors. Harry was in the marketplace, helping a merchant repair a cart that had lost a wheel. He still found normal tasks grounding, even as his responsibilities grew, when he felt the approaching ships. 3 of them, flying colors he didn't recognize, cutting through the waters with magical speed. Iron Islands. Jerian appeared at his elbow, his expression tight. Those are Greyjoy sails. Harry's blood ran cold. Euron Greyjoy. The man who'd killed his dragon. The man he'd cursed and burned and driven into hiding. The man who'd promised, when they last met, that he would return. Get everyone inside, Harry said. Now. Harry, now, Jerian. The urgency in his voice cut through any argument. Jerian nodded and started moving, calling orders to the city guard, shepherding civilians toward shelter. Within minutes, the marketplace was empty. Harry walked to the harbor alone. The ships didn't anchor at the docks. Instead, they stopped just beyond the harbor entrance, their sails furling, their crews visible but motionless. From the lead ship, a small boat detached and began rowing toward shore. A single figure sat in that boat. Not Euron, Harry realized as it drew closer. A woman, cloaked in black, her face hidden beneath a deep hood. Something about her presence felt wrong, not corrupt, exactly, but strange. Different from anything he'd felt before. The boat touched shore. The woman stepped out onto the pier with the ease of someone who'd made similar entrances many times. Harry Potter, she said, and her voice carried across the water despite its softness. The god of magic. Lord of New Valyria. I don't use the title Lord. No. You prefer to pretend you're just a man who happens to be immortal. The woman pushed back her hood, revealing a face that was beautiful and terrible and impossible to age. My name is Kaith. I've come to deliver a warning. From Euron. From myself. Though Euron's plans factor into it. Kaith stepped closer, and Harry felt the strangeness intensify. This woman was touched by something ancient, older than the magic he commanded, older perhaps than the world itself. You've made enemies, God of Valyria. More enemies than you know. And they're coming for you. The slavers? The faith? The Night King? All of them. And others. Kaith's eyes seemed to look through him rather than at him. The world is changing, Harry Potter. Forces that have slept for millennia are stirring. Powers that were forgotten are being remembered. You are at the center of it, not because you chose to be, but because you cannot not be. That sounds suspiciously like prophecy. It sounds like truth. Kaith produced a small object from her robes, a crystal that pulsed with inner light. Euron Greyjoy has gone to Ashai. He seeks the Bloodstone Emperor's crown, an artifact that can bind the wills of lesser beings. He believes it will work on you. Will it? I don't know. You are different from anything that has existed before. Kaith's expression flickered, the first emotion she'd shown. But I know what Euron intends. He wants to become a god himself. To wear you like a suit of armor and use your power to reshape the world in his image. That's disturbing. That's Euron Greyjoy. Kaith extended the crystal. This will glow when he approaches. Not much warning, but perhaps enough. Harry took the crystal carefully. It was warm against his palm, resonating with a magic he didn't recognize. Why are you helping me? What do you want? I want the world to survive. Kaith's voice was flat. The forces gathering against you, against all of us, are vast enough to threaten everything that lives. You may be the only thing that can stop them. Another prophecy. Another truth. Kaith turned back toward her boat. Be ready, Harry Potter. The game of gods has begun, and you are one of the players whether you like it or not. Wait, but she was already gone, her boat cutting through the water with impossible speed, her ships raising anchor and departing as silently as they'd arrived. Harry stood alone on the pier, holding a crystal that might be salvation or trap, knowing that his already complicated situation had just become much, much worse. Kaith of the Shadow, Kinvara said, her voice tight with something that might have been fear. She's one of the oldest practitioners of the arts in Ashai. Some say she's been alive since before the Doom. Is she dangerous? Everything in Ashai is dangerous. But she's also honest. In her way. Kinvara examined the crystal without touching it. I've never seen magic like this. It's not R'hllor's fire, and it's not the cold of the Great Other. It's something else entirely. Something older. Maybe. Kinvara looked up at Harry. She wouldn't have come here without reason. If she says Euron is seeking the Bloodstone Emperor's crown, she's probably telling the truth. What is the Bloodstone Emperor's crown, exactly? A legend. A nightmare. Kinvara's expression was grim. The Bloodstone Emperor was a god-king of the great Empire of the Dawn, a civilization that existed before Valyria, before the first men came to Westeros. He overthrew his sister, the Amethyst Empress, and began a reign of terror that some say caused the Long Night itself. The Long Night? As in, the Night King? It's possible. The histories are fragmentary at best. Kinvara moved to her fire, staring into the flames. The Bloodstone Emperor's crown was said to grant him dominion over minds, the ability to break wills, to compel obedience, to turn enemies into slaves. If Euron finds it, he'll come for me. He'll come for everyone. Kinvara's voice was barely a whisper. And he might succeed. Harry absorbed this. Another threat. Another enemy. Another complication in a world that seemed determined to throw complications at him. How long before he could find it? I don't know. Ashai is vast and dangerous. Even Euron might die in the attempt. Kinvara paused. But if he survives, we'll deal with it. Harry's voice was steady, even if his thoughts weren't. We'll prepare, we'll plan, and when he comes, we'll stop him. You sound very confident. I'm not confident at all. But acting confident makes other people feel better. Harry smiled slightly. Something I learned a very long time ago. Kinvara returned the smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. You're strange, for a god. So I've been told. Oberyn Martell stayed for a week, negotiating trade agreements and observing everything with sharp eyes that missed nothing. His daughter Nymeria stayed longer. I'm supposed to spy on you, she said bluntly, 3 days after her father's departure. They were walking through the restored gardens near the city center, where plants that hadn't grown in Valyria for centuries were flourishing. Report back on your weaknesses, your plans, your true intentions. I know. And you don't care. What's there to spy on? Harry gestured at the garden. I'm building a city. Freeing slaves. Raising dragons. Everything I'm doing is visible. That's what makes it suspicious. Nymeria stopped beside a fountain, one of Harry's personal projects, designed to produce clean water using magical filtration. People with your kind of power always have hidden agendas. Secret plans. Things they don't want others to know. I'm sure I have secrets. Everyone does. Harry sat on the fountain's edge. But the things that matter, the reasons I'm here, the goals I'm working toward, those aren't secret. I've told anyone who asks. And they believe you. Some do. Some don't. It doesn't really matter. Nymeria was quiet for a moment, studying him with eyes that had been trained to see through deception. My father says you're the most dangerous person he's ever met, she said finally. Not because of your power, he's seen powerful people before. But because you don't seem to want anything. I want things. Name one. Friends. The word came out before Harry could consider it. I want people to spend time with who aren't afraid of me. People who argue with me and laugh at my jokes and tell me when I'm being stupid. Nymeria stared at him. You're the god of magic, she said slowly. You could reshape the world. And what you want is, friends. What's wrong with that? Nothing. It's just. She shook her head. I've spent my whole life around powerful people. My father, my aunts, the lords and ladies who visit Sunspear. They all want power, influence, revenge, glory. Nobody wants something as simple as friendship. Maybe that's why the world is so messed up. Nymeria laughed, a surprised sound, genuine and warm. You're very strange. I've heard that before. I think I mean it as a compliment. I'll take it as one. They sat together by the fountain, watching the water sparkle in the afternoon sun. Around them, the garden hummed with life, bees investigating flowers, birds singing in the trees, small creatures rustling through the undergrowth. I'm going to stay, Nymeria said eventually. Not as a spy. Or, not just as a spy. She smiled slightly. I want to see what you're building. Really see it, not just observe it for a report. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. Even if I keep sending messages to my father. Even then. Harry stood, offering her his hand. Your father's a good man. He should know what's happening here. Nymeria took his hand and let him pull her up. You're either the best politician I've ever met or the worst. Probably both. Harry started walking back toward the city. Come on. Melis is presenting his governance proposal this afternoon. You should probably be there. Governance proposal? We're creating a council. Elected representatives, constitutional law, all the boring political structures that free societies require. Harry grinned. It's tremendously exciting if you like paperwork. I love paperwork. Then you'll fit in perfectly. The governance proposal passed with overwhelming support. New Valyria's citizens, now numbering nearly 300 permanent residents, with more arriving weekly, voted to establish a council of 7. One representative each from the major factions that had emerged: merchants, craftspeople, former slaves, scholars, magical practitioners, and general citizens. The 7th seat was reserved for Harry, though his vote only counted in the event of a tie. You gave up almost all your formal power, Geryon observed, watching the first council meeting from the observers' gallery. You could have demanded absolute authority. Absolute authority is exhausting. Harry was there too, though he'd refused a seat at the council table. Besides, these people know their communities better than I ever could. Why would I want to make decisions for them? Because you're a god. Being a god just means I have power. It doesn't mean I'm right about everything. Harry smiled as Melis, elected to the former slave seat despite his youth, delivered an impassioned speech about the need for formal education. Let them govern themselves. I'll help where I can and stay out of the way otherwise. That's surprisingly humble. I've had a lot of time to think about the mistakes powerful people make. The biggest one is believing that power equals wisdom. Harry's voice softened. I'm very powerful. That doesn't make me very wise. It just makes me very dangerous. Geryon was quiet for a long moment. You know, he said finally, I used to think the Targaryens were the only people who understood what dragonfire meant. The responsibility of holding that kind of power. And now? Now I think you might understand it better than they ever did. Harry didn't respond, but something warm uncurled in his chest. Approval from Geryon, who'd seen the worst of what power could do, who'd grown up under Tywin Lannister's shadow, meant more than any worship ever could. The council continued its deliberations. Decisions were made about trade policies, infrastructure projects, diplomatic relations. Arguments broke out, compromises were reached, votes were taken. It was messy and imperfect and absolutely, completely alive. This, Harry thought. This was what he'd been building toward. Not a kingdom ruled by a god. A community ruled by its people. Bloodraven's second message arrived a week later. The wall cracks. Time runs short. We need you now. Harry read it in his study, Kinvara and Geryon and Nymeria watching with varying degrees of concern. You have to go, Kinvara said. It wasn't a question. I know. Harry folded the message carefully. But I can't abandon everything here. Euron is still out there. The slavers could reform their coalition. The faith is still preaching against me. Then take what you need and leave the rest to us. Geryon's voice was firm. We've been preparing for this. The council is functional, the defenses are in place, and we have 3 dragons who are getting very large very quickly. Speaking of which. Harry looked at Vala, who was curled on a heated rock in the corner of the study. The red-black dragon had grown to the size of a horse in the past months, and showed no signs of stopping. I think I need to take at least one of them with me. Vala raised his head, eyes glinting with intelligence. The wall is a magical construct, Harry continued, as if explaining to the dragon. If it's failing, dragon fire might help stabilize it. And if the Night King moves before I'm ready. Vala rose smoothly, crossed the room, and draped himself across Harry's shoulders, a gesture that had been comfortable when he was cat-sized and was now frankly absurd. I'll take that as agreement. What about Ilex and the Green One? Nymeria asked. They'll stay here. Protect the city if needed. Harry tried to shift Vala into a more comfortable position and failed. The Green Dragon, I think she's finally chosen her name, by the way. She showed it to me in a dream last night. What is it? Draconis. Harry smiled. It's not a word in any language I know. But it feels right to her. 3 dragons, Geryon murmured. Vala, Ilex, and Draconis. The new lords of Valyria. Not lords. Partners. Harry finally managed to dislodge Vala, who grumbled but settled onto the floor. That distinction matters. Everything matters with you. It's one of my many character flaws. The departure was harder than Harry expected. He'd lived in New Valyria for over a year now. He'd watched it grow from ash and ruins to a thriving city. He'd made friends here, real friends, people who laughed at his jokes and called him out when he was wrong and treated him like a person instead of a god. Leaving felt like tearing out part of his heart. You'll come back, Kinvara said, standing with him at the harbor as his ship was prepared. The flames show me that much, at least. I always do. Then stop looking like someone walking to their execution. She touched his arm, brief, casual, the kind of contact that had become natural between them. We'll be here when you return. The city will be here. Your home will be here. Home. The word still felt strange applied to a place, but Kinvara was right. This was home now. Take care of them, Harry said. Geryon, Meleys, Nymeria, they're good people. Better than they know. I will. And watch for Euron. If he comes, we'll stall him until you can return. That's the plan. Kinvara's smile was sharp. I've read the reports. I know how to fight darkness. That's not what worries me. Then what does? Harry looked at the city, his city, their city, this impossible thing they'd built together. I worry that I'll fail, he admitted. That the Night King will be too strong, or Euron will find his crown, or something else will go wrong. And you'll all be left alone, with enemies on every side and no god to protect you. Then don't fail. Kinvara's voice was matter-of-fact. Succeed. Win. Come home victorious and we'll throw you a party. A party? Meleys has been planning it for weeks. There's going to be cake. Harry laughed despite himself. Well. I wouldn't want to miss cake. No one would. It's going to be very good cake. The ship was ready. Vala was perched on the deck, drawing stares from the sailors who'd been hired for the journey, experienced Volantine traders who'd been told what to expect but still struggled with the reality of a dragon as a passenger. I'll send word when I can, Harry said. Ravens, or, I don't know. Magic, probably. We'll be waiting. Kinvara stepped back, giving him space. Go save the world, Harry Potter. And then come home. He boarded the ship. The crew cast off. New Valyria's harbor shrank behind him, the towers and gardens and impossible architecture dwindling to miniature scale. But the presence of it, the warmth, the life, the accumulated hope of hundreds of people, that stayed with him. It would stay with him wherever he went. He had a home now. People who cared about him. Something worth fighting for. The Night King didn't stand a chance. The journey north took 3 weeks. Harry could have traveled faster, stepping between places was trivial for him now, but he needed the time to think. To plan. To prepare himself for what was coming. Also, Vala got seasick if they moved too quickly. The irony of a dragon with motion sensitivity wasn't lost on anyone. They landed at White Harbor first, where Harry's reputation preceded him. The Mandalese were cautious but welcoming, word of New Valyria had reached even the north, and a god who freed slaves and opposed the southern powers was someone worth cultivating. Lord Stark has been expecting you, Lady Leona Mandalay said, her eyes never quite leaving Vala. He sent an escort to guide you to Winterfell. That's very kind. It's also practical. The roads aren't safe these days. Her expression flickered. Strange things have been happening. Animals behaving oddly. Cold snaps in the middle of summer. People swearing they've seen things that shouldn't exist. What kind of things? The dead. Lady Leona's voice dropped. Walking. Watching. Waiting. Harry felt the chill down his spine, not fear, exactly, but recognition. The enemy was closer than he'd thought. Then I should probably hurry. Winterfell was exactly what Harry expected and nothing like what Harry expected. The castle was massive, ancient, built for war and survival. Its walls were thick enough to stop dragons, its towers tall enough to see enemies coming for miles. But it was also a home, children's laughter echoing through the corridors, dogs chasing each other across the yards, the smell of cooking food drifting from the kitchens. Ned Stark met him at the gates. The Warden of the North was everything the stories claimed, tall, stern, honorable to a fault. But there was warmth beneath the ice, love for his family, commitment to his people, a deep and abiding sense of duty that had shaped his entire life. Welcome to Winterfell, Stark said, eyeing Vala with the caution of a man who'd heard stories about dragons. We've been waiting for you. I came as quickly as I could. I know. And I appreciate it. Stark gestured for Harry to follow. Come. There's much to discuss, and not much time. They walked through the castle, past curious servants and wary guards, until they reached a private solar overlooking the gods' wood. Inside, a fire burned despite the summer warmth, and maps covered every available surface. Bryn Den Rivers contacted me 2 months ago, Stark said, pouring wine for both of them. The three-eyed raven, I didn't believe he was real until his ravens started arriving with impossibly detailed information. What did he tell you? That the long night is coming. That the wall will fall. That the dead will march south and sweep away everything in their path. Stark's face was grim. I thought he was mad. But then I started getting reports, wildling refugees fleeing south, Night's Watch brothers speaking of horrors beyond the wall, entire villages disappearing without trace. It's real. I know that now. Stark met Harry's eyes. I also know you're here to help. The question is, can you? Harry considered the question. Could he stop the Night King? Could he save the North, the realm, the entire world from an enemy that had defeated every force sent against it for thousands of years? I don't know, he admitted. The Night King is powerful, older than me, possibly stronger. His army numbers in the hundreds of thousands, and every person who falls becomes a new soldier. That's not encouraging. No. But I'm not done. Harry leaned forward. I can't promise victory. I can't promise that I'll solve all your problems with a wave of my hand. What I can promise is that I'll fight alongside you. That I'll bring everything I have to this battle. And that I won't stop until either the Night King falls or I do. Stark was quiet for a long moment. That's more than anyone else has offered, he said finally. The Southern Lords don't believe the threat is real. King Robert laughed when I told him. Even my own bannermen are skeptical. They won't be skeptical much longer. No. Stark drained his wine. I don't suppose they will. The meeting that night included every major figure in Winterfell, Ned Stark and his wife Catelyn, their children ranging from near adult to toddler, Maester Luwin with his chains clinking, various captains and bannermen who'd arrived for the crisis. And one other figure who hadn't been invited but appeared anyway. You must be Harry Potter. The boy was maybe 15, with the Stark coloring and something else behind his eyes, something old and vast and not entirely human. You must be Bryn Den Rivers, Harry replied. Or what's left of him. The boy, Bran, Stark's second son, smiled with lips that weren't quite his own. Very perceptive. Yes, I carry part of his consciousness now. The three-eyed raven's burden passed to a new vessel. Bran? Catelyn Stark's voice was sharp with alarm. What's happening? What's wrong with your eyes? Nothing's wrong, Mother. I'm just, more than I was. Bran/Bryn Den turned to face the assembled lords. The long night approaches. The Night King marches. Everything you feared is real, and it's coming for all of us. How do you know this? One of the bannermen demanded. Who are you to make such claims? I am the three-eyed raven. I see the past, the present, and possibilities of the future. I've watched the Night King build his army for 1,000 years. The boy's voice carried weight beyond his age. And I've seen what happens if we fail to stop him. What happens? Everything dies. Every man, woman, and child. Every animal, every plant, every living thing. Bran/Bryn Den's expression was eerily calm. The world becomes a frozen wasteland, silent and eternal. The Night King sits on a throne of ice and rules over nothing but corpses. Silence fell over the hall. There has to be a way to stop him, Ned Stark said. You said you called Harry here to help. Harry is part of the solution. Not all of it. Bran/Bryn Den looked at Harry. You're powerful, possibly more powerful than anything else in this world. But power alone won't defeat the Night King. He was created to fight beings of great magic. He was designed as a weapon against things like you. Then what will defeat him? I don't know. For the first time, uncertainty crept into the boy's voice. The future is not fixed. I can see possibilities, not certainties. There are paths where the Night King falls, but they all involve sacrifice. Great sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? The kind that changes everything. Brand's eyes, suddenly seemed very young. I'm sorry. I wish I had better answers. Harry studied the boy who carried an ancient consciousness. There was power there, immense power, different from his own, but also pain. The three-eyed raven had watched the world for millennia, waiting for this moment, knowing what was coming. That kind of knowledge would break most people. We'll figure it out, Harry said. Together. That's why I'm here, not to provide easy answers, but to help find real ones. You truly believe that? I have to. Harry smiled slightly. It's the only way I know how to live. Over the following weeks, Harry threw himself into preparations. He reinforced the wall's magical foundations, pouring power into ancient spells that had weakened over millennia. He trained with the northern warriors, showing them techniques for fighting the dead. He flew Vala north, scouting the lands beyond the wall, seeing for himself the endless hordes that waited. It was worse than he'd imagined. The army of the dead stretched to the horizon and beyond. Hundreds of thousands of corpses, standing perfectly still, waiting for the command to march. Among them walked the White Walkers, 13 of them that he could count, their ice-blue eyes fixed northward, toward a presence that even they served. The Night King. Harry felt him before he saw him. A weight in his mind, a cold pressure that pushed against his consciousness like hands trying to crack open a door. So you've come at last, the Night King said. His voice wasn't sound, it was concept, thought transmitted directly across the frozen air. The god of magic. The flame that refuses to die. You know me. I know everything about you, Harry Potter. I've watched you since you arrived in this world. I've seen what you build, what you protect, what you love. The Night King's presence intensified. I've also seen your weaknesses. I don't have weaknesses. Everyone has weaknesses. Yours is your heart. Cold amusement colored the thought. You love your people. You would do anything to protect them. That love makes you predictable. Controllable. Love isn't a weakness. Tell that to the dead you'll create when I march south. The Night King's presence began to withdraw. Run back to your little city, god of magic. Hide behind your dragons and your walls. When I come, and I will come, nothing will stop me. Not your power. Not your love. Not your desperate hope that the world can be saved. The long night is eternal. And you will kneel to me before the end. Harry flew back south with the Night King's laughter echoing in his mind. He's confident, Harry reported to the War Council that evening. More confident than he should be. Maybe he's right to be confident, one of the bannermen muttered. If that army marches, it will march. The question is when, and where, and whether we can stop it. Harry studied the map spread across the table. The wall is holding for now. I've reinforced the key points. But it won't hold forever. What do you suggest? We need allies. More dragons, if possible, Ilex and Draconis should come north. We need every living soldier who can fight. And we need the southern kingdoms to understand that this threat is real. The South won't listen, Ned Stark said. Robert is obsessed with hunting and feasting. The Lannisters care only about power. The other kingdoms are wrapped up in their own concerns. Then we'll make them listen. Harry's voice hardened. I didn't come here to watch the world die because politicians were too proud to face reality. What do you have in mind? Harry looked at Vala, who was curled in the corner of the hall, watching with intelligent eyes. A demonstration, he said. Something they can't ignore. The next day, Harry flew Vala to King's Landing. He didn't land in the city, that would have caused panic and possibly violence. Instead, he circled above the Red Keep, letting the entire capital see what had arrived. The dragon was the size of a small ship now, his scales gleaming red-black in the sunlight, his wings casting shadows across entire districts. He breathed fire, not attacking, just demonstrating, and the flames were visible for miles. Within an hour, every person in King's Landing knew that dragons had returned. Harry landed in the Kingswood, well away from civilians, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Robert Baratheon arrived with half his Kingsguard, his face purple with rage and something that might have been fear. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" the king roared. "Flying a dragon over my city, getting your attention." Harry remained calm. "Lord Stark has been trying to warn you about the threat from the north. You've ignored him. I thought a visual aid might help." "Threat from the, you're talking about fucking ice monsters. Dead men walking." Robert's laugh was harsh. "I killed men by the thousands in my rebellion. I'll kill dead men too, if they're stupid enough to rise." "They're not stupid. They're patient." Harry stepped forward, and even Robert took an involuntary step back. "The Night King has been building his army for 1,000 years. He has hundreds of thousands of corpses, all of them stronger and faster than living men, none of them able to feel pain or fear or exhaustion. They don't sleep. They don't eat. They don't stop. And what do you expect me to do about it? Fight. Prepare. Send your armies north before it's too late." Harry's voice was steady. "Or watch everything you've built burn in cold fire while the dead march south." Robert stared at him. For a moment, something flickered behind the king's eyes, a warrior's instinct, a leader's calculation, and then it was gone, drowned in wine and denial. "I won't be dictated to by some Valyrian sorcerer with delusions of godhood," Robert said. "Get your dragon out of my kingdom before I have you killed." "You can't kill me." "I can fucking try." Harry sighed. This wasn't working. Robert Baratheon was too stubborn, too afraid, too broken to face the truth. But maybe someone else could. "Your hand," Harry said. "Jon Arryn. He's a reasonable man. Let me speak with him." "Jon is," Robert stopped, something shifting in his expression. "Jon is sick. Has been for weeks." "Sick how?" "The maesters don't know. He just weakens. Day by day." Robert's voice cracked slightly. "He's like a father to me, and I can't do anything." Harry felt the pieces click together. Jon Arryn, sick without explanation. Robert, resistant to any thought of the north. The timing too convenient to be coincidence. "Let me see him," Harry said. "I might be able to help." "You?" "I'm a god. Healing is one of my specialties." Robert hesitated. His hatred of magic warred with his love for his foster father. "Love won." "Fine. But if you hurt him, I won't." They returned to King's Landing, and Harry prepared to see exactly what was wrong with Jon Arryn, and who was responsible. The poison was subtle. Sophisticated. Almost certainly Lannister work. Harry found it coiled through Jon Arryn's bloodstream like a snake, slowly strangling his organs. Normal healers wouldn't have detected it. Normal medicine wouldn't have cured it. Harry wasn't normal. "This might feel strange," he told the dying man, and reached out with his power. The poison fought back. It had been designed to resist magical interference, created by someone who knew what they were doing. But Harry had unmade sorcerers and bound dragons and walked through the void between worlds. A little poison wasn't going to stop him. He burned it out, cell by cell, and when he finished, Jon Arryn took his first clean breath in weeks. What did you do?" the old man gasped. "Saved your life." Harry stepped back, letting the man's family rush to his bedside. "You were poisoned. Something slow and subtle, designed to look like natural illness." "Poisoned? By whom?" "I don't know yet. But I have suspicions." Harry met Jon Arryn's eyes. "You were investigating something before you fell ill." Something involving the Lannisters. Jon Arryn went very still. How do you know that? I'm a god. I know many things. Harry's voice was gentle. Tell me what you found, and I'll help you protect it. For a long moment, the hand of the king was silent. Then, slowly, he began to speak. And Harry learned about golden-haired children who should have been black-haired. About a king's bloodline that wasn't what it seemed. About a secret that could tear the seven kingdoms apart. Politics. It always came back to politics. But at least now he understood what he was dealing with. Harry stayed in King's Landing for a week, healing Jon Arryn, navigating the shark-infested waters of court politics, and trying to build alliances for the coming war. It was exhausting. You're not built for this, Varys observed one evening, appearing beside Harry on a balcony overlooking the city. The scheming, the manipulation, the constant lies. You're too direct. Is that a criticism? An observation. The spider smiled his unsettling smile. Though I admit, directness has its advantages. No one knows what to make of you. Good. Is it? You've made enemies here. The Lannisters fear what you know. The Faith denounces you as a demon. Even the king, despite Jon Arryn's recovery, doesn't trust you. I don't need them to trust me. I need them to prepare for what's coming. And if they won't? Harry looked out over the city. 1 million people lived here, going about their lives, completely unaware of the cold death that waited in the north. Then I'll do it without them, he said. I'll gather everyone who will listen, the North, Dorne, anyone else who sees the truth, and we'll stand against the Night King ourselves. A noble sentiment. Likely fatal, but noble. Death doesn't scare me, Varys. I've already died once. The spider was quiet for a long moment. You're a strange god, he said finally. Most gods I've encountered, through their followers, their prophecies, their demands, want worship. Obedience. Fear. You seem to want partnership. Understanding. People who fight beside me because they choose to, not because they're afraid. That might be the most dangerous thing about you. Varys began moving toward the door. I'll help where I can. The realm's survival matters more than any faction's advantage. Why would you help me? Because you might be the only thing that can save us. The spider paused at the threshold. And because, God or no God, you're more human than anyone I've met in a very long time. He vanished into the shadows, leaving Harry alone with the city and his thoughts. The return to Winterfell brought better news. Ilex and Draconis had arrived, summoned through the strange connection Harry shared with his dragons. Nymeria had come north with them, along with a small contingent of new Valyrian soldiers. Kinvara sends her regards, Nymeria reported. And this. She handed Harry a letter. He read it, and despite everything, he smiled. The cake is ready whenever you are. Don't take too long. Good news? Nymeria asked. The best kind. Harry tucked the letter away. Tell me what's been happening in the south. The Valentine Treaty is holding. Trade is up. Population has crossed 500. Nymeria's expression was proud. The council is functioning well. Meleys has implemented 3 new education programs. Geryon only started 2 minor international incidents. Only 2. He's improving. Harry laughed, and the sound echoed across Winterfell's courtyard. Several nearby soldiers looked up, startled to hear joy in such dark times. We're going to win this, Harry said, and he almost believed it. Of course we are. Nymeria's smile was fierce. We have 3 dragons, a god, and the stubbornness of everyone who's ever been told they couldn't survive. Is that enough? It'll have to be. Harry looked at his dragons, Vala, Ilex, and Draconis, circling overhead like promises of fire and hope, and felt something settle in his chest. The Night King was coming. The long night was approaching. Everything he'd built, everyone he loved, hung in the balance. But he wasn't alone. He had friends, allies, family. He had power he'd spent lifetimes learning to control. He had a home worth protecting. And he had something the Night King would never understand: hope. "All right," he said. "Let's get to work." Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Iron Price. The wall was dying. Harry felt at the moment he landed at Castle Black, a deep, grinding wrongness that resonated through every magical sense he possessed. The ancient structure that had protected the realms of men for 8,000 years was cracking from within, its foundations of ice and sorcery slowly unraveling under pressure that had built for millennia. "It started 3 months ago," Lord Commander Georg Mormont said, leading Harry through the frozen corridors of the Night's Watch headquarters. Small things at first. Cracks in the ice that healed themselves. Strange sounds at night. Brothers reporting dreams of cold and darkness. And now? Now the cracks don't heal. The sounds are constant. And the dreams. Mormont's face was grim. "Half my men won't sleep. The other half won't wake up properly when they do." Harry pressed his palm against the wall itself, reaching out with his power. What he found made his blood run cold. The wall wasn't just ice. It was magic made solid, thousands of years of accumulated enchantment layered so deep that the structure had become almost alive. But something was attacking those enchantments from both sides, the Night King's power pressing from the north, and something else, something unexpected, gnawing from within. "There's a breach," Harry said. "Not in the ice. In the magic itself. Can you fix it?" Harry closed his eyes and looked deeper. The damage was extensive. Centuries of neglect had weakened the wall's foundations. The Night's Watch had lost the knowledge needed to maintain the enchantments, and without that maintenance, the structure had been slowly decaying. The Night King's assault was just the final push. The wall had been dying long before he started actively attacking it. "I can repair it," Harry said slowly. "But it will take time. Weeks, maybe months. And I'll need to work from multiple points along the wall, not just here." "We don't have months." "I know." Harry opened his eyes. "How many men do you have?" 1,000, give or take. Most of them are barely trained. The watch has been dying almost as long as the wall. 1,000 men. Against hundreds of thousands of dead. Then we'll need reinforcements." Harry turned away from the wall. "I'm calling in every favor I have. The North, Dorne, New Valyria, everyone who'll listen. And if they don't come, then we die holding the line." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "But we hold it as long as possible. Every day we buy is another day for the living to prepare." Mormont studied him with eyes that had seen too much death already. "You're not what I expected. When they told me a god was coming to help, I thought, miracles. Easy answers. Something like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Harry smiled slightly. "But I've found that miracles usually require a lot of very hard work. The magic just makes the work possible. That's surprisingly practical. I've had a lot of time to develop practical habits." They walked together through Castle Black, and Harry began planning how to save a world that didn't know it needed saving. The ravens flew that night. Harry sent messages to everyone who might listen: Ned Stark in Winterfell, Oberyn Martell in Dorne, the Council in New Valyria, even Jon Arryn in King's Landing. He described the threat in plain terms, detailed what he'd seen beyond the wall, and requested, not demanded, every soldier, every weapon, every resource that could be spared. The responses came slowly, over the following weeks. Ned Stark mobilized the North immediately. The Bannermen grumbled, but they came, 20,000 swords, most of them experienced fighters hardened by the cold. They began arriving at Castle Black within the fortnight, setting up camps around the ancient fortress. Oberyn Martell sent a smaller force, 3,000 Dornish spears, along with a letter that made Harry laugh despite the circumstances. The sand does not love the snow, but we love our new friend in Valyria. Consider this an investment in his survival. New Valyria contributed what it could, 500 soldiers, mostly former slaves who'd been training since their arrival, along with weapons and supplies that Harry had been stockpiling for exactly this kind of emergency. Kinvara came with them, her red robes vivid against the northern snow. "You didn't have to come personally," Harry said, meeting her at the gates of Castle Black. "Yes, I did." Her eyes were shadowed in ways he hadn't seen before. "The flames have been showing me things. Dark things. I need to be here." "What kind of things?" "Fire and ice. Death and rebirth. You, standing at the center of something terrible and wonderful." Kinvara's voice was soft. "I've seen many possible futures, Harry. In most of them, the world ends. In a few, it doesn't. The difference is always you. That's a lot of pressure. That's why I'm here. To help carry it." Harry wanted to argue, to tell her she should have stayed safe in New Valyria, that the risks were too great, that he couldn't bear to watch another person he cared about die. But he'd learned, over his long existence, that you couldn't protect people by pushing them away. You could only stand beside them and face the darkness together. "Welcome to the wall," he said instead. "It's cold, uncomfortable, and we're probably all going to die." "Sounds wonderful." Kinvara's smile was genuine. "Show me what needs to be done." The work of reinforcing the wall was unlike anything Harry had attempted before. He started at Castle Black, diving deep into the structure's magical foundations, tracing the ancient enchantments that held the ice together. The original builders had been masters of their craft, the spells were elegant, efficient, designed to last for millennia without maintenance. But millennia had passed, and maintenance had been neglected, and now Harry had to rebuild systems that he barely understood. The wall was built by Brandon the Builder, Brand/Brinden told him one evening, the boy's eyes distant with borrowed memories. He had help. The children of the forest. Giants. Others whose names have been forgotten. "Can you show me how they did it?" "I can show you fragments. Glimpses." The boy's voice was strange, multiple consciousnesses speaking through one throat. The wall was built with blood. With sacrifice. With magic that no longer exists in this world. Then I'll use magic that does exist. Harry's hands pressed against the ice. "Show me what you can." The visions came like dreams, ancient figures working in concert, their power flowing together into a structure that defied reality. Harry couldn't replicate their techniques exactly, he didn't have their specific abilities, their cultural knowledge, their understanding of this world's magic. But he could improvise. He poured his own power into the wall's foundations, not replacing the original enchantments but reinforcing them. Where the ancient magic had frayed, he wove new threads. Where it had broken, he created patches that would hold, at least temporarily. Where it had faded entirely, he rebuilt from scratch, using principles he'd learned in the void between worlds. It was exhausting work. Even for a god, maintaining concentration for hours at a time while channeling immense amounts of magical energy was draining. Harry slept more in those weeks than he had in years, his dreams filled with ice and darkness and the ever-present pressure of the Night King's will. But the wall held. Day by day, section by section, the ancient structure stabilized. "You're doing it," Mormont said, watching Harry work at Eastwatch by the sea. "The cracks are healing. The sounds have stopped. It's temporary." Harry's voice was hoarse from effort. "I'm buying time, not solving the problem." "How much time?" "Months, maybe. A year if we're lucky." Harry pulled his hands away from the ice, feeling his power settle back into equilibrium. "Long enough to prepare properly. Long enough to gather a real army. And then? And then the Night King attacks, and we find out if it's enough." Mormont was quiet for a moment. "The men are talking about you. They're calling you the god of the wall. That's not inaccurate, I suppose. They say you're going to save us all. That you're the answer to every prophecy, the champion of light against darkness. Mormont's expression was unreadable. Some of them want to worship you. Harry sighed. I know. I've been trying to discourage it. Why? Most men would welcome that kind of devotion. Because worship is a trap. Harry turned to face the Lord Commander. When people worship you, they stop thinking for themselves. They follow blindly, trust absolutely, and when you inevitably fail them, because everyone fails eventually, the betrayal destroys them. You think you'll fail? I think I'm doing my best, and my best might not be good enough. That's not failure, that's reality. Harry started walking back toward the camp. I'd rather have soldiers who fight because they choose to, who question my decisions when I'm wrong, who survive if I fall. That's worth more than worship. Mormont followed him in thoughtful silence. The ships came on a morning so cold that breath froze in the air before it could dissipate. Harry was at Castle Black when the first reports arrived, 3 vessels, approaching East Watch, flying colors that made his blood run cold. Greyjoy sails. The Kraken of the Iron Islands. Euron, Harry said, and the name tasted like ash in his mouth. You know him? Ned Stark asked. They'd been meeting to discuss supply lines, but that conversation was forgotten now. He killed one of my dragons. I burned his fleet in response. Harry was already moving toward the door. I thought he'd fled to Azhai. Apparently he's back. Stark's hand went to his sword. What do you want to do? Meet him. Find out what he wants. Harry paused at the threshold. He's dangerous, Lord Stark. More dangerous than you know. If I don't return, you'll return. Stark's voice was firm. You didn't come all this way to die at a madman's hands. Harry smiled despite the tension. I appreciate the confidence. He called Vala and flew east. Euron Greyjoy was waiting on the shore of Eastwatch, alone, unarmed, and smiling. He looked different than Harry remembered. There was a new scar running down his face, and his eyes had changed, they seemed darker, deeper, filled with something that shouldn't have been able to exist in human flesh. The god of magic returns. Euron spread his arms wide. I've been waiting so long for this moment. What do you want, Euron? What everyone wants. Power. Immortality. The ability to reshape the world according to my will. Euron's smile widened. You have all of those things. I want them too. I'm not going to give you my power. I know. That's why I went to Azhai. Euron reached into his coat and produced something that made Harry's heart stop. A crown. Black iron twisted with red gems, radiating wrongness so profound that reality seemed to bend around it. The Bloodstone Emperor's crown. Beautiful, isn't it? Euron ran his fingers along the metal. It took me 6 months to find it. Cost me 3 ships and 200 men. But it was worth every drop of blood. That crown is power. Pure, undiluted power. Euron's eyes glittered. The Bloodstone Emperor used it to rule a continent. To break the wills of gods and monsters. To bring about the long night itself, some say. He lifted the crown toward his head. I wonder what I could do with it. Harry moved. He was fast, faster than any mortal could match, but Euron was ready. The moment Harry's power flared, the crown activated, and waves of force slammed outward from Euron's position. Harry found himself frozen, his magic struggling against chains he couldn't see. Did you think I wouldn't prepare? Euron placed the crown on his head, and his voice echoed with power that wasn't his own. I've spent months studying this artifact. Learning its capabilities. Planning for this exact moment. What are you planning? To bind you. To wear you like armor and use your power for my own purposes. Euron stepped closer, and Harry felt the crown's influence pressing against his mind. With your abilities and my ambition, I'll become the greatest god this world has ever known. The pressure intensified. Harry could feel his defenses cracking, the crown's ancient magic finding gaps in his protection. Euron was right, the artifact had been designed for exactly this purpose. Designed to break beings of immense power and turn them into tools. But the Bloodstone Emperor hadn't designed it to fight Harry Potter. You know what the problem with ancient artifacts is? Harry asked, his voice strained but steady. Enlighten me. They're old. They were built for a world that no longer exists. Against magic that no longer functions the same way. Harry reached deep inside himself, to places even the crown couldn't touch. I'm not from this world, Euron. I'm not bound by its rules. He pushed. The power that erupted from Harry wasn't like anything he'd used before. It wasn't fire or ice or lightning or any element, it was pure will, refined through eons in the void, shaped by a consciousness that had become one with magic itself. The crown cracked. Euron staggered back, his face twisting with surprise and pain. That's not possible, everything is possible. Harry ripped the crown from Euron's head with a gesture, and the artifact screamed as its structure failed. The red gem shattered. The black iron twisted and melted. Power that had been contained for millennia exploded outward, and Harry caught it. He wove the released energy into himself, absorbing the crown's essence, incorporating its knowledge into his own. It hurt, gods, it hurt worse than anything had hurt in centuries, but he didn't let go. The crown had been a weapon. He would make it a shield. When it was over, Euron lay crumpled on the frozen shore, and Harry stood trembling with more power than he'd ever held before. You should have stayed in Aes-High, Harry said. Euron laughed. It was a broken sound, but genuine. You think this is over? You think I didn't plan for failure? What do you mean? The Night King and I had a conversation. While I was searching for the crown, he reached out. Euron's smile was bloody but satisfied. I told him everything about you. Your strengths. Your weaknesses. The people you care about. Cold flooded Harry's veins. What did you tell him? Everything. Euron's eyes fluttered closed. Your city. Your dragons. Your precious people. He knows exactly how to hurt you now. Harry grabbed Euron by the throat. What is he planning? The attack. It's not coming here. Not to the wall. Euron coughed blood, but his smile didn't waver. It's going to New Valyria. Tonight. He's been building a fleet of corpse ships in the far north. They're sailing south as we speak. No. No, no, no. Harry dropped Euron and reached for his connection with Ilex and Draconis. The dragons were at the wall, he could feel them, distant but present. He could also feel something else, something wrong. Vala was screaming. The mental link with his firstborn dragon was flooded with panic and rage. Harry looked up just as a wave of cold swept across the sky, extinguishing the weak winter sun. The wall groaned behind him, ice cracking with sounds like thunder. The Night King had been waiting. Waiting for Harry to leave the wall's protection. Waiting for Harry to be distracted by Euron's attack. The real assault began. Harry flew. Vala carried him into the sky, toward the wall, and what he saw made his heart stop. The army of the dead had emerged from concealment, hundreds of thousands of corpses, hidden in ice caves and beneath frozen lakes, appearing simultaneously at every castle along the wall. The Night's Watch defenders were overwhelmed instantly, their positions designed to repel wildlings, not a coordinated assault from a unified force. And among the dead, walking with terrible purpose, came the White Walkers. Harry counted them, all 13, spread along the wall's length, each leading a section of the horde. Their ice-blue eyes glowed with cold fire, and wherever they walked, the wall's magic weakened further. They're attacking everywhere at once, Harry breathed. That's not possible. They shouldn't have the coordination, but they did. The Night King was controlling them directly, using 1,000 years of accumulated power to direct his forces with perfect precision. Harry made a choice. He couldn't save the wall. Not all of it. The Night King's assault was too powerful, too well planned. But he could save the people, the brothers of the Night's Watch, the soldiers from the north and Dorne and New Valyria. He could get them south before the wall fell completely. Vala, he said, and his dragon understood. They dove. Harry unleashed everything he had. Fire rained from the sky, cutting swaths through the dead army. Where his power touched, corpses burned and didn't rise again. He bought moments, precious seconds, for the defenders to retreat. But there were too many. For every 100 dead he destroyed, 1,000 more pressed forward. The wall cracked and groaned and began to fail. Harry landed at Castle Black as the first section of the wall collapsed. "Run," he shouted at the defenders. "Get to Winterfell. I'll hold them as long as I can." Mormont was there, organizing the retreat. "We can't leave you, you can and you will." Harry pushed the Lord Commander toward the horses. "I'm the only one who can slow them down. If you stay, you die for nothing. If you run, you survive to fight another day. What about you?" "I'll follow when I can." Harry smiled grimly. "Or I won't. Either way, the living need to survive." Mormont hesitated for one more moment, then nodded and began shouting orders. The retreat became organized, soldiers falling back in formation, covering each other, making for the southern roads as fast as horses could carry them. Harry turned to face the army of the dead. The battle that followed was the longest of Harry's existence. He fought for hours, maybe days, he couldn't tell anymore. The Night King threw everything at him, waves of dead, White Walker champions, cold magic that tried to freeze his very soul. Harry answered with fire and will and the desperate strength of someone protecting everything he loved. The wall fell in sections around him. Ancient towers crumbled. Ice that had stood for millennia shattered like glass. The screams of dying men, some of them his soldiers, some of them Night's Watch brothers who hadn't retreated in time, filled the air. Through it all, Harry held his ground. He knew he couldn't win. The Night King's army was endless, and Harry's power, vast as it was not infinite. But every minute he fought was a minute the survivors gained on their retreat. Every corpse he burned was one fewer enemy the living would face. He killed 3 White Walkers. It wasn't enough. As the sun rose, had a full day passed. More, Harry felt his strength beginning to fail. The crown's absorbed power had helped, but even that was running low. His dragons were exhausted, their fire weaker with each pass. The cold was seeping into his bones, and not even a god could fight forever. "You cannot win," the Night King's voice whispered in his mind. "You can only delay the inevitable. Surrender, and I will make your death quick. Keep fighting, and I will make you watch everyone you love freeze." "Go to hell," Harry snarled, and threw another wave of fire at the approaching horde. But the Night King was right. He couldn't win. Not alone. Not like this. So Harry made a decision. He reached out through the magical connection he shared with New Valyria, the bond he'd built over a year of work, the link that tied his city to his soul. He felt his people, thousands of miles away, going about their lives, unaware of the horror approaching. And he felt the ships. Euron's ships, turned by the Night King, crewed by corpses, sailing south with terrible speed. They would reach New Valyria in days. And Harry couldn't be in 2 places at once. Unless. "Kinvara," Harry called through the fire that connected them. "Can you hear me?" "I hear you." Her voice was strained, distant. "The retreat is going well. Ned Stark is holding the rearguard, forget the retreat. I need you to do something for me. Anything." Harry told her his plan. It was insane. It was possibly suicidal. But it might be the only way to save everyone. You're sure about this? No. But I'm going to do it anyway. Then I'll be ready. Harry ended the connection and turned to face the Night King. The ancient enemy stood atop a mountain of corpses, watching Harry with eyes that had seen civilizations rise and fall. Between them lay the ruins of the wall, ice mixed with stone mixed with the bodies of the fallen. You fight well, the Night King said. Not in his mind this time, actual words, spoken through a throat that hadn't been used for language in millennia. Better than any mortal. Better than any champion the living have produced. And yet you haven't killed me. I'm curious. The Night King descended from his corpse throne, walking toward Harry with unhurried steps. You're different from anything I've faced before. You could have fled. You could have abandoned the wall and saved yourself. Instead, you stayed and fought. That's what I do. Why? The living will lose. They always lose, in the end. Everything freezes. Everything dies. The Night King stopped a few feet from Harry. Why fight for a doomed cause? Because it's not doomed yet. Harry smiled, though it hurt. Because every moment of warmth and light is worth fighting for. Because giving up is the only real defeat. The Night King was silent for a long moment. You believe that? I know it. Another silence. The army of the dead surrounded them, a ring of corpses that stretched to every horizon. In the distance, Harry could hear his dragons roaring, Ilex and Draconis, covering the retreat, buying time. I was like you once, the Night King said. Long ago. Before the children of the forest made me into this. He touched his own chest. I wanted to protect my people. To fight for something worth believing in. What changed? Everything. The magic that created me, it destroyed who I was. Left only the mission. End the living. Bring eternal winter. The Night King's expression didn't change, but something flickered in those cold blue eyes. I have been doing this for so long that I no longer remember anything else. Harry felt a sudden, unexpected pity. The Night King wasn't just an enemy, he was a prisoner. Trapped in a body that demanded destruction, unable to stop, unable to remember what he'd been fighting for in the first place. I could help you, Harry said quietly. Break the magic. Set you free. The Night King went very still. You would do that? For me? I would try. If you let me. For one long moment, Harry thought it might work. He saw something shift in the Night King's eyes, a glimmer of the person he'd been, the man who'd wanted to protect his people. Then the moment passed, and the cold returned. You can't break this magic. No one can. The children who made me are long dead, and their arts died with them. The Night King raised his hand. But I appreciate the offer. It's been a long time since anyone thought to offer me anything but war. Then what happens now? Now you die. The Night King's power gathered, cold and terrible. Unless you have one final trick to play. Harry smiled. Actually, he said, I do. And he reached through space, grabbed the thread of his connection to New Valyria, and pulled. The transition was instantaneous and agonizing. One moment, Harry was at the ruins of the wall, facing the Night King. The next, he was in New Valyria, crashing to the ground in the central plaza as his magical anchor points flared and stabilized. Kinvara was there, her face pale, her hands still glowing with the power she'd used to help pull him across. You're alive, she breathed. Mostly. Harry forced himself to his feet. His whole body was screaming with the cost of the teleportation, he'd never moved that much mass across that much distance before. The ships. Where are the ships? 2 days out. Maybe less. 2 days. Harry had 2 days to prepare New Valyria for an assault by an army of the dead. Gather the council, he said. We're going to war. The council met within the hour. Geryon was there, his face grimmer than Harry had ever seen it. Melis, clutching reports and looking decades older than his 16 years. Nymeria, who'd stayed behind when Harry went to the wall, her hand on her sword. And others, council members, militia commanders, anyone who had authority and experience. The Night King is moving south, Harry told them. He sent a fleet of corpse ships to attack New Valyria directly. We have 2 days to prepare. How many ships? Geryon asked. Unknown. Euron said. Harry paused, remembering. Euron told the Night King everything. Our defenses, our population, our weaknesses. This attack won't be random. It will be targeted. Can we evacuate? Where would we go? Volantis? They'd probably celebrate our destruction. Harry shook his head. No. We stand here. This is our home. We defend it. With what? Melis' voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. We have 500 trained soldiers. The Night King has, thousands, at minimum. Maybe tens of thousands. Harry met the boy's eyes. I know the odds are bad. But the odds have always been bad. We've survived anyway. Because of you. You've always been here to what? Solve all our problems with magic? Harry's voice was sharper than he intended. That's not sustainable. I can't be everywhere at once. I can't protect everyone forever. Eventually, you have to be able to protect yourselves. Silence. The council members exchanged glances. You're saying we might have to fight without you, Geryon said slowly. I'm saying you might have to fight with me, as equals, and some of you might die. Harry looked around the table. I've tried to avoid this. Tried to shield you from the worst of the world's dangers. But the worst is here now, and I can't face it alone. More silence. Then, surprisingly, Melis spoke. What do you need us to do? Harry felt something warm unfold in his chest. Prepare the defenses. Arm everyone who can fight. Get the children and non-combatants to the inner city, the area I've most heavily warded. And the dragons? Harry closed his eyes and reached out to his children. They were exhausted from the battle at the wall, but they were also furious. Vala especially, the red-black dragon's rage at the Night King's attack was palpable across the bond. They'll fight. When the time comes, they'll fight. Then so will we. Geryon stood, his hand going to the Valyrian steel sword at his hip. You've given us a home, Harry. A purpose. Something worth dying for. His smile was sharp. The least we can do is help you defend it. One by one, the council members rose. Not in worship, Harry would never accept that, but in solidarity. In determination. In the simple human choice to face the darkness together rather than alone. Thank you, Harry said quietly. Don't thank us yet, Nymeria replied. We haven't won anything. No. But we haven't lost either. The next 2 days were a blur of preparation. Harry reinforced the city's wards, layering protection spells until the air itself seemed to hum with power. He walked the walls with militia commanders, pointing out weak spots, explaining how to fight enemies that didn't feel pain or fear. He held councils, made plans, and tried to anticipate every possible angle of attack. At night, he sat with Kinvara on the roof of his tower, watching the stars. Are you afraid? She asked. Always. That's not very godlike. Gods are afraid too. We just have more reasons to be. Harry looked at her, this woman who'd come to worship him and stayed to befriend him. What do you see in the flames? Fire and ice. Death and rebirth. The same things I've always seen. Kinvara's voice was soft. But recently, I've started seeing something else. What? You? Older than I've ever seen you. Not in years, you don't age, but in wisdom. In peace. She smiled slightly. In the flames, you're happy. You found what you were looking for. And what was I looking for? I don't know. That part is always obscured. Kinvara leaned against him. But I believe you'll find it. I have to believe that. Harry didn't respond. He just sat with her in the darkness, watching the stars, waiting for the dawn. The ships appeared at noon on the second day. There were more of them than Harry had feared, 50 vessels, each one crewed by corpses, each one carrying hundreds of the dead. They came in perfect formation, cutting through the waters with unnatural speed. Harry flew to meet them on Vala's back. Stay back, he told the dragon. If things go wrong, I need you to protect the city. Vala's answering growl made his feelings about that order very clear. I know. I don't like it either. But I need you to trust me. The dragon subsided, though his fire burned hot against Harry's skin. Harry landed on the prow of the lead ship, facing a nightmare. The corpses turned to look at him with empty eyes. Among them walked figures he recognized, people he'd killed at the wall, brothers of the Night's Watch who'd fallen in the retreat, all of them now soldiers in the Night King's army. But the Night King himself wasn't here. He didn't come personally, Harry murmured. He sent his fleet, but he stayed in the north. Which meant the Night King was either confident in his servant's ability to win, or he was preparing something else entirely. Neither option was good. Harry raised his hands and began to work. Fire erupted across the fleet. Ships burned. Corpses fell. The magic Harry had absorbed from the Bloodstone Emperor's crown poured out of him in waves of destruction that should have ended the battle in minutes. But the dead kept coming. Every ship he destroyed, the corpses spilled into the water and kept moving. They walked along the ocean floor, trudging toward New Valyria with relentless patience. Fire that would have killed living men barely slowed them. And then Harry felt it. Cold. Deep cold, rising from beneath the waves. Something was down there. Something big. Something that had been hidden, waiting for exactly this moment. The ice dragon erupted from the sea. Harry had never seen anything like it. It was made of frozen corpses, thousands of them, welded together by ice and dark magic into a shape that mimicked life. Its wings were sheets of frozen bone. Its breath was winter itself. And riding on its back, a white walker. One of the 13 Harry had seen at the wall. The creature had been sent here. Sent to ensure the attack succeeded. Vala! Harry shouted. To me. His dragon responded instantly, diving from the sky to engage the ice abomination. The two dragons clashed over the water, fire against ice, life against death. The explosion of steam and noise was deafening. Harry flew to join the battle, pouring everything he had into the assault. The ice dragon was strong, stronger than anything he'd fought before, and the White Walker directing it was an ancient thing, skilled in ways that the Night King's other servants hadn't been. But Harry was stronger. Slowly, painfully, he and Vala began to win. The ice dragon's wings shattered under dragonfire. Its body cracked and fell apart. The White Walker leapt from its back, landing on the water as if it were solid ground, and Harry was there to meet it. Their battle lasted seconds. The White Walker was fast, deadly, thousands of years old. But Harry had fought beings that predated universes. He had broken artifacts designed to bind gods. He had walked through the void between worlds and come out the other side. The White Walker fell, and didn't rise. Below them, the fleet burned. The aftermath was exhausting. Harry floated above the ruins of the corpse fleet, counting costs. The enemy ships were destroyed. The ice dragon was gone. The dead that had reached the shore, a few hundred of them, had been put down by New Valyria's defenders. But Harry was depleted. More drained than he'd been since the battle at the wall. The Night King's assault had cost him dearly, and he suspected that had been the point. You survived, the Night King's voice whispered in his mind. Impressive. But costly. What do you want? To tell you that this was only the beginning. I sent a fraction of my force, a test, nothing more. You passed. Cold amusement colored the thought. But tests get harder. And eventually, everyone fails. I'll be ready. Will you? You barely survived this attack, and it cost you greatly. How will you fare against the real assault? Against my full army? Harry didn't answer. He didn't have an answer. Consider my offer, the Night King continued. Join me. Rule at my side. Together, we could end all suffering, end warmth and hope and the painful struggle of life. It would be peaceful. Eternal. No. No. I've had this conversation before. With other monsters who wanted me to give up, to surrender, to accept that their vision of the world was inevitable. Harry's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. They were wrong too. You think you can defeat me? I think I'm going to try. And I think that trying is more important than winning. Silence. The Night King's presence withdrew, leaving Harry alone over the burning fleet. He flew back to New Valyria. The celebration that night was muted but genuine. The people of New Valyria had survived their first real battle. They'd fought alongside their god, held their walls, protected their home. The cost had been minimal, a few wounded, no deaths, and the victory was complete. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that they'd been allowed to win. You're brooding, Jerian observed, settling beside Harry on the plaza's edge. The party continued behind them, torches and music and the sound of people who just realized they were still alive. The Night King is playing games. This attack was a test, not a real assault. Harry stared at the stars. He's measuring me. Finding my weaknesses. Preparing for the real war. Then we prepare too. We've learned from this, what works, what doesn't. Next time, we'll be ready. Will we? The Night King has been fighting for thousands of years. He knows strategies I can't even imagine. And he's patient in ways that no living being can match. So we improvise. We adapt. We do what humans have always done, survive against impossible odds through sheer bloody-mindedness. Jerian smiled slightly. That's our strength, you know. Not power. Not magic. Just the stubborn refusal to stay dead. Harry considered this. You're surprisingly philosophical when you're drunk. I'm surprisingly philosophical in general. I just hide it behind charm and wit. Jerian raised his cup. To stubborn refusal. To stubborn refusal. They drank together, watching the celebration, trying not to think about what was coming next. The news from the north arrived 3 days later. The retreat had succeeded. Ned Stark had led the survivors to Winterfell, where they'd established new defensive lines. The Night King's army had paused at the ruins of the wall, consolidating, preparing for the next phase of the war. But the cost had been terrible. 2/3 of the Night's Watch was dead. Half the northern soldiers who'd fought at the wall hadn't made it back. The Night King's army had grown by thousands, all of them freshly risen corpses who'd been living men just days before. And the White Walkers Harry had killed hadn't been replaced. That was significant, it suggested the Night King couldn't create new ones easily. But 10 remained, and 10 was more than enough. We need to counterattack, Nymeria said during the War Council. While the Night King is consolidating, while his forces are spread out. Hit him hard before he can organize his next assault. With what forces? Meleys asked. We barely survived the fleet attack. Our soldiers are exhausted, our supplies depleted, our dragon is fine. Nymeria gestured at the window, where Vala was visible circling the harbor. One dragon could do enormous damage to an army that doesn't have ranged weapons. They have ice dragons now. Or they can make them. Harry's voice was quiet. That thing we fought, it was crafted specifically to counter Vala. The Night King is adapting to us. Then we adapt faster. How? Silence. Nobody had an answer. I need to go back north, Harry said finally. Not to fight, not yet. To learn. The Night King has weaknesses. Every enemy has weaknesses. I just need to find them. That's dangerous, Kinvara said. He nearly killed you at the wall. He didn't nearly kill me. He could have, and he chose not to. Harry stood, moving to the window. That's interesting, isn't it? He had me surrounded, exhausted, alone. He could have finished me. Instead, he talked to me. What did he say? He told me about who he used to be. Before the children of the forest transformed him. Harry turned to face the council. He was a man once. A man who wanted to protect his people. The magic that created him destroyed that man, but you think some part of him is still in there, Jerian said slowly. Some piece of the original person, buried under all that ice. I think it's possible. And if it is, maybe there's a way to reach him. A way to end this without killing everyone. That's optimistic. That's the only hope I have left. Harry's smile was tired but genuine. Optimism is sometimes all we've got. The journey north was quieter than the first one. Harry flew alone this time. Vala needed to rest, and the other dragons needed to stay in New Valyria. He moved fast, covering in hours distances that would take ships weeks, following the path of destruction the Night King's army had left behind. Winterfell was changed when he arrived. The ancient fortress had become a military camp, filled to bursting with refugees and soldiers. The survivors of the wall mixed with northern levies and Dornish spears, all of them preparing for a war they didn't fully understand. Ned Stark met Harry at the gates, his face lined with exhaustion. You came back. I told you I would. Forgive me, but I wasn't sure. Stark fell into step beside him as they walked through the camp. When we heard about the attack on New Valyria, I thought, you thought I'd stay to defend my home. Yes. New Valyria is defended. My people are capable. Harry looked around at the camp. But this is where the war will be won or lost. I need to be here. They reached the Great Hall, where commanders and lords were gathered around maps that had been updated with painful frequency. The markers showing enemy positions had spread across the entire north, a tide of cold that crept southward day by day. He's not attacking, one of the commanders was saying. Why isn't he attacking? Because he's rebuilding his forces, Harry answered, entering the discussion. Every corpse he creates takes time to integrate into his army. The dead at the wall are still being processed. How long? Weeks, maybe. Months if we're lucky. Harry studied the map. But when he does attack, it'll be with his full strength. Everything he has. Can we stop him? Harry looked at the map. At the markers showing enemy positions. At the thin lines of their defenses, stretched across hundreds of miles. I don't know, he admitted. But I have an idea that might help. What idea? Harry took a deep breath. I'm going to go talk to the children of the forest. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Fire and the Faith. The cave was old. Older than the wall, older than the first men, older perhaps than human memory itself. Harry descended through passages carved by water and time, following a thread of magic that pulled at something deep in his soul. Bran Stark, or the thing wearing Bran Stark's body, had given him directions. The children of the forest still lived, hidden in places the Night King's armies couldn't reach. If anyone knew how to defeat the enemy they'd created, it would be them. You shouldn't be here. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry stopped walking, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness. I need to speak with you. We know what you need. We know what you are. Shapes moved in the shadows, small, ancient, not quite human. The god of magic. The flame that burns across worlds. We've watched you since you arrived. Then you know why I've come. You want to know how to defeat the Night King. A figure emerged from the darkness, a child-sized creature with bark-like skin and eyes like liquid gold. You want us to tell you his weakness. Do you know it? Silence. The creature studied him with those ancient eyes. We made him, she said finally. 10,000 years ago, when men first came to our forests with iron and fire. We needed a weapon. Something that could stop them, drive them back, save what remained of our people. The Night King. We called him the Cold Champion then. He was a man once, a warrior, brave and fierce, who volunteered to become our instrument. The creature's voice carried old pain. We didn't know what we were creating. The magic we used, it was too powerful, too wild. It consumed him. Made him something we never intended. Can it be undone? The magic? No. What was done cannot be reversed. The creature moved closer, her golden eyes reflecting Harry's own light. But it can be redirected. The spell that created him has a focal point. A physical anchor that binds him to this existence. Where? Inside him. Where his heart used to be. The creature touched her own chest. We put the dragonglass there. It's still there, transformed by millennia of cold magic. If you could reach it, break it, he would die. He would be free. The creature's expression was unreadable. The man he was would finally be allowed to rest. And the army he controls would fall with him. Harry absorbed this. A weakness. A real, physical weakness that could be exploited. Why are you telling me this? Why didn't you tell anyone else? No one else could use the information. The Night King is protected by his army, by his White Walkers, by magic older than your civilization. The creature smiled, a strange expression on her inhuman face. But you are not from this world. The rules that bind us do not bind you. You think I can reach him? I think you're the only one who might. The creature began to fade back into the shadows. But be warned, God of magic. The Night King knows his weakness. He's protected himself well. And he's had 10,000 years to prepare for someone like you. I'll manage. Perhaps. The creature's eyes glowed in the darkness. Or perhaps you'll join his army, and we'll have to wait another 10,000 years for another champion to arise. She vanished, and Harry was alone in the dark. The journey back to Winterfell took longer than he'd expected. The Night King's influence had spread further than anyone realized. The cold crept southward even as winter proper approached, and with it came scouts, dead things, watching, waiting, reporting back to their master. Harry destroyed dozens of them as he traveled, but he knew more were following. The Night King knew where he was. Where he was going. What he'd learned. That didn't bother Harry as much as it should have. The enemy already knew his capabilities, there was little point in hiding now. What mattered was using the information he'd gained. A focal point. The dragonglass in the Night King's chest. If Harry could reach it, could shatter it, the war would end. The problem was reaching it. The Night King was surrounded by his army at all times. Hundreds of thousands of dead, plus the remaining White Walkers, plus whatever new horrors he'd crafted since the battle at the wall. Getting close enough to strike would require fighting through all of them, and even Harry couldn't do that alone. He needed a plan. A real plan, not just throwing power at the problem until something worked. Winterfell emerged from the frozen landscape like a promise of warmth. Harry landed in the courtyard, Vala settling beside him with a grunt of exhaustion. The dragon had been flying for days, and even magical creatures had limits. Rest, Harry told him. I'll need you soon. Vala's answering growl suggested he had opinions about being told to rest, but he complied, settling near the hot springs that kept Winterfell warm even in the depths of winter. Ned Stark was waiting in the Great Hall. You were gone for 2 weeks, the Warden of the North said. We thought, I know. I'm sorry. Harry took a seat across from him. But I found what I was looking for. He told Stark everything. The cave. The children. The truth about the Night King's weakness. Stark listened in silence, his face growing grimmer with each revelation. So we need to get close to him, Stark said when Harry finished. Close enough to destroy the dragonglass in his chest. Yes. Through an army of hundreds of thousands. Yes. Stark was quiet for a long moment. My brother Brandon rode to King's Landing once, he said eventually. Rode right into the Red Keep, demanding justice for my sister. He thought his cause was righteous, that honor would protect him. What happened? He died. The Mad King burned him alive while my father watched. Stark's voice was flat. Righteousness doesn't win battles. Neither does bravery. What wins battles is strategy, numbers, and a willingness to do whatever it takes. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Are you? Because this plan, your plan, requires you to fight through an army alone. Even gods have limits. I won't be alone. Harry leaned forward. I have dragons. I have allies. And I have something the Night King doesn't expect. What's that? Hope. Harry smiled slightly. He's been fighting this war for 10,000 years. He knows every strategy, every tactic, every way the living have tried to defeat him. But he's never faced someone who genuinely believes they can win. That's not strategy. That's faith. Sometimes faith is all you have. Harry stood. Call the council. We need to plan. The war council assembled within the hour. Lords from across the north had gathered at Winterfell, along with what remained of the Dornish forces and a small contingent from New Valyria that had arrived during Harry's absence. Kinvara was there, her red robes vivid against the grey stone. So was Nymeria, who'd been coordinating intelligence gathering since the battle at the Wall. Harry told them what he'd learned. A focal point, Jon Arryn said. The hand of the king had traveled north against Robert's explicit orders, bringing a small force of crowned soldiers who were nominally there to observe. You're saying the Night King's power is anchored to a physical object? The dragonglass that created him. It's still inside him, transformed by millennia of cold magic. Harry looked around the table. If I can destroy it, the Night King dies. And when he dies, his army falls. That's a significant if, Oberyn Martell observed. The Dornish prince had arrived 2 days ago, bringing another 1,000 spears and his usual blend of charm and lethality. You make it sound simple, but nothing about this is simple. No. It's not. Harry spread a map across the table. The Night King is here, he pointed to a location north of what had been the Wall, surrounded by his entire army. Getting to him means fighting through hundreds of thousands of dead. Which is impossible. Not impossible. Just very, very difficult. Harry looked at Kinvara. What do the flames show? Fire and ice. The same as always. Kinvara's voice was troubled. But there's something else. Something I've been seeing more and more. What? A woman in white. Standing at the heart of the battle. Kinvara's golden eyes met Harry's. I don't know who she is or what she means. But she's important. Harry filed that away for later consideration. Prophecies and visions could be useful, but they could also be distractions. What mattered now was strategy. Here's what I'm thinking, he said. We can't defeat the Night King's army in open battle. We don't have the numbers, and every soldier we lose becomes a soldier for them. But we don't need to defeat the army. We just need to get me to the Night King. How? A distraction. Something big enough to draw his attention and his forces. While he's focused on that, I fly in fast and strike. That's insane, Geryon said. He'd come north with the new Valyrian reinforcements, refusing to stay behind. The Night King isn't stupid. He'll see you coming. Maybe. But if we make the distraction big enough, he might not have time to prepare. What kind of distraction are we talking about? Harry took a deep breath. I want to bring down the rest of the wall. Silence. Absolute, complete silence. The wall, Ned Stark said slowly. You want to destroy the wall. What's left of it? The sections that are still standing, still intact. Harry pointed to the map. The Night King's army is spread across the entire length of the ruined wall. If we collapse the remaining sections all at once, it will cause chaos. Dead crushed under tons of ice, formations disrupted, the Night King himself possibly thrown off balance. And then I fly in with all 3 dragons, burn a path to the Night King, and end this. More silence. Harry could see the thoughts moving behind every face in the room, horror at the audacity of the plan, calculation about whether it could work, fear of what would happen if it failed. The wall has stood for 8,000 years, John Aaron said. It's more than a fortification. It's a symbol. A promise that the realms of men are protected. The wall is already falling. The Night King is breaking it piece by piece. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. I'm not proposing we destroy something intact. I'm proposing we finish what's already started, on our terms, to our advantage. And if it doesn't work? Then we're no worse off than we are now. Harry looked around the table. I'm not asking you to agree. I'm asking you to consider it. If anyone has a better idea, I'm listening. Nobody spoke. Then we plan, Harry said. We have weeks before the Night King moves again. Let's use them. The planning consumed everything. Harry spent hours each day studying the wall's magical structure, identifying the key points where its enchantments could be disrupted. It was delicate work, the wall was ancient and complex, and damaging it incorrectly could trigger uncontrolled collapse that would kill thousands. You're exhausting yourself, Kinvara observed one evening. They were in Harry's chambers, surrounded by maps and diagrams and magical calculations. When did you last sleep? Sleep is optional. Sleep is necessary. Even for gods. She pushed a plate of food toward him. Eat something. Rest. The wall will still be there tomorrow. Harry looked at the plate. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten, not because he needed food, but because the act helped ground him. Kinvara was right. He was pushing himself too hard. I'm scared, he admitted. Kinvara didn't seem surprised. Of what? Of failing. Of getting everyone killed. Harry pushed back from the table. The Night King has been fighting this war for 10,000 years. He's faced champions before. He's defeated them all. You're not like the other champions. I know. That's what everyone keeps telling me. Harry's laugh was bitter. But what if they're wrong? What if I'm just another hero who thought he was special, who walked into the darkness and never came back? Then the world ends, and none of this matters anyway. Kinvara's voice was matter-of-fact. But that's not going to happen. How can you be so sure? Because I've seen you, Harry. Not just in the flames, in life. I've watched you build a city from nothing. I've watched you free slaves and heal the broken and create something beautiful in the ashes of something terrible. She moved closer, taking his hands in hers. You don't win because you're powerful. You win because you care. Because you refuse to give up, even when giving up would be easier. That sounds like faith. Maybe it is. Kinvara smiled. Is that so bad? Harry looked at her, this woman who'd come to worship him and stayed to love him, in whatever complicated way they'd found. She believed in him. Not because he was a god, but because of who he was. No, he said quietly. It's not bad at all. Word came from King's Landing on the 14th day. Robert Baratheon was dead. The news hit like a physical blow. Harry hadn't liked the king. Robert's hatred of magic and obsession with the past had made him an obstacle rather than an ally, but death was death, and the timing couldn't have been worse. Joffrey sits the throne, Jon Arryn reported. The Hand looked older than he had just weeks ago, the weight of events pressing down on him. Cersei is regent. The Lannisters control everything. Will they support us? Support you? They're more likely to declare you an enemy of the realm. Arryn's voice was bitter. Cersei hates magic almost as much as Robert did. And Joffrey, he stopped, seemingly unable to find words for the new king. What about the other kingdoms? The Tyrells are watching and waiting. The Greyjoys are quiet, suspiciously quiet. The Riverlands are focused on their own problems. Arryn spread his hands. We're alone, Harry. Whatever we do without Southern support. Then we do it alone. Harry's voice was calm despite the turmoil inside him. The plan doesn't change. We bring down the wall, I strike at the Night King, and this war ends one way or another. And after? Assuming you win, assuming the realm survives, what then? Then the living inherit whatever's left. Harry met Arryn's eyes. I'm not interested in ruling Westeros, Jon. I have a city that needs me. Once the Night King falls, I go home. Arryn studied him for a long moment. You really mean that, don't you? You could conquer the 7 kingdoms. You could make yourself king of everything. And you'd rather go back to your little city in the ruins of Valyria. New Valyria isn't a conquest. It's a home. Harry smiled slightly. I've had enough of kingdoms and thrones. I just want to build something good and live among people I care about. That's remarkably humble for a god. I've had a lot of time to develop humility. It turns out absolute power is exhausting. Arryn laughed, a surprised sound that seemed to shock even him. You're a strange creature, Harry Potter. But I think I understand why people follow you. Because I have dragons. Because you make them believe things can be better. Arryn stood, gathering his papers. I'll coordinate with the lords. If we're going to bring down the wall, we'll need everyone in position. Thank you, Jon. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when we've won. The night before the assault, Harry walked the walls of Winterfell alone. The camp spread below him, thousands of soldiers, preparing for a battle that most of them wouldn't survive. They were brave, all of them, in the simple way that ordinary people were brave. They didn't have magic or prophecy or divine power. They just had their weapons and their willingness to fight. You're thinking too hard. Harry turned. Nymeria had appeared beside him, moving with the silent grace that made her such an effective spy. Shouldn't you be resting? Shouldn't you? She settled against the battlements, looking out at the camp. Tomorrow's the big day. The day we either save the world or destroy it. I'm trying not to think about it in those terms. Hard to think about it any other way. Nymeria was quiet for a moment. I wanted to thank you. For everything. You don't need to thank me. I know. I want to anyway. She turned to face him. When I came to New Valyria, I was a spy. Sent to watch you, report on you, find your weaknesses. I thought you were a monster dressed up in pretty words. And now? Now I know you're just a man. A very strange, very powerful man, but a man nonetheless. Her smile was sharp but warm. You showed me that power doesn't have to corrupt. That gods can be good, even if they don't want to be called gods. That's worth thanking. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd spent so long worrying about failing, about not being enough, that he'd forgotten what it meant to actually succeed at something. "If I don't survive tomorrow," he began. "You'll survive. If I don't," he insisted, "promise me you'll take care of New Valyria. You and Geryon and Kinvara and Melis. Promise me you'll keep building what we started." Nymeria's expression softened. "I promise. But you're going to survive, Harry. You're too stubborn to die. I died once already. And look how well that turned out." She pushed off from the battlements. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow, we end this." She walked away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the weight of everything that was coming. Dawn came cold and grey. Harry stood at the front of the assembled army, flanked by his dragons. Vala was to his right, the red-black dragon's scales gleaming like fresh blood. Ilex was to his left, her golden form catching even the weak winter light. Draconis hovered behind them, her green eyes fixed on the northern horizon. Before them, the army of the living waited. 20,000 northern soldiers, their breath steaming in the frozen air. 3,000 Dornish spears, led by Oberyn Martell himself. 500 new Valyrian veterans, including Geryon and Kinvara and Nymeria. A few hundred crowned soldiers, following Jon Arryn into battle against their new king's implicit wishes. And facing them, beyond the ruins of the wall, the army of the dead. Harry could feel them, hundreds of thousands of corpses, standing in perfect formation, waiting for their master's command. The Night King was there, somewhere in that endless horde, watching with those cold blue eyes. This was it. The moment everything had been building toward. "Friends," Harry said, and his voice carried across the army without effort, a small magic, but useful. "I'm not going to lie to you. Today will be hard. Some of you will die. Some of you will face horrors that no human should have to face." Silence. The soldiers watched him with eyes that held fear and hope in equal measure. "But I want you to know something else. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Every person standing with you today chose to be here. Chose to fight, not because they had to, but because they believed in something worth fighting for." Harry looked across the faces before him, northerners and southerners, lords and commoners, humans and creatures that had once been something else. The Night King wants us to believe that death is inevitable. That cold and darkness will consume everything. But look around you. Look at the fires burning. Look at the breath rising from your lips. Look at the simple, stubborn fact that you're still alive. His voice rose, carrying power that wasn't just magic, it was conviction, pure and unshakable. We are the living. We love. We hope. We fight for each other, even when the odds are impossible. That's what makes us strong. Not our weapons or our walls, but our refusal to give up. Harry drew his sword, a blade forged in New Valyria, the first Valyrian steel weapon created in 4 centuries. It blazed with inner fire, answering his will. Today, we show the Night King what the living are capable of. Today, we prove that hope is stronger than fear. Today, he raised the sword high. Today, we win. The army roared, and Harry launched himself into the sky. The assault began at multiple points simultaneously. Harry had spent weeks identifying the wall's weak points, the places where ancient magic was most vulnerable, where a precisely applied force could trigger catastrophic collapse. Now, teams of soldiers armed with dragonglass and guided by Harry's instructions struck at those points. The wall groaned. Harry flew above it all, his dragons flanking him, watching the chaos unfold. The Night King's army began to move, hundreds of thousands of dead, surging toward the living's positions. White Walkers directed their forces, responding to the assault with terrible efficiency. But they were reacting, not acting. The living had seized the initiative. "Now," Harry said, and reached out with his power. The remaining sections of the wall came down. It wasn't graceful, it was violent, catastrophic, a cascade of ice and stone and ancient magic that swept across miles of territory. The dead were caught in it, crushed, buried, scattered. Their formations dissolved into chaos as millions of tons of debris rained down. And in that chaos, Harry saw his opening. Vala. Ilex. Draconis. With me. The dragons answered, their fire igniting the frozen sky. Harry Dove. He flew straight toward the heart of the Night King's army, his dragons burning a path through the dead. Corpses fell by the hundreds, then thousands. White Walkers moved to intercept, but Vala's fire was too fast, too fierce, even the ancient servants of the Night King couldn't stand against Dragonflame. Harry saw the Night King. The ancient enemy stood atop a rise, surrounded by his personal guard, a ring of White Walkers, the oldest and most powerful of their kind. His blue eyes tracked Harry's approach with something that might have been amusement. "You're brave," the Night King's voice echoed in Harry's mind. "I'll give you that. But bravery won't save you. We'll see." Harry crashed through the first line of White Walkers like a meteor. His sword blazed with fire, and everywhere it struck, ice shattered. Draconis and Ilex circled above, keeping the dead from overwhelming his position. Vala landed beside him, roaring defiance at the enemy. The Night King didn't move. "Fight me," Harry said. "Face me yourself, instead of hiding behind your servants." "Why would I fight you? You'll exhaust yourself eventually. Time is on my side." "Time?" Harry laughed. "You've been waiting 10,000 years. I've been waiting longer. Time doesn't scare me." He struck. The power that erupted from Harry was beyond anything he'd used before, the accumulated magic of universes, focused into a single devastating blow. The ground cracked. The air burned. White Walkers dissolved into steam. And the Night King caught it. His hand moved faster than anything that size should have been able to move, and he caught Harry's sword in a grip that didn't yield. The fire died against his skin. The power splashed off him like water off stone. "Impressive," the Night King said. "But I've had 10,000 years to prepare for beings of great power. Your magic is strong, stronger than any I've faced. But strength alone cannot defeat me." "I know." Harry smiled. "That's why I brought friends." The arrow took the Night King in the shoulder. It was dragonglass, fired from somewhere in the chaos of battle, and it pierced the ancient flesh like it was nothing. The Night King staggered, and for the first time, Harry saw something like surprise in those cold blue eyes. Another arrow. Another hit. Harry risked a glance and saw them, a group of figures on the ridgeline, firing dragonglass arrows with impossible precision. At their head was a woman in white, her hair silver, her eyes fixed on the Night King with an intensity that made even Harry pause. "The flames show me a woman in white," Kinvara had said. Standing at the heart of the battle. The prophecy was fulfilling itself. The woman in white was Daenerys Targaryen. Harry learned this later, after the battle, after the chaos of victory and loss had sorted itself out. She was young, barely more than a girl, but she carried herself with the certainty of someone who'd survived things that would have broken others. "I had a vision," she explained, sitting across from Harry in what remained of the Night King's encampment. "A dragon spoke to me in my dreams. It told me to come north, to bring dragonglass, to stand at the center of the battle." "A dragon spoke to you. Your dragon. The green one, Draconis." Daenerys's violet eyes met his. "She reached out to me across the sea. Showed me what was coming. Showed me what I needed to do." Harry looked at Draconis, who had been conspicuously quiet since the battle's end. The green dragon met his gaze with those two intelligent eyes and, Harry could have sworn, shrugged. "She's been planning this," Harry said slowly. "Planning it since she hatched." "Dragons are wise," Daenerys said. "Wiser than we give them credit for." Apparently. The battle had ended with the Night King's fall. Harry's strike, combined with Daenerys's arrows, combined with the distraction of the wall's collapse, combined with everything they'd thrown at the ancient enemy, had finally created an opening. Harry had driven his sword into the Night King's chest, shattering the dragonglass that had made him what he was. The Night King had looked at him in that final moment with something like gratitude. "Thank you," he'd said. "I was so tired." And then he was gone, and his army with him, hundreds of thousands of corpses collapsing like puppets with cut strings. The war was over. But the cost had been terrible. Half the army of the living was dead. Thousands of soldiers who would never go home, never see their families, never know that they'd helped save the world. Among them were friends, people Harry had known, had cared about, had failed to protect. Jon Arryn had fallen in the final assault, leading a charge that had distracted a White Walker long enough for Harry to reach the Night King. The hand of the king died as he'd lived, in service to the realm. Oberyn Martell was wounded but alive, carried from the field by his men, cursing in Dornish and demanding wine. Ned Stark had survived, though he looked like he'd aged a decade in a single day. His son Bran, still carrying pieces of Brynden Rivers, had fallen into a sleep from which no one could wake him. And far to the south, in a city built from ashes and hope, the people of New Valyria waited for word of whether their god would come home. The victory celebrations were muted. Too many had died for celebration to feel appropriate. Instead, the survivors gathered in small groups, sharing stories, mourning losses, trying to understand what they'd accomplished. Harry sat apart from it all, watching the northern lights dance across the sky. They were beautiful, streamers of green and blue and purple, painting the darkness with colors that shouldn't have been possible. "You did it," Kinvara said, settling beside him. She was wounded, a cut across her cheek that would scar, but her eyes were bright with something that might have been wonder. "We did it. All of us. You struck the killing blow." A killing blow doesn't mean anything without everything that came before it. Harry looked at her. Jon Arryn's sacrifice. Oberyn's distraction. Daenerys and her arrows. The soldiers who died so I could reach the Night King. He shook his head. "I'm not a hero. I'm just the one who happened to be standing at the end. That's what heroes always say. That's because it's true." Kinvara was quiet for a moment. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now?" Harry looked south, toward home. "Now we bury our dead. We help the North rebuild. We make sure the realm survives the winter that's coming." He paused. "And then I go home. Home. New Valyria. My people. My family." Harry smiled, and it was the first genuine smile he'd worn in weeks. "There's a party waiting for me. Meleys promised cake." Kinvara laughed, a surprised, warm sound that echoed across the frozen landscape. "You just killed an ancient evil and saved the world," she said, "and you're thinking about cake." Priorities, Kinvara. The world is always being threatened by something. Cake, on the other hand, is special. She laughed again, and Harry felt something knot in his chest. The war was over. The Night King was dead. The living had won. Now came the hard part, building a future worth living in. The journey south took weeks. Harry could have traveled faster, but he'd chosen to stay with the surviving soldiers, helping where he could. There were wounded to heal, dead to bury, survivors to comfort. He threw himself into the work with a fervor that bordered on obsession. "You're trying to make up for the ones you couldn't save," Jerian observed one evening. They were camped somewhere in the north, the army moving slowly toward Winterfell. "Maybe. It won't work. You know that, right? You can't save everyone. You can't carry all that guilt." "I know." Harry stared into the campfire. "But I can try." Jerian sat down beside him. The Lannister looked older than he had when they'd first met, older and wiser and more serious. The war had changed him, as it had changed everyone. "I've been thinking about what you said," Geryon said. About New Valyria. About building something that matters. And I think I want to stay. Permanently. Geryon met Harry's eyes. My family thinks I'm dead. My brother is probably Lord of Casterly Rock by now. I could go back, reclaim my place, play the Game of Thrones again. But you won't. No. Geryon's smile was small but genuine. I've seen what power looks like when it's used properly. I've seen what community looks like when it's built on trust instead of fear. I don't want to go back to the old games. You're welcome in New Valyria. You always have been. I know. Geryon looked at the fire. I just wanted to say it out loud. Make it real. They sat in comfortable silence as the fire crackled and the northern lights danced overhead. Winterfell had become a center of operations for the post-war recovery. Ned Stark managed the logistics with his characteristic efficiency, coordinating supplies and reinforcements from across the north. Daenerys Targaryen had remained, helping where she could, learning about the realm she'd been raised to rule. She's impressive, Kinvara observed, watching the silver-haired girl organize a refugee camp with surprising skill. Young, but she'll grow into something remarkable. She already has. Harry watched Daenerys work. She crossed half the world because a dragon spoke to her in a dream. That takes courage. Or madness. Sometimes they're the same thing. Harry had spoken with Daenerys several times since the battle. She was intelligent, curious, and burdened by a destiny she hadn't chosen. The parallels to his own life were uncomfortable. What will you do? He'd asked her. Now that the war is over. I don't know. Daenerys had looked south, toward a throne she'd never seen. My family ruled the 7 kingdoms for centuries. Part of me wants to reclaim that legacy. And part of you? Part of me wonders if legacies are worth the blood they cost. Her violet eyes had met his. You built something new in Valyria. Something that didn't exist before. Maybe I could do the same. You could. You're strong enough. Am I? Daenerys's smile had been uncertain. I'm just a girl. A girl with visions and too much hope. Hope isn't a weakness. Hope is the only thing that makes any of this worthwhile. Harry had left her to think about that. Whatever Daenerys chose, whether she pursued the Iron Throne or built something new, it was her decision to make. He wouldn't try to influence her, wouldn't add his voice to the chorus of those who wanted to use her. She deserved the chance to choose her own path. The message from King's Landing arrived 3 weeks after the battle. By order of His Grace Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, the entity known as Harry Potter is hereby declared an enemy of the crown. A bounty of 1 million gold dragons is offered for his capture or death. Harry read the message with something between amusement and despair. They can't be serious, Nymeria said, reading over his shoulder. You just saved the world. You defeated the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. I'm also a sorcerer, a foreigner, and someone who embarrassed the crown multiple times. Harry set down the message. Joffrey is young, stupid, and controlled by his mother. This was inevitable. What are you going to do? Nothing. Harry stood, moving to the window. I'm going home. If Joffrey wants to waste resources hunting me, that's his choice. I have better things to do with my time. And if he sends armies against New Valyria? Then I'll deal with that when it happens. Harry's voice was calm. But I don't think he will. The realm is shattered. The Night King's war destroyed entire regions, killed hundreds of thousands. Joffrey doesn't have the resources for a foreign war. You're assuming he's rational. I'm assuming his advisors are. Cersei is many things, but she's not stupid. Harry turned back to face Nymeria. The crown will denounce me, declare me an enemy, and then quietly pretend I don't exist. That's the most likely outcome. And if it's not? Harry smiled, a sharp expression that reminded Nymeria why people called him a god. Then things get interesting. The return to New Valyria was everything Harry had hoped for and more. The city had changed in his absence, grown, expanded, filled with new buildings and new people who'd arrived seeking the safety of his protection. The council had managed things well in his absence, implementing policies and projects that would have taken months under his direct oversight. "We didn't need you as much as we thought," Melis reported, a hint of pride in his voice. "The systems you put in place worked. People stepped up. That's the idea." Harry looked around the council chamber, at Geryon and Kinvara and Nymeria and Melis, at the representatives of the city's various factions, at the structure he'd built over 2 years of work. "I never wanted to be irreplaceable." "You're still irreplaceable," Kinvara said gently. "Just in different ways." "What ways?" "You give us hope. Something to believe in." She smiled. "You can't delegate that." The celebration that night was everything Melis had promised. There was cake, several kinds, all of them excellent. There was music and dancing and the kind of joy that only comes from surviving something terrible. Harry moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations, deflecting worship, just enjoying being home. Near midnight, he found himself on the roof of his tower, looking out at the city he'd built. "You did it," he said to no one. Or to everyone. "You actually did it." The lights of New Valyria sparkled below, torches and magic lights and cooking fires, the accumulated glow of thousands of people living their lives in peace. This was what he'd fought for. Not glory or power or the worship of the masses. Just this, people living freely, building futures they'd chosen, surrounded by others who cared about them. It was enough. It was more than enough. Harry looked at the stars, the same stars that shone over Westeros and Essos and everywhere else, and felt something settle in his chest. Peace. Finally, after everything, peace. The High Sparrow arrived 2 months later. Harry had been expecting something from the faith, the religious movement that had been growing in Westeros since his arrival, preaching against magic and sorcery and anything that didn't fit their narrow worldview. What he hadn't expected was the leader of that movement to come personally. "You're shorter than I imagined," the High Sparrow said, sitting across from Harry in the council chamber. "All the stories make you sound like a giant." "Stories exaggerate." Harry studied the man, old, thin, with eyes that burned with absolute conviction. "Why are you here?" "To offer you salvation." "I wasn't aware I needed saving." "Everyone needs saving." The High Sparrow leaned forward. "You've done remarkable things, Harry Potter. Built a city from nothing. Freed thousands of slaves. Defeated an ancient evil. But none of that changes what you are." "And what am I?" "An abomination." The word was delivered without malice, as simple statement of fact. "A creature of magic, pretending to be human. The gods see through your disguises." Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. "I'm sorry," he said, seeing the High Sparrow's expression tighten. "It's just, I've had this conversation so many times. With so many people who were convinced they knew exactly what I was. And they were all wrong." Harry stood, moving to the window. "I'm not an abomination, High Sparrow. I'm not a demon or a monster or a threat to your faith. I'm just a man who happened to acquire more power than he ever wanted. Power corrupts. It can. It often does." Harry turned back to face him. "But it doesn't have to. Power is a tool, like any other. What matters is what you do with it." "And what have you done with it?" "Built a city of freed slaves and refugees. Created dragons. Challenged the established order of the world." The High Sparrow's voice rose. "You've made yourself a god in the eyes of thousands. That is blasphemy of the highest order. I've never claimed to be a god. You don't have to claim it. Your actions proclaim it for you. The High Sparrow stood. I came here to offer you mercy, Harry Potter. Renounce your powers. Submit to the judgment of the seven. Live out your days in penance, and perhaps you'll find salvation. And if I refuse? Then the faith will declare holy war against you. Every true believer will be called to take up arms against the demon of Valyria. You will be hunted until the end of your days. Harry considered this. The faith of the seven had millions of followers, mostly in Westeros, but their influence was spreading. A holy war would be devastating, not because Harry couldn't win, but because of the innocent people who would die in the crossfire. Let me tell you something, Harry said quietly. I've met gods. Real gods, in the places between worlds. They're not what you think they are. Blasphemy, they're not perfect beings who reward the faithful and punish the wicked. They're just, bigger. More powerful. Not necessarily wiser or more moral than the people who worship them. Harry met the High Sparrow's eyes. If your seven exist, and I'm not saying they don't, they're not what you think they are. No god is. You claim to know the nature of divinity. I claim to have experience with it. Harry spread his hands. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to consider the possibility that your absolute certainty might be wrong. The High Sparrow was silent for a long moment. I came here prepared to hate you, he said finally. To see the monster the stories describe. Instead, I find a man who speaks of humility and doubt. Humility and doubt are virtues. They are. But they're not enough. The High Sparrow moved toward the door. I won't declare holy war. Not today. But understand this, the faith will not accept magic in this world. Whatever you've built here, whatever good you think you've done, it cannot last. The seven will prevail, as they always have. Maybe. Or maybe things change. Harry smiled slightly. That's the wonderful thing about the future, nobody knows what it holds. The High Sparrow left without another word. The conversation stayed with Harry for days. He'd faced enemies before, powerful enemies, dangerous enemies, enemies who wanted to destroy everything he'd built. But the High Sparrow was different. He wasn't motivated by greed or fear or the desire for power. He genuinely believed that magic was evil, that Harry was an abomination, that the world would be better off without him. How did you fight someone like that? Someone whose convictions were so absolute that no evidence could shake them? You can't, Kinvara said when he asked her. Some people are incapable of changing their minds. All you can do is build something so good, so undeniable, that the people around them start to question. That takes time. Everything worth doing takes time. Kinvara touched his arm. You've been rushing since you arrived in this world. Building, fighting, saving. Maybe it's time to slow down. To let the work speak for itself. And if the faith attacks while I'm slowing down, then you defend yourself. But you don't seek conflict. Her golden eyes were warm. You're not a conqueror, Harry. You never have been. Stop trying to solve every problem with action. Some problems can only be solved by patience. Harry thought about this. When did you become so wise? I've had a good teacher. Kinvara smiled. Now come. There's a council meeting, and Meleys wants to present his plan for agricultural expansion. Agricultural expansion. It's very exciting. There are diagrams. Harry laughed and let himself be led away. Life continued. New Valyria grew and thrived. The population passed 5,000, then 10,000. Trade flourished as merchants from across Essos discovered the benefits of a stable, honest trading partner. The city's reputation spread, a place where anyone could start over, where magic was accepted, where freedom was guaranteed. Harry settled into something like routine. He attended council meetings, resolved disputes, helped with construction projects. He trained with Oberyn Martell, who'd recovered from his wounds and decided to stay. He spent long evenings with Kinvara, talking about everything and nothing. And he watched his dragons grow. Vala was enormous now, bigger than any dragon in recorded history, his wingspan casting shadows across entire districts. Ilex was smaller but faster, her golden scales flashing like sunlight as she wheeled through the sky. Draconis was something else entirely, ancient and wise, her green eyes holding depths that Harry was only beginning to understand. She speaks to other dragons, Harry told Kinvara one night. Not just ours. Wild dragons, across the world. She's building a network. A network of dragons? More like, a community. She's teaching them to communicate, to cooperate. To be something more than beasts. Is that safe? Harry laughed. Nothing about dragons is safe. But I trust her. Because she's your daughter. Because she's been planning something since she hatched. And whatever it is, I think it's going to be remarkable. The years passed. Harry watched Westeros tear itself apart in civil wars, Joffrey's madness, Cersei's machinations, the endless struggles for the Iron Throne. He watched and did nothing, because the realm had made its choice when it declared him an enemy. He watched the free cities rise and fall, coalitions forming and dissolving, the endless dance of power that seemed to define human civilization. He watched the faith grow stronger, then weaker, then stronger again, the High Sparrow's movement spreading, then fracturing, then reconsolidating under new leadership. And through it all, New Valyria endured. The city became something unprecedented, a democracy in a world of monarchies, a haven for magic in a world that feared it, a proof of concept that another way of living was possible. People came from across the known world to see it, to join it, to learn from it. Harry aged, in appearance if not in essence. He let his hair grow gray at the temples, let lines appear around his eyes. Not because he had to, but because it made people more comfortable. You're still pretending to be human, Kinvara observed, 10 years after the Night King's fall. I am human. Mostly. You haven't aged a day since I met you. Not really. This, she gestured at his graying hair, is an act. Maybe. But it's a useful act. Harry looked at her, older now, lines in her face that hadn't been there before, but still beautiful. Still the same fire burning in her eyes. I don't want to be worshipped. I don't want people to see me as something separate, unreachable. The gray hair helps. Does it? I think so. Harry smiled. Or maybe I just like looking distinguished. Kinvara laughed, that same warm sound he'd heard 1,000 times, and Harry felt something that might have been contentment settle in his chest. This was home. These were his people. This was the life he'd chosen. And it was good. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The God of Magic. 15 years had passed since the Night King fell. Harry stood on the highest tower of New Valyria, watching the sun set over a city that had become something he'd never dared to imagine. 50,000 people lived here now, former slaves and refugees, merchants and scholars, adventurers and families seeking a better life. The streets hummed with commerce and conversation, the harbors bristled with ships from every corner of the known world, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with possibility. He'd built this. Not alone, never alone, but he'd planted the seed, nurtured it through storms and threats and the endless complications of human existence. And now it was growing beyond him, becoming something that would outlast even a god. You're brooding again. Kinvara appeared at his shoulder, her hair silver now, her face lined with the years. She was 63 years old and more beautiful than she'd ever been, wisdom and experience carved into every feature, the fire in her eyes undimmed by time. I'm reflecting, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing. She leaned against the railing beside him. The council meeting went well. Melis' infrastructure proposal passed unanimously. It usually does. He's gotten very good at building consensus. Melis was 31 now, the unofficial leader of New Valyria's government despite his youth. He'd grown into something remarkable, an administrator of genuine brilliance, a politician who somehow remained honest, a man who'd been born a slave and risen to guide a nation. Harry was impossibly proud of him. "Jerian wants to see you," Kinvara continued. "Something about a visitor from Westeros. Another bounty hunter?" "I don't think so. A woman," he says. "Silver hair, violet eyes." Kinvara's expression was carefully neutral. "She arrived with 3 dragons." Harry's heart stopped. "Daenerys. Apparently she's been busy since we last saw her." Daenerys Targaryen had changed. The uncertain girl Harry remembered from the battle against the Night King was gone, replaced by a woman of steel and fire. She stood in New Valyria's council chamber with the easy confidence of someone who'd conquered half a continent, her 3 dragons visible through the window behind her. "Harry Potter," she said. "It's been a long time. 15 years. Harry studied her, the set of her shoulders, the sharpness of her gaze, the subtle signs of power barely contained. "You've been busy. I've reclaimed my birthright. Most of it, anyway." Daenerys's smile was sharp. "The Dothraki follow me. The Unsullied serve me. I've freed Slaver's Bay and rebuilt it in the image of New Valyria. So I've heard. They call you the Breaker of Chains. They call me many things. Mother of Dragons. The Unburnt. Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea." She shrugged. "Titles mean less than actions. On that, we agree." Harry gestured to a seat. "So why are you here, Daenerys? After all this time?" "I need your help." "With what?" "With Westeros." Daenerys sat, her movements precise and controlled. "I'm going to take the Iron Throne. It's been my destiny since before I was born, since the moment my family was overthrown and my brother and I were sent into exile. That's a significant undertaking. I have 3 dragons, an army of 50,000, and the support of half of Essos." Daenerys's eyes met his. "What I don't have is magical expertise. Westeros has the Faith Militant now, thousands of warriors armed with weapons designed to kill dragons. They're calling it a holy crusade. Against you. Against all magic. All dragons. All threats to their vision of the world." Daenerys leaned forward. "You defeated the Night King. You rebuilt Valyria. You've created something here that no one else could have imagined. I need that kind of vision." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "I'm not interested in conquering Westeros," he said finally. "I never have been. I'm not asking you to conquer it. I'm asking you to help me defend against the Faith Militant." Daenerys's voice was steady. "They've declared war on everything we represent. If I fall, they'll come for New Valyria next. You don't know that. I know the High Sparrow's successor. I know what he preaches." Daenerys stood, moving to the window. "He calls you the great enemy. The demon of Valyria. He spent 10 years preparing for a war against magic itself." Harry joined her at the window. Outside, her dragons were circling above the harbor, Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, each one nearly as large as Vala. "You've done well with them," Harry observed. "They taught me. Or perhaps Draconis did, she reached out to them, years ago. Showed them how to be more than beasts." Daenerys smiled slightly. "Your dragon is remarkable. She has her own agenda. I've learned not to question it." They stood in silence, watching the dragons dance against the sunset. "I can't give you what you're asking for," Harry said finally. "I can't ride to war, can't lead armies, can't be the champion of your conquest. I have responsibilities here, people who depend on me. I understand. But I can give you something else." Harry turned to face her. "Knowledge. Training. Weapons that can counter the Faith Militant's anti-magic arsenal. That would help. And one more thing. Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. Advice. From someone who's been where you are, who's faced impossible odds and somehow survived. What advice? Don't become what you're fighting against. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. Conquest is easy. Ruling is hard. If you take the Iron Throne through blood and fire, you'll spend the rest of your life defending it the same way. You think I should show mercy to the people who've hunted me all my life? I think mercy is more powerful than fear. I think alliances built on respect last longer than alliances built on terror. Harry smiled slightly. I think you're better than the Targaryens who came before you, better than Aegon with his conquest, better than the Mad King with his cruelty. But only if you choose to be. Daenerys was quiet for a long moment. You're very strange, she said finally, for someone who built an empire. I didn't build an empire. I built a home. Harry gestured at the city spread below them. That's all any of us can do, really. Build homes, protect them, pass them on to the next generation. Everything else is ego. Even taking back what was stolen. Even that. Harry met her eyes. The Iron Throne was your family's. It was taken from you. I understand the desire to reclaim it. But ask yourself, is the throne what you want, or is it what you've been told to want? I don't understand. You have 3 dragons. You have an army. You have the love of millions. Harry spread his hands. You could do anything with that power. Anything at all. Why does it have to be Westeros? Daenerys stared at him. Because, she began, and stopped. Because it's my destiny. Destiny is a trap. Harry's voice was soft. Believe me, I know. I spent my first life following prophecies, fulfilling destinies, being what others expected me to be. It nearly destroyed me. But you defeated the Night King. The prophecies were right. The prophecies described what happened. They didn't cause it. Harry shook his head. I didn't defeat the Night King because I was destined to. I defeated him because I chose to. Because I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try. There's a difference. All the difference in the world. Harry walked to the door. Stay in New Valyria as long as you need. Learn what we can teach you. And when you go to Westeros, if you go, do it because you choose to, not because destiny demands it. He left her standing at the window, staring at the sunset with new uncertainty in her eyes. Geryon found Harry in the gardens that evening, sitting beside the fountain that had been one of his first projects in New Valyria. That was quite a speech, the Lannister said, settling onto the bench beside him. Kinvara said you were practically philosophical. I've had a lot of time to develop philosophy. 15 years of peace will do that. Geryon stretched, his bones creaking in ways that made Harry wince. You know she's going to go to Westeros anyway, right? Daenerys. She's been dreaming of that throne her entire life. I know. And you're okay with that? It's her choice. Harry watched the water flow from the fountain. I've learned that you can't make people's choices for them. You can only give them information and hope they choose wisely. That's very enlightened. Or very lazy. Harry smiled. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. They sat in comfortable silence as the stars began to emerge. The fountain's water sparkled in the fading light, and somewhere in the distance, a dragon roared. I've been thinking about dying, Geryon said eventually. Harry turned to look at him. The Lannister was 72 now, old by any standard, though still sharp-minded and sharp-tongued. The years had weathered him, turned his gold hair to silver, carved deep lines around his eyes and mouth. What brought that on? Being old, mostly. Geryon's smile was wry. Don't worry, I'm not planning anything dramatic. Just, thinking. About what I've done with my life. What I'll leave behind. You'll leave behind a city that wouldn't exist without you. Without you, you mean? Without both of us. Harry's voice was firm. You were here at the beginning, Jerian. You helped build everything. Don't diminish that. I'm not diminishing anything. I'm just being realistic. Jerian looked at Harry directly. You'll still be here in 100 years. 1,000. I'll be dust. Is that what's bothering you? Partially. Jerian was quiet for a moment. I suppose I'm wondering if you'll remember me. After I'm gone. After everyone who knew me is gone. Harry reached out and gripped his friend's shoulder. I will remember you, he said. For as long as I exist. You were the first friend I made in this world, the first person who treated me like a man instead of a god. That matters. Even after 1,000 years. Especially after 1,000 years. Harry's voice was soft. Time doesn't erase love, Jerian. It deepens it. The people we lose become part of us, woven into who we are. I'll carry you with me wherever I go. Jerian blinked rapidly, looking away. That's surprisingly poetic for someone who claims to be bad at philosophy. I have my moments. They sat together as the night deepened, two friends on the far side of a lifetime, watching the stars wheel overhead. Daenerys stayed in New Valyria for 3 months. Harry trained her himself, teaching her techniques he'd developed over centuries of existence, ways to channel power more efficiently, to protect against magical attacks, to sense danger before it materialized. She was a quick study, absorbing everything he offered with hungry intensity. You could have been a god, Harry told her one afternoon. If you'd been in my position. If you'd found the power I found. I'm not sure I'd want to be. Daenerys was practicing a shielding technique, her brow furrowed with concentration. The isolation. The weight of centuries. It sounds lonely. It is. Sometimes. Harry watched her work. But it has compensations. Like what? Perspective. The ability to see past immediate crises to longer patterns. The chance to build things that will outlast generations. He paused. The opportunity to meet remarkable people and watch them grow. Daenerys' shields flickered and steadied. You're talking about me. Among others. Harry smiled. You've changed since the first time we met. You were uncertain then, powerful but unsure of yourself. Now you're. Now I'm what? Ready. Harry stood, ending the lesson. Ready to make your own choices. Ready to accept the consequences. You're still trying to convince me not to go to Westeros. No. I'm trying to make sure that whatever you choose it freely. Harry moved toward the door. The Faith Militant is going to come for New Valyria eventually. Whether you take the Iron Throne or not. They've made their position clear. Then why aren't you preparing for war? I am. Just not the kind of war you're thinking of. Harry paused at the threshold. There are many ways to fight an enemy. Not all of them involve armies. Daenerys watched him go with thoughtful eyes. The attack came without warning. Harry was in the council chamber, reviewing trade agreements with Meleys, when the first explosion rocked the harbor. He was on his feet instantly, reaching out with his senses, fire. Destruction. Ships burning. And beneath it all, a familiar pattern of hostile magic. The Faith Militant, Meleys breathed. They're attacking. Stay here. Organize the evacuation. Harry was already moving. Get the civilians to the inner city. He reached the harbor in seconds, flying faster than he'd moved in years. What he found made his blood run cold. 20 ships, each one carrying hundreds of Faith Militant warriors. They'd concealed themselves somehow, magical dampening, he realized, artifacts designed to hide their presence from his senses. Now they were pouring onto the docks, cutting down everyone in their path. And leading them was a figure in white robes, carrying a staff that blazed with stolen power. The new High Sparrow. The one Daenerys had warned him about. God of Valyria, the man shouted, his voice magically amplified. Your reign of blasphemy ends today. The Seven have judged you and found you wanting. Harry landed between the faith militant and the fleeing civilians. You're making a mistake, he said. This city is under my protection. Leave now, and I'll let you go. Let us go. The High Sparrow laughed. You don't understand. We've spent 10 years preparing for this moment. 10 years developing weapons that can kill dragons, artifacts that can bind sorcerers, techniques that can nullify magic itself. He raised his staff, and Harry felt something wrong, a draining sensation, as if the air itself was siphoning his power away. Our holy scientists have been busy. The demon fire you wield is nothing against the blessed steel of the Seven. The High Sparrow smiled. Today, we end the threat of magic forever. Harry tried to strike back, but his power was sluggish, dulled. The artifacts the faith militant carried were working in concert, creating a field that suppressed magical energy. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Harry felt something like fear. Vala, he called. Dragons. To me. The sky darkened as wings blocked out the sun. Vala descended like a meteor, fire already building in his throat, and the faith militant raised devices that Harry had never seen before. Tubes of blessed steel, pointed at the sky, crackling with energy. They fired. Vala screamed as bolts of anti-magic lightning struck him. His fire guttered, his wings faltered. He crashed into the harbor, thrashing, wounded but not dead. As I said, the High Sparrow's voice was satisfied, we've been preparing. Harry looked at his dragon, at his city, at the thousands of innocent people who were about to die because of him. And something inside him broke. Not broke apart, broke open. The limitations he'd placed on himself, the careful restraints he'd maintained for 15 years, the deliberate choice to be less than he was. He let them go. What happened next became legend. People who witnessed it would speak of it for generations, the moment when the god of New Valyria stopped pretending to be human. The moment when Harry Potter, the flame that burned across worlds, remembered what he truly was. The suppression field shattered. It wasn't a battle, it was a dismantling. Harry's power flowed outward like a wave, and everywhere it touched, the faith militants' artifacts crumbled to dust. Their weapons melted. Their ships capsized. Their warriors found themselves frozen, unable to move, held in place by a will that encompassed the entire harbor. The High Sparrow stared in horror as his staff disintegrated in his hands. You thought, Harry said, and his voice echoed with harmonics that weren't quite human, that 10 years of preparation could match 10,000 years of existence. You thought that your artifacts could suppress a power that predates your civilization. He walked forward, and the frozen warriors parted around him like water. I have tried, Harry continued, to be gentle. To be reasonable. To coexist with your faith, even when it declared war on everything I represent. He stopped before the High Sparrow. I have offered peace, and you have responded with violence. I have offered mercy, and you have responded with murder. The High Sparrow fell to his knees, not by choice, but because his legs would no longer support him. What are you? I am the god of magic. Harry's voice carried across the harbor, across the city, across the waters. I am the flame that refuses to die. I am the guardian of this place and these people. And I am done being patient. He raised his hand, and Kinvara appeared beside him. Harry. Her voice was soft. Don't. He turned to look at her. She was afraid, not of the faith militant, but of him. Of what he was becoming. They killed people, Harry said. They attacked our home. I know. Kinvara touched his arm. But if you destroy them, if you annihilate them with divine fire, you become what they accused you of being. A demon. A monster. A threat to be feared. Maybe they should fear me. Maybe they should. Kinvara's golden eyes held his. But is that the lesson you want to teach? That might makes right. That those with power can destroy those without. Harry looked at the frozen faith militant. At the High Sparrow, cowering on his knees. At the hundreds of warriors who had come to kill his people. They deserved death. By any standard, they deserved death. But deserving wasn't the same as requiring. Fine, Harry said, and the terrible power that had been building in him subsided, not gone, but controlled. I won't kill them. He gestured, and the faith militant found themselves transported, instantly, across miles of ocean, to the shores of Westeros. Their ships went with them, damaged but floating. Go home, Harry said, his voice reaching them across the distance. Tell your followers what happened here. Tell them that the god of Valyria could have destroyed you, and chose mercy instead. And tell them, his voice hardened, that if they ever threaten my people again, I will not be so generous. The connection severed. Harry stood alone at the edge of the harbor, trembling with the effort of restraint. The aftermath was complicated. Harry spent 3 days healing the wounded, repairing the damage, comforting those who'd lost friends and family. He worked without rest, pouring his power into restoration, trying to make up for the violence that had touched his city. You need to stop, Jerian said, finding him on the 4th day. You're going to kill yourself. Or whatever the godly equivalent is. I can't stop. Harry's hands were shaking. There's still more to do. More people who need help. And there will always be more people who need help. That doesn't mean you have to do everything yourself. Harry looked at his friend, this mortal man who'd stayed beside him for 16 years, who'd become family in every way that mattered. I almost killed them, Harry admitted. All of them. I was going to burn them out of existence, and I wanted to do it. But you didn't. Only because Kinvara stopped me. Does it matter why you stopped? Jerian sat down beside him. The point is that you did. When you had unlimited power and unlimited justification, you chose mercy. It didn't feel like mercy. It felt like weakness. Then you have a strange definition of weakness. Jerian's voice was firm. Weakness would have been easy. Weakness would have been giving in to rage, solving your problems with destruction, becoming the monster they accused you of being. What you did, restraining yourself, choosing a harder path, that was strength. Harry was quiet for a long moment. How do you do it? He asked. How do you stay so balanced? You've seen everything I've seen. You've been through wars and battles and things that would break most people. But you're still, you. I have good friends. Jerian smiled. And I've learned that the world doesn't depend on my personal perfection. I make mistakes. I get angry. I make choices I regret. He shrugged. And then I wake up the next day and try to do better. That's all any of us can do. Even gods. Especially gods. Jerian stood. Now come on. Kinvara's been worried about you, and there's some sort of council meeting you're supposed to attend. I'm the god of magic. I can skip a council meeting. You can. But Melis has been practicing his presentation all week, and he'll be very disappointed if you're not there. Harry laughed despite himself. You're manipulating me with guilt. I'm manipulating you with family. There's a difference. Harry let himself be led away, and something in his chest unknotted for the first time in days. The council meeting went well. Melis presented his proposal for a new diplomatic initiative, formal alliances with sympathetic powers across Essos, a mutual defense pact that would make attacks on any member state effectively impossible. The council debated, argued, compromised, and ultimately approved. This is what we've been building toward, Nymeria observed afterward. A network of free cities, supporting each other, too interconnected to be conquered. The faith militant will try again, Harry said. Let them. They'll find themselves facing not just New Valyria, but half of Essos. Nymeria smiled. Your mercy is becoming your greatest weapon. What do you mean? The story is spreading. How you could have destroyed the faith militant and chose not to. How you healed the wounded, repaired the damage, offered forgiveness instead of revenge. Nymeria shook her head. You're making it very difficult for them to paint you as a demon. That wasn't why I did it. I know. But it's still the effect. She looked at him with something like admiration. You're changing the world, Harry. Not through conquest, but through example. People see what you've built here, and they want it for themselves. Is that enough? Can examples really change the world? Over time? Yes. Nymeria's voice was certain. Ideas are more powerful than armies. Always have been, always will be. Harry thought about this as he walked home through the evening streets. All around him, people were living their lives, eating dinner, playing with children, arguing with neighbors, falling in love. The ordinary magic of human existence, more precious than any power he possessed. This was what he'd fought for. Not glory or dominion, but this, people being free to be themselves. And it was working. Against all odds, it was actually working. Daenerys left a week after the attack. You were right, she said, standing on the docks with her dragons circling overhead. About choosing my own path. About not letting destiny control me. What have you decided? I'm still going to Westeros. But not to conquer. Daenerys' smile was different now, softer, more uncertain, more human. I'm going to talk. To build alliances. To show them that dragons don't have to mean destruction. That's a harder path than conquest. You would know, wouldn't you? She extended her hand. Thank you, Harry. For everything you taught me. Harry clasped her hand. Take care of yourself, Daenerys Targaryen. And take care of those dragons. They take care of themselves, mostly. Draconis's influence, I think. Daenerys released his hand and began walking toward her ship. Will I see you again? Probably. The world is smaller than it seems. She boarded her vessel, and her dragons swept down to escort it. Harry watched until the ship disappeared over the horizon, then turned and walked back into his city. Geryon died on a Tuesday. It wasn't dramatic, no battle, no sacrifice, no heroic last stand. He simply went to sleep one night and didn't wake up. 74 years old, surrounded by friends and family, at peace with everything he'd accomplished. Harry sat beside his body for 3 days. You should eat something, Kinvara said, appearing beside him on the third day. I don't need to eat. You should do it anyway. She sat down, taking his hand. He wouldn't want you to suffer like this. I know. Harry's voice was hollow. But I can't seem to stop. That's called grief. It's what happens when you love someone and lose them. I've lost people before. Not like this. Kinvara's hand tightened on his. Geryon was different. He saw you, really saw you, from the first day you met. Not the god, not the legend, just the man. He was my best friend. I know. They sat in silence as the candles burned low. I keep thinking about what he said, Harry admitted. About being remembered. He was worried that he'd be forgotten, that his life wouldn't matter after he was gone. And I realized something. Harry looked at Kinvara. He was wrong. Not about being forgotten, he won't be, not while I exist, but about what makes a life matter. What do you mean? He thought his legacy was the city, the institutions, the things he helped build. And those things do matter. But they're not his real legacy. Harry's voice was soft. His real legacy is the people he changed. The lessons he taught. The love he gave and received. That sounds like something he would say. He did say it. Many times, in many ways. Harry smiled despite his grief. I just didn't understand until now. They buried Geryon in the gardens he'd loved, under a tree that Harry had planted in the first weeks of New Valyria's existence. The entire city came to pay respects, 50,000 people, mourning a man who'd been kind to strangers and loyal to friends. Harry spoke at the funeral. Geryon Lannister was the first person I met in this world, he said. He was dying when I found him, mad, broken, alone in the ruins of Valyria. I healed his body. But he healed something in me. He looked at the assembled crowd, people from every nation, every background, united in their grief. He showed me that being powerful didn't mean being alone. That building something good was better than building something great. That the measure of a life isn't what you accomplish, but who you love and who loves you. Harry paused, gathering himself. He was worried, near the end, that he'd be forgotten. That his life wouldn't matter after he was gone. Harry smiled. He was wrong. He will be remembered, not just by me, but by everyone who lives in the city he helped build. By everyone who was touched by his kindness, his wisdom, his irreverent sense of humor. Geryon Lannister was the best man I've ever known. And I will carry him with me for as long as I exist. Life continued. Months became years. Years became decades. Harry watched as generations were born, grew old, and died. He watched his city flourish and struggle and flourish again. He watched the world change around him, slowly, incrementally, in ways he'd never expected. Meleys died at 87, surrounded by grandchildren who'd never known slavery. Nymeria died at 71, fighting a duel she probably should have avoided. Kinvara lived the longest, 94 years, her fire undimmed until the very end. I've had a good life, she said, on her last night. Harry sat beside her bed, holding her hand, just as he'd sat beside so many others. Better than I ever expected. You changed everything, Harry said. For me. For the city. For everyone you touched. I just followed where the flames led. Her smile was faint but genuine. Turns out they led somewhere good. They led to me. Yes. Her hand tightened on his. And I've never regretted that. Not once. They sat in silence as her breathing slowed. What happens now? Kinvara asked. After I'm gone. I don't know. Harry's voice was honest. I'll keep building. Keep trying. Keep hoping that the world can be better than it is. That sounds exhausting. It is, sometimes. Harry smiled. But it's also wonderful. Every generation brings new people, new ideas, new possibilities. The work is never finished, but it's also never wasted. That sounds like something Geryon would say. He taught me well. Harry leaned down and kissed her forehead. Thank you, Kinvara. For everything. Thank you for letting me follow my flames. Her eyes drifted closed. I think they're showing me something new now. What do you see? Light. Her voice was barely a whisper. So much light. And then she was gone. Harry buried her beside Geryon, under the tree that had become a memorial to everyone he'd lost. The ceremony was smaller this time. After 90 years, fewer people remembered the Red Priestess who'd arrived seeking a god and stayed to find a friend. But Harry remembered. He would always remember. He stood alone in the garden as the sun set, looking at the graves of the people he'd loved. I don't know if you can hear me, he said. If there's anything after death, or if you've simply stopped. But I wanted to tell you something. The wind rustled through the leaves above. I'm going to keep going. Not because I have to, I could stop, if I wanted. Find a way to end my existence. But I'm not going to. He touched the headstones, Gerians, Kinvaras, all the others. I'm going to keep going because of you. Because you showed me what life could be. Because the world still needs building, and there are still people who need help, and giving up would mean abandoning everything we created together. Harry looked up at the stars, the same stars that had shone over Valyria when it was ash, over Westeros during the long night, over New Valyria on the day it was founded. I'll see you again someday. Maybe. I don't know how the cosmos works, not really, even gods have limits. He smiled. But until then, I'll keep the lights burning. I'll keep the dream alive. He walked back toward the city, toward the next century, toward whatever challenges awaited. Behind him, the tree rustled in the wind, and for just a moment, Harry could have sworn he heard voices, familiar voices, laughing, welcoming him to continue. 100 years passed. New Valyria had become the heart of a civilization. Cities modeled on its principles dotted the coasts of Essos. The slave trade had collapsed entirely, replaced by economies built on free labor and fair exchange. Magic, once feared and forbidden, was studied openly in academies that bore Harry's name. And Harry was still there. He didn't look the same, he'd changed his appearance gradually, adopting different forms, different names, trying to avoid becoming a legend that outlived its usefulness. But he was always there, always watching, always helping where he could. The dragons had grown beyond anything history had recorded. Vala was the size of a small mountain, ancient and wise, spending most of his time in contemplation on the peaks that had once been volcanic ruin. Ilex had become something like a guardian spirit, appearing to ships in distress, guiding them to safety. Draconis was something else entirely. Harry wasn't sure what she'd become, but she seemed content. Westeros had changed too. The Iron Throne was gone, melted, according to the stories, by a Targaryen queen who decided that symbols of domination had caused enough harm. The Seven Kingdoms were 6 now, then 5, then a loose confederation of city-states not unlike what New Valyria had pioneered. The faith had evolved as well. The militant wing had dissolved after generations of failed crusades, replaced by contemplative orders that studied magic as an expression of divine will rather than opposing it. Peace, Harry realized one day. This was what peace looked like. Not perfect peace, there were still conflicts, still injustices, still work to be done. But the fundamental shape of the world had changed. The darkness had been pushed back. The light had spread. He'd done what he set out to do. Harry was sitting on his tower, still his tower, after all these years, when he felt the presence approach. It was different from anything he'd sensed before. Not hostile, not friendly, just vast. A consciousness that encompassed more than any mortal mind could hold. "You've been busy," the presence said. "Little flame." Harry turned. Standing behind him was a woman who wasn't quite a woman, a being of shifting light and impossible geometry, wearing human form like a loose garment. "Who are you?" "You know who I am." The woman smiled. "I'm what you would have become if you'd chosen differently. If you'd stayed in the void, accepted the full weight of godhood, let yourself dissolve into the infinite. I didn't want that. No. You wanted this." She gestured at the city below. Connection. Love. The messy, complicated, heartbreaking business of caring about beings who will always, eventually, die. Is there something wrong with that? Nothing at all. The woman's form stabilized slightly, becoming more human, more approachable. "I came to congratulate you, actually. You've done something remarkable." "What have I done?" "You've changed the pattern." She moved to stand beside him at the railing. "Do you know how many worlds I've watched? How many timelines, how many possibilities? In most of them, power corrupts. Gods become tyrants. Magic becomes a tool of oppression. The darkness wins, eventually, because it's easier to destroy than to build. But not here. Not here." The woman looked at him with something like wonder. "Here, you chose differently. You used your power to lift others up instead of pressing them down. You built institutions that could survive without you. You loved mortals, knowing they would die, and let that love make you stronger instead of bitter. It hurt, Harry admitted. Every time. Every loss. I know. That's what makes it remarkable. The woman touched his shoulder, the first physical contact he'd had with another god in longer than he could measure. You didn't become numb. You didn't withdraw. You kept opening your heart, even though you knew it would be broken again and again. What else could I do? Many things. Most of them easier than what you chose. The woman began to fade. Keep building, little flame. Keep loving. The universe is watching, and it's learning from your example. Wait, Harry reached for her, but she was already gone. What does that mean? Who are you really? Her voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. I'm what exists beyond the void. Beyond gods and mortals and the spaces between. I'm the pattern that dreams reality into existence. A pause. And I'm very, very proud of you, Harry Potter. Then silence. Harry stood alone on his tower, watching the sun set over the city he'd built, thinking about patterns and choices and the strange, wonderful journey that had brought him here. Years later, decades, centuries, he'd stopped counting. Harry was walking through the gardens when Draconis landed beside him. The green dragon had grown beyond any scale he could measure. She was vast, ancient, and radiating a wisdom that dwarfed his own. You want to know, she said, and her voice resonated through his mind, what I've been doing. What my plan was, all along. I've wondered. I've been teaching them. Draconis settled onto the earth, her presence somehow comfortable despite her immense size. The dragons of this world, and others. I've been showing them how to be more than beasts. More than weapons. More than the tools that dragon lords used them as. And they're learning. Draconis's eyes, deep as oceans, held his. You built a home for humans. I'm building a home for dragons. A network that spans worlds, dragons talking to each other, learning from each other, becoming something new. Is that why you chose me? When you hatched? I didn't choose you. You chose me. You chose to wake us, to raise us, to treat us as partners instead of property. Draconis's warmth surrounded him. I just responded to what you gave. Harry thought about this. What happens now? Now. Draconis stretched wings that could have shaded entire cities. Now we keep going. You build your civilization. I build mine. And someday, maybe, they'll merge into something neither of us can imagine. That sounds like a very long project. We have time. Draconis smiled, an expression that shouldn't have been possible on a dragon's face, but somehow was. That's the wonderful thing about being what we are. We have all the time in the world. She launched herself into the sky, her wings catching the light of the setting sun, and Harry watched her go with something that felt like hope. The end of his story didn't come with drama. There was no final battle, no climactic confrontation, no moment of ultimate sacrifice. There was just life. Endless, complicated, beautiful life. Harry built. He loved. He lost, and loved again. He watched generations rise and fall, civilizations flower and fade, the slow march of progress that turns savage worlds into gardens. He never stopped caring. That was his greatest achievement, in the end, not the cities he built or the enemies he defeated, but the simple, stubborn refusal to become numb. Every loss still hurt. Every joy still surprised him. Every new person he met was a potential friend, a potential student, a potential reason to keep going. And through it all, he remembered. Gerion's laugh. Kinvara's fire. Melis's determination. Nymeria's sharp wit. All the people who'd touched his life, who'd shaped him into something better than he would have been alone. He carried them with him. Always. On the day that would have been the 1000th anniversary of New Valyria's founding, Harry stood on his tower one last time. The city had grown beyond recognition. It was a metropolis now, stretching across miles of what had once been ash and ruin. Dragons and humans lived together, worked together, built together. Magic flowed freely through streets that had once been corrupted beyond hope. And beyond the city, the world continued. There were still problems, there would always be problems. But the fundamental equation had shifted. The darkness was on the defensive. The light was spreading. The pattern was changing. Not bad, Harry said to no one in particular. For a boy from a cupboard. He thought about the journey that had brought him here. The abuse and loneliness of his childhood. The discovery of magic. The war against Voldemort. The walk into the forest. The void. The throne. All of it had led to this moment. This place. This life. I wouldn't change any of it, he realized. Not even the painful parts. Because the pain had made him who he was. The losses had taught him to cherish what he had. The struggles had shown him what he was capable of. He was the god of magic. The flame that burned across worlds. The builder of civilizations. But more than that, he was Harry. Just Harry. And that was enough. Later, much later, Kinvara's words came back to him. What happens now? I'll keep building. Keep trying. Keep hoping that the world can be better than it is. He smiled at the memory. I did it, he said to the stars. I actually did it. And somewhere, across the vast reaches of existence, he could have sworn he heard voices answering. We know. We always knew you would. We're proud of you. Welcome home. The sun rose over New Valyria, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Dragons wheeled through the air, their scales catching the light. Children played in streets that had been ash 15 centuries ago. And Harry Potter, the god of magic, stood on his tower and watched it all with a heart full of love. Not the end. The beginning.